Hello, good morning. Welcome to this very important session, the high-level panel on governance and human rights. We're very proud to see you made it in time, and the participants are still walking in. We'll apologize for a little delay. Our keynote speaker is on the way. Honorable Minister Nzovu from Zambia will be here in a short while, and we will be kicking off as soon as he arrives. We have a very able, strong, experienced panel, as you'll hear, and our moderator today, we're extremely privileged to have Honorable Justice Emmanuel, Minister for Justice, and Attorney General from Rwanda as the session moderator. I'm the session manager. My name is Charles Oluchina. I'm the regional program coordinator for IUCN, being mostly in the background during this session. So we look forward to a very engaging and forward-looking progressive conversation out of this session. So here is to thank you and beg for your indulgence as we hold on for the minister's arrival. Thank you.
Good morning, dear participants. Today we do have this panel on a very important panel in my own opinion on and it's a leadership dialogue on governance and human rights. We do have a very able panel with us. We are still waiting for the Minister of Environment from Zambia, Honorable Engineer Collins Nzovu. But as we are waiting for Honorable Engineer Nzovu, we would want to play a video, and then we'll proceed after the video. Please, if the video could be displayed.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today at the African Protected Area Congress. I'm sorry I cannot be there with you in person. I would like to congratulate IUCN for hosting this conference in Africa for the very first time, creating the space for indigenous people in the region to engage on this very important issue. Since I was appointed to the mandate in 2020, I have received numerous and ongoing reports on violation of indigenous people's rights on the context of conservation and protected areas. For this reason, I am dedicating my annual report to the UN General Assembly on the protected area and indigenous people's rights, the obligation of state and international organizations. The report will be presented to the General Assembly in October of this year. My study will examine the impact of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, specifically Draft Target 3, a commitment to protect at least 30% of the world's lands and oceans by 2030. It will also address how the designation of UNESCO World Heritage Sites and implementation of the UN REDD+ program affect indigenous people's rights. I would like to start off by acknowledging that indigenous people are not against conservation. They are simply asking to be recognized as right holders, not just stakeholders in conservation effort undertaken on their land and territories. The scientific community has acknowledged that indigenous people protected biodiversity better than protected areas do. Yet, they are often excluded from the management and control of conservation projects and environmental programs. Although indigenous people have contributed the least to climate change and biodiversity loss, they remain the most impacted by the creation of protected area, facing forced eviction, criminalization, rape, torture, and killing. For example, in Tanzania, we are witnessing the violent eviction of Maasai people in the Ngorongoro region. Myself and a number of other mandate holders have expressed serious concern and are monitoring this situation. In recent years, the land and resources owned or shared by indigenous people have come under unprecedented external pressure, seriously affecting their land rights, food sovereignty, and susceptibility and resilience to climate change. Current models for creating protected areas threaten the dispossessed indigenous people of their lands, limit access, impose restrictions on livelihoods, and interfere with the intergenerational transmission of knowledge, violating right to autonomy, security of land, tenure, and self-determined development. Reports from indigenous people point to the need to rethink and improve the way protected areas are located, governed, monitored, and managed. A whole new model of conservation is required that put indigenous people, the best guardians of biodiversity, in control of their lands and resources. This requires a recognition of right at the national and international level that includes securing land tenure, respecting the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, and allocating funding and other benefits directly to indigenous people. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation.
So please join me in welcoming Honorable Engineer Collins Nzovu for the keynote speech. Honorable Engineer Nzovu is the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, Zambia, and he is a civil, water, and environmental engineer with long career in the environmental science, civil and hydropower engineering. He is currently engaged on programs that support transition to green economy and working to increase access to sustainable financing and resilience building in Zambia and region. Please welcome Honorable Minister for your keynote speech. You can take the.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to open by stating that good governance in management of protected areas is critical in ensuring that the integrity of biodiversity is protected. In Africa, Zambia inclusive, most protected areas are managed by the state, in which government entities exercise jurisdiction in the management objectives and rules. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all these conservatories are surrounded by indigenous peoples and local communities that to a large extent take significant pride in protecting and conserving protected areas. Conservatives that are managed by indigenous peoples and local communities that surround them endeavor to protect them for their continued livelihood. It is therefore imperative that African governments uphold the rights of indigenous and local people for the promotion of good governance and equity in the management of protected areas and the resources therein for the country's benefits. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a people, we need to contextualize the situation if the battle for climate change mitigation measures and conservation are to be actualized. There are greater benefits to be derived in conserving nature, some of which are related to carbon trading. Ladies and gentlemen, the indigenous peoples and local communities more often than not are marginalized at the time of benefit sharing, following the trade in carbon and other resources that are stored in the conservatories they labor to conserve. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lest we forget, local communities are critical in the conservation of biodiversity that largely contribute to overall global environmental benefits. We are all witnesses to the fast depletion of natural resources in our environment. We have observed a variety of species of fauna and flora disappearing before our very eyes. Mostly, this happens in the habitats of indigenous and local communities, which are predominantly around the protected areas. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this vice is mainly perpetrated by intruders to these areas, but the blame and injustice is shifted to the locals. It is therefore important that African governments recognize the potential benefit of involving the indigenous and local people, not only in the conservation of the protected areas, but also in the equitable sharing of accrued benefits. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the right incentives and protection from exploitation, the indigenous and local people can contribute to lowering and reversing the rate of environmental damage and natural resource depletion, and conversely, the reduction of carbon emissions, as well as reduce the number of threatened animal and plant species in protected areas. As we continue on the economic growth path, Africa should consider active engagement with the indigenous and local communities who are often displaced to pave way for development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as they are displaced, the people significantly lose out on their traditional livelihoods, cultural orientation, and knowledge. Consideration should therefore be given to ensure an all-inclusive economic transformation process. Africa, and my country, Zambia included, do not have homogeneous levels of economic and social development. It is therefore imperative that, irrespective of the developmental trajectory each country takes, sustainable development should be the underpinning factor for all the processes. It's glaring clear that in Africa, if Africa is to grow inclusively, the involvement of the indigenous and local people who are critical stakeholders in governance is of paramount importance. An inclusive agenda will ensure an enhanced stewardship of the valued natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we therefore have an opportunity and the time to be inclusive. As we engage meaningfully and in genuine dialogue, we must honestly address barriers that impede indigenous and local community-led conservation solutions in Africa. There are many barriers, and among them include the following: sprawling human settlements culminating into deforestation, land forest degradation, and soil erosion due to indiscriminate logging, habitat destruction, wildlife poaching, overfishing, and invasive alien species, agricultural encroachment, and loss of plant pollinators due to overuse of herbicides and fungicides, inadequate financial, human, and institutional capacities to strengthen and ensure law enforcement, marginalization of the indigenous and local people from accessing benefits from protected areas, unfavorable terms, and corruption, which discourage good practice and adequate investment by hunting operators in game management areas, frequent and uncontrolled wildfires, inadequate waste management, including chemical and biochemical pollution, inadequate information on biodiversity. Information on biodiversity in Africa, my country included, is either scanty or missing, which makes it very difficult to establish reliable baselines that could be monitored periodically. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is exacerbated by the lack of an established information and knowledge management system, as well as a functional clearinghouse mechanism for the collection, archiving, and sharing of biodiversity information and data among relevant institutions. These should be adequately addressed if we are to gain some benefits from various processes. Governance issues. These can be classified in four broad categories, which include government-managed protected areas with the appropriate policy, regulatory, and governance frameworks to support sustainable development. Co-managed protected areas by way of providing incentives that reduce loss of biodiversity and promote inclusive development. Private sector managed protected areas with possible tax incentives, and community conserved managed protected areas through increased community capacities and collaboration in sustainable management of natural resources. There is need to form community forest management groups and community resource boards for the sole purpose of sustainably managing the natural resources. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to end by saying one other critical aspect is raising of awareness in the management of natural resources. Raising awareness is an important tool for biodiversity conservation. The more enlightened the citizens, especially those around major biodiversity areas, are about the value of conserving and sustainably using biodiversity, the more likely their attitudes will positively change towards conserving biodiversity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We've heard from the Honorable Minister, made a very strong statement that African governments should recognize the importance of indigenous and local people in conservation of protected areas by offering incentives. I talked about inclusive development as well as capacity building in the areas of protected areas. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Solange Bandiaki Badji. Dr. Bandiaki Badji is from Senegal and is an environmental science and gender expert. She is the Rights and Resource Initiative Coordinator and President of the Rights and Resource Group, RRG. RRG supports the global coalition of over 150 right holders, organizations, and their allies dedicated to advancing the land, forest and resource rights, as well as livelihoods of indigenous people, local communities, and Afro-descent peoples, particularly the women within them. You're welcome, Dr. Badji, for your speech.
Thank you very much. Honorable ministers, fellow speakers and panelists, and dear participant, it is my honor to be with you here today and at this unprecedented gathering of some of Africa's brightest minds who have come together to rethink the existing conservation paradigm to save our planet from devastating threat of biodiversity loss. We are here today to answer one vital question. Why must we support and empower indigenous peoples and local communities, including women and youth within these communities, to achieve biodiversity conservation goals? After all, tried and tested, traditional protected areas have existed by driving out local inhabitants for decades. We can't just carry on business as usual. The answer is simple. The question is, why can't we just carry on business as usual? And the answer is simple. Because between 1.6 to 1.8 billion indigenous peoples and local communities live in the planet's most important biodiversity conservation areas. And because research shows conclusively that deforestation rates are far lower in territories where these communities have their collective land rights and the freedom to protect their natural resources using their traditional knowledge. A 2020 report by the Rights and Resources Initiative proved that right-based conservation as a viable and cost-effective path toward the 2030 global biodiversity goals. This is not news to most of us in the community rights space. There is solid evidence of protected areas successfully owned by local communities, led by women and youth, and at scale by indigenous peoples across continents. One example is the Ogiek of Mount Elgon Forest in Kenya, who are successfully protecting their land from poaching and logging. The Ogiek have lost most of their 91,000 hectares of customary land to protected areas. But in what's left of their territory, biodiversity is thriving. This is in sharp contrast to the forest land managed in the gazetted Mount Elgon National Park and led by government, where the controversial Shamba system was implemented, replacing native trees with fast-growing imported foreign species that are sold to commercial timber companies. These tree plantations are harmful to local environment and wildlife, including honeybees, as they fail to provide the functions of a natural forest ecosystem. But in the Ogiek territory in Chepkitale, the community prohibits cutting down live trees and have placed over 2,000 beehives, leading to a thriving honeybee population. Even the forest elephants have migrated to feed and reproduce there due to safety from poaching and abundance of food. Another example is of the Baka, a group of hunter-gatherers spread across Cameroon, Republic of Congo, and Gabon. Through their long history in the Congo Basin, the Baka have accumulated extensive ecological knowledge and mastered human-nature coexistence. According to the International Working Group for Indigenous Affairs, the Baka crops farming practices do not involve burning or the use of chemical fertilizers. They also protect the trees that produce non-timber forest products and medicinal plants from cutting down the trees, and practice regenerative fishing by hand for self-consumption at certain times of the year. They have also designated sacred areas that prohibit hunting. All of this is not coincidence, but a result of community-led conservation. Our report also showed that it is far more expensive to relocate local peoples from protected areas than empowering them with rights and tools to conserve those lands. The cost of relocating up to 1.5 billion people living in currently unprotected important biodiversity areas is between 4 to 5 trillion US dollars, while the cost of recognizing tenure rights of these communities is less than 1% of the cost of resettling them. With all this evidence, you might ask, why communities are being evicted? Why human rights abuses? Why the killing of environmental defenders? Globally, the overlap between protected areas and the land of indigenous peoples and local communities is estimated at 50 to 80%, creating constant conflict. As a Sangore leader, Milka Chepkorir, at the opening ceremony said, "This is not the past. It is the present reality for many indigenous communities living in Africa's conservation areas." This June, we saw the violent eviction of the Maasai from Loliondo in northern Tanzania to make room for luxury game hunting. This June, more than 10 Maasai leaders were arrested and over 30 wounded during violent clashes. Meanwhile, in Mount Elgon National Park, along the border of Kenya and Uganda, the Bennett and the Ogiek group are currently fighting eviction. In both cases, the human rights of communities have been violated, home destroyed, and livestock confiscated. The Batwa indigenous people in Uganda experience landlessness and historical injustices caused by the creation of conservation areas in Uganda. Batwa have been forced to leave their ancestral lands for many years and continue to experience various human rights violations. On February 8, 2013, the Batwa of Uganda submitted a petition to the Constitutional Court of Uganda seeking recognition of their status as indigenous peoples under international law and redress for the historical marginalization and continued human rights violation they have experienced. On August 19, 2021, the Batwa of Uganda won the case as the Constitutional Court ordered the government of Uganda to take responsibility for its illegal eviction of the Batwa. And in Central Africa, in Congo, a Minority Rights International report showed highly organized human rights abuse of the indigenous Batwa, jointly carried out by Kauzi-Biega National Park Guard and Congolese Army between 2019 and 2021. Dozens of Batwa members were killed, injured, and detained in this brutal campaign. In some cases, government even continue to deny communities their right despite definitive court judgments. For instance, the Africa Court of Peoples and Human Rights recognized Kenya Mau Ogiek as the customary owners of the Mau Forest Complex. The judges found no evidence that the community was to blame for the massive destruction of the Mau forest. They didn't just order compensation and restitution of their land, they also reminded the government that its own law provides for their customary collective titling, which would allow community landowners to establish their own protected forest areas. The African Court of Peoples and Human Rights sent a clear message to all of us in Africa. Secure land rights are an essential foundation, including areas designated for protection. The state does not need to own all protected areas. Its role is to assist, guide, monitor, and regulate, not to own. African government can no longer continue to hold the outdated position that only they can own and manage protected areas. Today, on behalf of the Rights and Resources Global Coalition of indigenous people and local communities across the world, I am reaffirming the position taken by IPLC at this conference, that the future of conservation lies in their hands. It is our duty as government, international organizations, and funders to help them advance community-led conservation and expansion of conserved resources. So where do we start? We must begin with supporting right-based legislative reforms to secure the land and forest rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. Tenure reform is essential to protect and empower them to lead conservation at scale. Second, we must ensure that conservation funding reaches community-led initiatives and organizations directly, especially women and youth organizations, not through large intermediaries. To help these organizations receive this funding, we must invest in building their capacity, in strengthening and building their capital and resources. Last but not least, we must understand the difference between true inclusion and tokenism. Don't just invite IPLCs to conferences or include them in your press releases. Government, conservation organizations, and international institutions must give indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth leadership roles. We must listen to them and let them lead with their ideas. My friends, true inclusion is not easy or quick. I know it requires investment and patience, but let me tell you, it is worth it. The future of our planet is well worth this investment. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Solange, for that important keynote speech. You will all agree with me that if I attempt to really summarize what Solange has said, I will do a lot of disservice to the keynote speech. But suffice it to say that Dr. Solange has pointed out that the indigenous and local communities have coexisted with protected areas for many years. She pointed out to the importance of use of traditional knowledge of indigenous and local communities to the protection and conservation of protected areas. The keynote was full of examples of cases where indigenous and local people's lives have been disrupted as a result of forceful evictions. In order to kickstart these discussions, we do have a very able panel. I will introduce all the panelists and then I will give them a few minutes to discuss the keynote as well as questions which I will put to the panel. Then we'll open up the floor for the audience. So the first panelist is Ms. Leslie Jensen. Ms. Jensen is a South African indigenous lawyer with over 15 years experience in environmental and social justice, with focus on traditional knowledge, local communities, and resource rights. She is the CEO of Resource Africa, who support communities exercise their rights to natural resources and facilitated landmark outcome on benefit sharing on Rooibos in South Africa. She serves as an expert to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Special Mechanism. The second panelist is Dr. Jimel J. Mandima. Dr. Mandima is from Zimbabwe and is a biodiversity and environmental governance expert with 30 years experience in wildlife management. He has worked with governments, civil society, local communities, and private sector stakeholders at national, regional, and continental levels in sub-Saharan Africa to implement landscape conservation programs. He currently serves as the IFAW's Vice President for Global Programs, leading the organization's conservation and rescue programmatic efforts across 40 countries, collaborating with diverse stakeholders around the world. Our third panelist is Ms. Lucy Mulenkei. Ms. Mulenkei from Kenya is the Executive Director of the Indigenous Information Network and the co-founder and co-chair of the Indigenous Women Biodiversity Network of Africa. She is an expert on sustainable development of indigenous pastoralists communities and has worked with over 100 grassroots organizations in East Africa. For 17 years, Lucy served as a broadcaster journalist for the government-run radio station, with a focus on environmental issues. Next, we have Dr. Brian Child from Zimbabwe, who is an associate professor at Stellenbosch University with 40 years experience in research, conservation, community-based, and natural resource and park management in South Africa. He is a highly accomplished conservation expert who has led and managed signature programs, including the renowned Campfire Project. He works with Florida International University and has been engaged by multiple conservation organizations. He has served as a member of the Scientific Advisory Panel on the GEF. Last but not least, we do have Ms. Jennifer Mohamed Katrere. Ms. Mohamed Katrere from South Africa is a lawyer by profession and works on the intersection of environment, human rights, and justice. Jennifer is a member of 2 specialist commissions of IUCN, one focused on social policy and another on environmental law. Currently, she serves as the honorary member of the ICCA, Territories of Life Consortium. She also sits on the Science Advisory Committee of UNECA's Climate for Development Initiative, the Advisory Council of USAID's Advancing Rights in Southern Africa program, and the Board of Trustees of Traffic International. So this is the composition of our very able panel. And in order to kickstart this, I will do so by asking you questions, but also when you're answering the question, please also reflect on the keynote speeches. We'll start with Brian Child. And the question is, how can local communities be more effectively engaged in decision-making and governance process that impact them? You can answer the question as you also reflect on the keynote speech. I give you 5 minutes to do so.
Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. Is that on? So I think coming to this conference has been very inspiring because in front of you, I think you're looking at a lot of people that are emerging out of local communities. Many of those communities have suffered decades and centuries of abuse through slavery, through colonialism, through post-colonialism, and I have to say also through conservation actions. They've lost their authority, they've lost their rights to land, they've lost their rights to use wildlife. So no wonder they have low capacity. And some of us are complicit in it, and some of us are too slow to solve those problems. But what you see when you rebuild those communities is that they respond amazingly fast. There's a whole bunch of people in this room that have got PhDs, that have got masters, that are managing community programs that 30 years ago were villages. So there's no lack of capacity in communities. When I worked in Zambia, I think the lack of capacity is in us supporting the communities, because we impose on them old-fashioned structures that are at the wrong level, like CRBs or trusts or conservancies, where communities are managed by committees, and committees are prone to elite capture. They're prone to mismanage it, and so on. When we can really get the conservation going right down to the communities at the local level, I think you'll see Africans perform. You'll see their social capital increasing. They'll begin to trust each other. Many of these communities have been abused for many years, and the levels of trust are low. And I've seen this in countries like Zambia and Zimbabwe and Namibia. When you put the community at the right level, at the village level, you'll see the level of financial misappropriation going from 80% or 40% down to less than 1%. You'll see projects that have been sitting for years with NGOs and governments not doing them. You'll see the communities finishing them the next day, once they have the authority and once they have the finance. And what's amazing, a lot of my students are doing research on wildlife tolerance. Rural Africans, Zambia, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, are extremely tolerant of wildlife. While their European brothers or their American sisters are shooting wolves because of a few sheep, I get these WhatsApp groups from communities in Zimbabwe. Somebody's killed by an elephant, honestly, every week. And they don't say kill all the elephants. They say let's do land use planning. Let's put our houses in the right place. Let's move our villages so we can make more money from wildlife. So the problem doesn't lie with the communities. I think the problem lies with the governance structures that were inherited from the past and our inability as governments and NGOs to redesign systems that suit communities. So the problem and the answer lies with us. And I think when we get it right, communities respond amazingly. And I make a request to IUCN. Can we start to set out these systems and hold all of us accountable to helping communities properly? We spend a lot of money in communities, and often it's us that are incompetent, not the communities. So let's hold ourselves to account and do the job properly at local level. Now, at international level, I'm going to just finish on this comment. We're aiming for this 30 by 30 target. From the communities I know, they want this target. They are the people that will deliver this target, but they are not in the room when these targets are being discussed and then when these mechanisms are being made. And we need to balance this, because if there's no participation, there's no commitment. So somehow, including in IUCN, where a lot of these resolutions are made in the CBD and even CITES, we need to find a way of offsetting the disproportionate power of rich urban people and who are telling everybody else what to do, and making sure the poor rural people who are going to deliver conservation because they live in the bush, how do they have the say and the right and participate in these forums? So finally, just having worked in CMRM for 40 years, when I first went to these conferences 30, 40 years, it was all old white guys in khaki shorts. Look what we've got now. Isn't this amazing? So, and to the conference organizers, I think it's fantastic what we're seeing here. I think we're seeing Africa growing.
Thank you very much, Brian. Leslie, to you, we do understand the importance of financing when it comes to protected areas. And the question to you is, what ideal financing models should be adopted to enhance greater and impactful flows of global conservation capital to local communities and indigenous people?
Thank you so much, Minister, for this opportunity, and also to our previous speakers. I think it's a very interesting question, and I'm actually most encouraged by our Honorable Minister from Zambia also placing indigenous people in the center, recognizing the importance of communities managing these resources, and for them being able to, part of management, benefit from it and sustainably use it. The two examples that I would like to share two financing models as it pertains to indigenous and local communities that pertains to conservation capital. And I want to go straight to the fact that if we look at Southern Africa in particular, communities in Southern Africa within the context of community-based natural resource management are, in my view, building very, very innovative financing models, because they are living with wildlife, particularly plants and animals. And two very successful examples are emerging as lessons for us in terms of biodiversity, inclusive conservation, but also how important revenue can actually flow back to communities based on managing our natural resources, but sustainably using it, which seems to have become very problematic. And I think the first example I would like to jump into is the whole issue of hunting, the issue of sustainably using wildlife. Communities living with wild animals, wild species in Southern Africa are managing these species, and it includes using these species, and the numbers shows that these wild animal species are increasing, Minister. It's increasing over years. Communities have been able to build schools, build clinics. They've been able to send people with bursaries to funerals. But currently in the global north, particularly the UK, and particularly within European countries, what these communities through inclusive conservation are trying to build, their revenue is under serious threat, because these governments in global north are developing legislation that will actually ban trophies from hunting. And that will directly compromise the revenue these communities, which is real capital that's being flowing into their communities, which is being threatened. And I think from Resource Africa and Community Leaders Network, we want to call on APAC to stand in solidarity with these communities as they are doing inclusive conservation, to call out the global north as our partners, because they're not the enemies, but they are partners, but they must know as our partners they are conceptualizing biodiversity legislation that undermines the people of Africa and what we are trying to do. And I think there is a lot of worth in us trying to understand what CBNRM in Southern Africa is doing as a conservation capital. A second example I want to emphasize on is also in the context of plants. There's a very important case which you introduced, Honorable Minister, is the rooibos case, where communities in Southern Africa just last week reversed their first levy from as communities also sustainably using plants. They received the first levy from their traditional knowledge, where the rooibos industry paid after a 9-year process. These communities had to walk to affirm their rights. They received their first levy, and that is 40 communities, and it was about 12.1 million rand, just as a first levy. And what that means is, in addition to the use rights, their traditional knowledge as a levy, as a generational levy, is being paid to these communities, and it now places them in a very strategic position to now also benefit off of their other plants, because they've also inform the South African government what other plants they have. They are the traditional knowledge holders too. And this, as a conservation capital and as a financing model, lays a foundation for IPLCs who are managing and sustainably using their plants to now be in a position to generate capital, to generate revenue towards conserving our biodiversity and also feeding it back into those priorities. So I just want to also link it back to Ms. Solange's input, where she said, I now refer these two financing models pertaining to plants and animals, but it's, as she said, it's not by accident. It's a biocultural relationship that's been there for centuries. And I think coming from the APAC pre-Congress with the IPLCs were very clear. We are one with nature. And so I think it is really, as Brian says, communities are picking up the pieces against all of these odds. And so it's our role to make sure that we address these barriers so that we can build on the capital that's starting to build. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. And now to Jennifer. Jennifer, we do understand the importance of INGOs and NGOs, but also certain gaps have been identified. So how can we address the gaps on the duties and obligations of INGOs and NGOs in fulfilling the rights of the ILPLC, please? The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as you would have heard, I've had a long association with IUCN, but also other international organizations. I think there has to be a mind change shift. You know, going sort of back to 1992, when benefit sharing and co-management and participation were radical and radical ideas. I mean, we are now 30 years hence. My son is now grown up when he was a baby. Same thing for those concepts. We actually, as international NGOs, have to take the next step in rights. And this is legal recognition of indigenous peoples. These are peoples with rights, as we have. They are people with identity and culture. And what does this mean? As much as you have a piece of individual property that you manage, the government doesn't really tell you what to do. There may be a broad parameters set. We have to recognize the land rights of indigenous peoples. We must stop trying to tell them what to do with their lands. And it's only when we can step back with a little bit of humility and respect the knowledge of these communities that we can actually expect to see them blossom in the kind of way that Brian spoke about. So I think this is the first commitment that should come out of APAC, the legal recognition of Indigenous peoples. And for me, I think it goes to this issue of how we construct global policy. 30 by 30 is a hot topic, and there's certainly no consensus. One of the questions, of course, is what is science? How is science constituted? Is science absolute? Is there only one set of knowledge that's valid and valuable? And if we step back and say, if we look at fortress conservation, this was also based on the science knowledge of conservation organizations. And in retrospect, we know we made a mistake. So I would appeal to international organizations to have a little bit of humility, to talk about these policies, to talk about the science, the priorities of Indigenous peoples. There needs to be a different kind of process of consent in policy processes as opposed to imposition. So for me, those are sort of two critical things that must change. The third thing, perhaps, is the issue of responsibility for the violence of human rights abuses. We heard from Solange about how the courts are holding governments to account. Do we have no role in this? Did we not construct fortress conservation? Do we not advise where we should set up protected areas? We do. Do we need a Truth and Reconciliation Commission? Do we need a public apology? Do we need NGOs to have internal dispute mechanisms to which Indigenous peoples can come directly and say, we have a problem? Do we as international NGOs want to actually support communities, move from being experts to standing in solidarity with them to claim their rights? And of course, there are many international NGOs who are doing that today, but not really the mainstream conservation science organizations. Just perhaps lastly, I think I would like to focus on our obligation as NGOs to, if we really want to engage with Indigenous peoples and local communities, we have an obligation to help build their agency, not to tell them what to say, not to ask them to agree with our policies. How can we do this? We can support networks of Indigenous peoples and local communities. We can look at onward granting through simplified application processes. We can partner with Indigenous peoples organizations in delivering programs and allow them to manage the money. They may not meet the GEF requirements, but we can help develop the capacity to manage those resources. So there are many, many ways that we actually have to move, and in South Africa we have that word Ubuntu. It's really very simple. It's about treating the next person as a person, treating them with some respect. And I think that that is the biggest step we have to make. Let me just add one last comment. You know, in the US, after the Black Lives Matter movement, the so-called Big Greens came together to try and think through how environmental issues were dealt with in the US and how they unfairly impacted on people of color. The Sierra Club made a public apology for their role in creating this particular approach to conservation. And the Big Greens got together and said, we will create certain criteria and we will monitor our performance. We will monitor diversity in our in our organizations, both at the global level, the center of power, and in the regions. Are there women? Are there Black people? Are there Indigenous people? Are there communities? How are their voices heard? So, you know, that is one issue that the so-called Big Greens in the US are monitoring, or some of them. I know some of our members are amongst that, some of the IUCN members are amongst that, who are actively looking at progress. And I think it's time for all international organizations to put monitoring and evaluation of institutional change at the center of how they work?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And Lucy, we do know that any venture that has finances involved is bound to, at times, attract intermediaries that take away resources and decision-making powers from these very same people that those aspects should be geared to. And my question is there any other way of delivering conservation in Africa that embraces constituency building and local networks more directly?
Thank you very much, and I want first to thank IUCN and all the organizers who have really made this particular conference very successful, because we see the number of indigenous peoples and local communities who are attending are more than any other congress that we've held. And I think it's also very important that we are in Africa discussing it. One other thing is that to say it's very important the last 3 days or so we've been in this particular conference, and we've had quite some discussions on finances, on ministers and head of states really committing themselves to the work, to be working with indigenous peoples. Also, our key speaker today, Minister, thank you for making this commitment and really involving indigenous peoples, and also Solange for bringing very good examples. We were 40 indigenous peoples and local communities from 40 different African countries, and they were here to just bring few important messages. Recognize us as indigenous peoples and local communities in our own lands. Respect our rights. Those were the key important things that they came together to discuss and bring the different problems and different things that they've been working on, and those that have been frustrating them. And I think Solange put them very clearly by giving quite a lot of examples. And those examples were explained by different communities in their own experience of what frustrations they've had. And it's very, very important because they came to us, the governments, and also the other key stakeholders, the conservation, the private sector, and so on. Why do you isolate us? Why don't you respect our rights? Why don't you work with us? Take yourself to the village, all of you here, and just see how you grew up and how everything was really systematically respected and linked to each and everything in the community, in the people, and everywhere. And that's what indigenous peoples and local communities are saying. And for quite a number of years now, remembering from Durban to where we are, indigenous people have also been participating. They have been networking among themselves. They've been having different key exchange programs because they want to learn from each other. They want to know whether it's only them who are facing these problems or even others are facing the same problems. So what we are saying is the governments have to really make it right now. Action must be now. And there has to be linkages between other development paradigms. And where you're saying what else can be made is link all those development paradigms together, because if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, look at the agriculture, look at all these other processes on food and everything, they are interlinked, and we need to recognize the knowledge that indigenous people and local communities have. And that's why we want really to make sure that we have this connection, we have this relationship with our governments, we have with our partners whom we are working with, and they should learn to know and understand us. We have very good examples, and that's why we are even discussing about governance and issues of rights. We have indigenous people who have been participating effectively in the international work of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. They were also behind contributing a lot in different laws and in different instruments that are really very important to us. So it's very important to make sure that we relate also the legal instruments and make sure that we respect also the constitutions, what they say about different, from different countries. Because that's the only way we can respect the rights of peoples. We can work with them and we can make sure that they are not left. We don't want to just say participation. We want to include them in decision-making like what Solange had already indicated. Let them contribute to those policies. Let them contribute to the management of the protected areas, and let them also have a say from indigenous people, men, women, and everyone in the community, because they benefit, and that benefit sharing has to be something that is shared equally and in equity, so that or everyone in the family, in the community, can feel that they're part and parcel with the process as we continue working together. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucy. And so, Jimiel, connected to the question that I posed to Jennifer and the question that has just been answered by Lucy, there is a perception that the international NGOs are middle organizations that take away the agency of communities and landowners. Given this perception, is there any effective role that the INGOs can play going forward?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad that it's a perception. And talking from the International Fund for Animal Welfare, which is one of the international NGOs, I do acknowledge that, as Jennifer said, 30 years ago, we learned some hard lessons on how to effectively partner with indigenous people and local communities and governments. But fast forward, because we realized that the task ahead for us to have impact for transformational, sustainable conservation and benefit local people requires that empowerment of indigenous people and local communities. So international NGOs, we are deliberately, from a couple of years back, engaging and listening to hear the priorities of IPLCs. We do not prescribe solutions. We listen and we get invited. If I pick examples of how IFO is doing it, we more recently have engaged traditional leaders, chiefs, and headmen from the places where we work to do landscape conservation, to hear what the local people want and their aspirations, and what we can do to partner to resolve the issues so that there is benefits. We have also started, and I'm using this as examples, to co-create and co-design and identify the competencies, as Brian said, available in local level, and ensure that when we work as the INGO, we are providing some of the benefits of cross-site learning from the breadth of where we work worldwide and within the continent to bear positively on the local level. So a lot of the on-the-ground implementation and leadership is done by associations, alliances of local communities. We are doing that in southern Kenya, Tanzania. We are doing that in Zimbabwe around the Wange area. We are doing that in Malawi, Eastern Zambia, Transfrontier area, working with the community resources boards. And I have to acknowledge that we've come a long way. So part of the agreements that are solid and we follow through, even with the donors, is the percentage of money that comes through grant funding should significantly be spent and invested through the local IPLCs, and that's happening. Now, are we there yet? Not yet, but that's the trajectory. At IFO, we are committed to what we are calling Room to Rome initiative, which is essentially a significant part of the theme of this meeting here, effectiveness of protected and conservation areas and connectedness. You cannot achieve that, we know it, without addressing issues of land tenure, issues of capacity building, issues of governance at local level, where those pieces of land and habitats that are critical for passage, for coexistence, and for benefit sharing to happen. And that is embedded in indigenous people, local communities, local NGOs in the country. So the message I would say, Chair and all panelists and Honorable Minister, is we are aware, we know it, we are committed to make a difference for animals and people, and the way to do it is to bring everybody to the table. I personally don't believe it's about them and us, and which is why I think the question was rightly framed. It's a perception, but if you look at most international NGOs now, we work through teams, either if it's staff, it's people from the local area, it's children, sons and daughters of that village, of that ward, of that district. They know the values. When we talk of corridors for elephants as an example, we listen to what the chiefs and indigenous people tell us. They have always passed through this route. We combine that with science. You don't prescribe. So it is happening, and the message is happening. Then lastly, let me also comment that we always work, of course, at the pleasure of invitations by governments and local communities. And we work within the realms of the policy and legal provisions. And one key role that INGOs will continue to do is some of the compliance requirements for the significant funding are pretty onerous for justifiable reasons. So the capacity to do that should really be managed in a very thoughtful way. And all the partners we work with in IPLCs, we've always acknowledged we are good on working in the trenches to make the difference. Can you deal with the paperwork, the accounting? And that is happening. So I really want to say this discussion is pertinent, it is timely, and the international NGOs get it, and the International Fund for Animal Welfare, we are doing it, we are learning as we go, we need to partner, so let's do the partnership to make a difference for our PCAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimiela. We do have very limited time because we have to exit this room by 10 o'clock. So I'll open up the questions to the floor. But as you ask the questions, please be precise and state the panelists who you want to answer the question. I can see there's a question from here, then there's we have to balance this because maybe we'll take 3 questions. Can we, is there any roaming microphone, please? Please, yeah.
IIED, the International Institute for Environment and Development. I just wanted to make a distinction between rights, human rights, and rights to land, territories, and sorry, a distinction between human rights and rights to lands, territories, and resources. Because human rights, there's really no room for interpreting what that means in the context of conservation. It's international law. But what we're talking here about is more about property rights, or rights to lands, territories, and resources. And I just want to be careful that we don't make I think it's a mistake to assume that you have to have reform of tenure for IPLC-led conservation to work. Over large, it's the perfect, but the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. And over very large tracts of Africa, land reform is not going to take place anytime soon. And we're in an urgent situation, crisis situation. And there's a huge amount that can be done within the existing policy frameworks in places like Madagascar, Zambia, Tanzania with the wildlife management areas and so on. There's a huge amount that can be done to improve the equity and justice of conservation and put IPLCs really at the center of that. And I mean, we work on that with specific tools to try and do that. And the other thing I just want to say very quickly is, although there's a lot about this in the CBD and equitable governance is going to be in Target 3, the chances of countries, parties coming home and driving that agenda from the top are quite limited. It's not going to happen. But from the bottom, growing evidence that from the bottom, build equitable governance on social capital from the bottom at scale, that is the way this is going to happen. We just have to figure out how to facilitate that process.
Thank you very much for that comment. And I saw someone from, yes, let's hear from the gentleman here.
Hello. Bonjour à tous. Je suis le prince.
Please.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis le prince Kwanye Clovis de la fondation FIDP. Je viens du Cameroun, vivant à Bafoussam. Les communautés locales et les peuples autochtones qui vivent dans les villages ne sont pas au courant de tout ce que nous débattons ici là. Parce qu'ils ont toujours vécu dans la conservation. Parce qu'ils ont toujours vécu et vivent avec la conservation. Comment est-ce que vous les décideurs, vous les acteurs internationaux, comment pouvez-vous passer du discours aux actes? Parce que les peuples autochtones, les communautés locales ont tout juste besoin que vous les apportez les ressources et que vous les laissez voir faire. Ils pourront donner les résultats plus meilleurs que jamais. Le monde est malade, nous devons agir que des discours.
Thank you very much for those comments. I don't know that. I don't want to dwell on one side. I can see. Yes, I was looking for a female participant here. I can see. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. I am Haja Maimuna Omaru, the Women Coordinator of Bororo Pastoralist Organization from Cameroon, a member of the network of indigenous and local communities called Repaliak. So my comment here is, I think we started participating in international events since 9 years ago. But when we evaluate the result at the local and national level, we have not done even 2% of what we have been discussing at the national level. So for me, as representing a network of indigenous and local organizations of the indigenous communities in Central Africa, what I expect from such events is what will be the monitoring system that will be put in place to assure us, the indigenous and local communities, that actions are being carried out, so that in 3 or 4 years we are able to know whether we have moved forward or whether we have all the challenges that we have and how we can remedy these challenges. Because if we don't have a good monitoring and evaluation system put in place, it will still, all what we are saying here will still stay in our document as archives or information sharing without actions. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. I think we cannot take more questions because we have a few minutes so that the panel can respond to the questions that were posed. And Solange, maybe you can take some of the questions and you can link it to how government conservation agencies can support local resource rights integration in planning and benefit sharing. I think the questions that were posed were around that question. If you can answer that and also some of the questions posed here.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think to really see what has come from this conversation, the issue of legal recognition of rights. I think if we want systemic change, that's where we need to start. One thing is to have projects and implement them. Another thing is to have a comprehensive approach. So without the recognition of those rights, it's very hard to really come up with really what needs to be done on the ground. So I think it's a key issue. Another one is governance and around effective participation and representation. And I think some of the panelists and the audience have talked about it. How do we make sure that when we talk about planning, when we start planning about issues, we include indigenous people and local communities from the beginning and not have them as add-on, or just trying to tick the box for the donors because, yes, we've mentioned indigenous, we've mentioned women or youth, then the donor will fund the project. So I think we need to move beyond that kind of governance approach. And the third thing is, what we're seeing here is a dialogue, which shows that it's important for different stakeholders not to name and shame, but to see how do we sit together and have a meaningful dialogue and come up with concrete solutions. And last, I think one actor that we have not been talking about or brought into this conversation is the private sector. And when we talk about protected areas, we have known that in many places, private sectors have used land grabbing in the name of conservation. So that also is having a real impact on the ground, and it's important to talk about it. There's a lot that we can say here, but I think really this is a starting point. And the human rights dimension is really key. And Honorable, you being a judge and really having been part of this, I think this is something that we really need to see. What is the role of the Africa Human Rights, Code around all of this? How can we really use regional institutions to be part of this conversation and help the countries move forward?
Thank you very much, Solange. Minister, I think you can answer that question also, the role of government in supporting local resource rights and in planning and benefit sharing, as well as any other areas that you want to address.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting to be here in Kigali because we have not concentrated really on the science where we are, but on practical issues. Looking at my left, we have a distinguished panel looking at environmental justice. I think I may be the only engineer around here. There's lawyers, there's a judge, the moderator. Really underscoring the fact that we must now look at environmental justice. We must look at the very lives of the people we want to protect, the indigenous people, the local people. I strongly believe that it's not only NGOs, governments themselves, my government, because these NGOs also work in local communities, they work in particular jurisdictions. What we are doing in Zambia is really to legislate. Any international NGO, we do not only look at the quantum of funds they bring, we look at the practical measures they are going to do, how they are going to work with the local people. We are working very, very actively with the Center for Environmental Justice to see how their rights can be protected. Remember, the most affected by issues of climate change, the climate crisis itself, is with the local people. The local people who suffer the worst consequences must be realized as we come up with these projects. It's the only way. In my country, the local people say, if it's not with us, if it's without us, then it's not for us. We very, very excited here in Kigali that we are really looking at this issue. And I encourage every government in Africa, in particular, to look at the rights of the indigenous people because they are the most affected by the triple climate crisis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that very powerful statement. Let me say that I do feel that we've only scratched the surface of this topic because of the limited time that we had. But I do hope, as Solange has pointed out, this should be the beginning of this conversation. You cannot talk of effective conservation of protected areas without addressing the issue of human rights and governance that are attached to this issue. And again, you cannot achieve effective protection and conservation of protected areas without involving the indigenous and local people and without putting into place mechanisms that ensure that the proceeds of these protected areas do go back to the community. This is quite key, and I think this is what we've discussed as a panel. And it was tough to moderate this panel because of this limited time and the passion that comes out of these questions, especially from me as a moderator. I tried to, first of all, restrain myself and also, unfortunately, again, restrain all of you because I know you had very important points to make. But we do hope again that this is the beginning of this conversation on this important topic. I do thank you and I do wish you a very good remainder of your day. Thank you, Honorable.
Hello? Okay. Thank you. If you could take your seats, we're ready to start. Good morning. Can we have the slides, please? Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us in our session on governance diversity. My name is Jennifer Kelleher, and I'm the program lead for governance, equity and rights in the Protected and Conserved Areas team at IUCN. And in this session, we're going to discuss the importance of governance diversity in protected and conserved areas, also sometimes referred to as management models. So what is governance diversity? I'll put it first into the global context. As we all know, we're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis. The latest science tells us that at least in order to reverse this trend, we will need to conserve and protect at least 30% of global lands and waters. And that's why at the moment, parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity are debating that 30% number and what the qualifying characteristics of that number could be. One such characteristic is that these areas should be governed equitably. In plain language, this means that they must be fair. But what does fair mean? The Convention on Biological Diversity has given us good guidance on what that looks like. In a decision adopted in 2018, parties set out 3 dimensions. Protected and conserved areas should promote the recognition of rights. They should ensure good procedural practices, including participation in decision-making and access to justice, and they should implement fair sharing of costs and benefits. But how do you practically work on equity in the field, on the ground? How do you move towards fairness? So we use governance as an entry point. Governance is about decision-making. It's about who makes those decisions, how and with whom those decisions are made, and who else is involved. And we commonly discuss governance in 2 ways: governance diversity and governance quality. Governance diversity is all about the broad spectrum of actors who may be considered as conservation actors. In addition to the conventional government-led protected areas, we know there are many more decision-making arrangements out there. For example, there are protected areas that are ICCAs. This sounds like an acronym, but it's not. It's an abbreviation for territories and areas conserved by Indigenous peoples and local communities, or territories of life. There are protected areas that are governed by local communities. There are protected areas that have joint or delegated management. And there are privately protected areas where private landowners are choosing to conserve in a voluntary way. So governance diversity is all about recognizing that to reach 30%, we will not be creating new protected areas, or in addition to creating new protected areas, we will also be seeing opportunities to recognize areas already under conservation by these different actors. Today in this session, you'll hear from different kinds of governance: delegated management, traditional governance, private partnerships. You'll hear positives and negatives, and you'll also see the links between these areas. To bring it back to the global target, these areas can all ultimately be reported and counted to whatever percentage is adopted later this year, but crucially, they'll need recognition and support to thrive. So to bring an African perspective to this topic of governance diversity, I'll now introduce my colleague, Dr. Patricia Muyama, who will give us a keynote on Africa's dual governance natural systems. Welcome, Patricia.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a good tea break. My name is Patricia, as Jennifer introduced me. I've been working with Indigenous people and local communities in East and Southern Africa for the last 20 years. So I wanted to just share a few perspectives before we start the panel discussion. And I thought I love storytelling, so I'll share some stories. So about 16 years ago, I started my journey as a keen graduate student. I was armed with my notebook and my curiosity. My goal was to understand why, after 2 decades of community-based natural resource management investment, I kept hearing a narrative that CBNRM had failed. I heard words such as elite capture, poor accountability, and few community members getting benefits. After a frustrating few months of conducting questionnaire interviews in over 20+ communities, mostly in Southern Africa, I decided to throw away my questionnaires. I felt like I was being told what I needed to hear. So still holding on to hope, I decided to have an in-depth interview with one of the head teachers at a local school in northern Zambia. This is in northern Kafue. So as I waited for the school to break, I noticed a gathering of women at the water pump that was located in the central part of the community village school. So there were several women, young and old, who were having what looked like an all-girls chatty time. And I'm sure my fellow girls in here and women can relate to this. This was a she village. This was a space where they just could be girls. So it wasn't about collecting water. It was really about, it was a therapy session. Whose husband had done what, whose brother had done what. Very fascinating. So I knew the local language, so I joined the she village. I was completely drawn in. And 3 hours later, I learned more at the watering hole about CBNRM formal democratic systems than I had after 3 years of toiling in community meetings, asking questions with questionnaires and not getting anywhere. So what did I learn? So CBNRM lesson models in the 80s and 90s and post-2000 had introduced new forms of governance rules. Mostly, they were premised on democratic principles. I learned that democratic principles, such as free and fair elections, were strongly driven by who knew who had the largest corn supply to distribute during elections and could bring the largest coalition to vote for them. I learned that there was a clash of two forms of governance driving the systems. There were the formal rules that introduced policies and procedures, and there were the de facto rules, the norms, the values, the traditions. Fast forward, post my graduate studies, leading the work in the Nature Conservancy Zambia's community program, I was working with our partners in Northern Kafue again. This is the first community, I worked in a community which was the first community to set up a community game ranch in Zambia. And so I was taken on a visit to the ranch. Our full field day was very educative. I spent time with one of the founding leaders of the game ranch. He was also a member of the traditional royal family. He knew the history of both the people and the lands. The highlight of my trip was when he took me to a thick tropical forest in the middle of an 18,000 hectare savanna grassland. This beautiful tropical forest, known as Emushitu, had beautiful streams, large indigenous trees, birds, and it was like a gem in the middle of a hot savanna. I asked him, how come this place still had its intact forests and biodiversity, whilst the rest of the area was degrading? My companion shared with me the story of the Mushitu. The Mushitu was strongly linked to the collective shared governance of the community leaders. So historically, he shared how in the past, when there was a crisis in the village, the elders, including women and men, would retreat to this forest. It was a sacred place where they navigated society's crisis away from the regular hustle and bustle of life. The Mushitu had some of the strongest governance de facto rules that I had preserved in my career. And I personally think our last 2 years post-COVID have shown us that we really need many Mushitus in our lives. So here we are, our first protected area Congress in Africa. What have we learned? What does the future look like? As I conclude, I'll start by borrowing from my former political science professor, Professor Goran Hayden. Professor Hayden has studied governance in the political science realm, kind of in the general science realm, in Africa in particular, for over 50 years. He coined the term governance as we see it now in the development world. And he speaks about how Africa has a dual governance system that has coexisted side by side. He refers to them as both the formal and informal systems. He shared with me one time, as I spent some time trying to unpack this during my studies, how in Africa over the last 50 plus years, the informal systems really shape a lot of our society's behavior. So how does this help us think about understanding governance and its importance in protecting Africa's biodiversity? I believe we need both systems to thrive. I believe we need to embrace the best of each of these systems. These include the best and inclusive practices of state-protected governance, private lands governance, co-management systems, and indigenous people and local communities devolved governance. As we embrace this, we need to ask some really tough questions. Where have we failed? What have we undermined? And what needs to be at the forefront as we address our 21st environmental challenges? My hope is that our grandkids can be able to not only hear about the story of the Mushitu, but they can see and experience the Mushitu. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for sharing this story. So I'll now move to our panel. We've invited 4 guests today, and I'll introduce them briefly and then invite Edward. So our first speaker will be Edward Lore. He's the 2016 Goldman Prize recipient from Ujima Community Resource Team from Tanzania. Following Edward will be Rio Herianyana, who's the chief of the Guides of Andesib, Madagascar. Then we have Dr. Fortunata Masofe from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism from Tanzania. And lastly, but not leastly, we have Dr. Paul Scholt from GIZ, who's based in the Ivory Coast. So let's start with Edward. I'd like to invite you to the stage. He's going to speak also about merging traditional and formal governance systems. Welcome, Edward.
Yep, good morning. It is my pleasure to see you all this morning here. My name is Edward, and I work with the Ujamaa Community Resource Team. This is a local organization in Tanzania operating in the northern part of the country, working for pastoralists and hunter-gatherers community in Tanzania. These communities are those who depend on communal use of resources. And today I'm going to share with you the governance combination, both traditional and formal governance. We work in the villages, which is almost 120 villages in the northern part of the country, where most of these villages are pastoralists are the majority. And they have their traditional governance systems. And they respect him on it, they trust, but actually the only difference is it is not documented. And it is where also an area where the Ujamaa Community Resource Team start to find how to combine both formal and informal governance structures to make sure that what are the good practice on the traditional part and what are the good practice on the formal part, then we come up with a structure that everybody is happy with in terms of our governing laws and systems, and also in terms of tradition. Because if you don't do that, the issue of sustainability will really be an issue. And from there, we have a model which you actually work in a community land, which we call them communal grazing areas for connected rangelands. These areas are situated in village lands, which actually the pastoral community put them aside for their grazing. But actually, those areas are also migratory routes for both livestock and wildlife. And this one comes from the connected villages, which has been supported by the connected land use plan. But again, after these areas are all connected, there is also issue of governance to make sure that these areas are protected. And we have 4 key pillars in governance to make sure that these areas are well protected, and it has also been led by the community. One, there is the area in terms of governance, there's the area of support. Here, as an organization, we support local communities on the issue of securing their land rights. To make sure that their land rights are secured, we take them through the existing laws and the policies from the country to make sure that whatever they do, they also be doing in according to the country law. But also, if there is an area where they find there's gaps, we identify those gaps for advocacy work. But apart from supporting community land rights, there's also issue of strengthening local communities' institutions. We have traditional institutions, and we have also village institutions, which together they form up committees. In the village level, we have 2 committees. For those villages which have already secured communal certificates, we have what we call CCROs committees. But for those villages who have only land use plan, but they have no communal certificate in place, we have what we call natural resources management committees. These committees we have in every village, which actually they form a joint committee at the ward level. And then later we have a committee sitting in the district level, which we call Rangeland Advisory Committee, which is the livestock, head of livestock department in the district is the chair of that committee. And this committee at the district level is the one which oversees all the communal rangelands within the district. Then we have also the issue of helping the local community to be able to engage on the fair contracts for generating of incomes. This is also an area where the community, social community leaders need also to be built a capacity on to make sure that what they are going to sign as contract between 2 operators, trusted 2 operators, because not all 2 operators in my country are good. Those who are trusted and the community believes on have to, again, to come up to a point where they will sign an agreement on activities that they are going to take place in the area. And our role as UCRT is to facilitating the development of those fair contracts to make sure that the contract bring a win-win situation for community and for investor and for the government. Lastly, we do also have an issue of empowering marginalized groups, women, youth, and children who are in the area, to make sure that women, youth, are also be part and parcels to the program, to make sure that they will also be acting and be involved on all decision-making bodies in the local level. For example, in the pastoral community, women are only needed when things are becoming critical. But when things are soft, men just need women to be there. But when things are becoming critical, they will need them to defend for the right, to demonstrate, and all those kind of things. Then we said, why do you need them when things are becoming critical? Involve them. So whatever things are becoming critical, they will also know what are they going to defend for. So this is the time, and also we want the youth also to be part of the land and natural resource management activities. All these pillars, we do it to make sure that the local communities are able to own, control, manage, and benefit from the available local resources in their locality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Edward, for taking us through the innovative 4 pillars of your customary system. Thanks. So now I'll hand over to Rio. Rio Herianena. Sorry, your surname is difficult to pronounce. And Rio is going to speak to us about local communities at the center of conservation in Madagascar. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer. And hello, everyone. So I'm Rio Herianena. I'm the project coordinator of NGO, grassroots NGO in the eastern part of Madagascar called NGO Guide of Andasibe. I was also selected among the 100 top youth conservationists in Africa based on the work that we do in Madagascar. Let me talk a little bit about my community. I will define it. my community, they're living in the east part of Madagascar, in the area called Maatsara. Historically, they're excluded from national park. That is one point that I want to talk. Then, after several years, local community are witness of the destruction of the habitat loss. So they gather as a voluntary to form an association. Then it's voluntary. Currently, the member of association is around 600 people. And the area that we managed is around 600 hectares. So it's in rainforest of Madagascar. Talking about governance, the governance of the area is the local community. That is the main actors. But also, because there is new politics about the national, it's called transfer de gestion. That means natural resource management contract transfer. So the government transfer the management of the resource to the local community. So the local community do it, but also the government. That is one of our authority. And how they take the decision, because it's association, it's organization, they have a president, they have vice president, they have accountant and secretary, that is one way, but another also is they have general assembly. So all the local people meet and decide it. Who else involved? So the government through the representative of the government of the Ministry of Environmental and Development, Sustainable Development in Madagascar, and some NGO around. But maybe it's better to explain a little bit the history of the protected area for governance in Madagascar for a few minutes. It was back to 19th century. On the high central island of Madagascar, there was its kingdom. Back to 1945 until 1910, the king erected rules for conservation of natural resources. So that was the first. And the forest was considered as public goods. And it's forbidden to burn the wood except for charcoal. Therefore, if it do charcoal, you do it in the edge of forest, not inside. That was written in a book. Then, so this is the conservation initiative, the first conservation initiative in Africa and in Madagascar before the pre-colonial period. Then after that, there is another king who set up, elaborate the code of 100 articles in Madagascar. The forest was written there. Then, after the royalty, during the colonial period, Madagascar was stipulating in the annexation of France in 1996. Then, all the French system was set up in Madagascar. That one of the examples is the creation of the water and forest services. That is for France, but it's happening in Madagascar. Then, it's very similar structure, like in France. Then after, some scientists come to Madagascar, botanists, such as Perrier de la Bâtie, Humber, they do all the geographical botanicals in Madagascar, and they create, based on their study, a reserve. It's strict reserve, so it's protected. You cannot do anything on it. So that is very restricted. Then, after the colonization, after our independence, back to 1960, there is creation of some park And back on First Republic in Madagascar, we host a big conference. It's called International Conference for Conservation Nature. And one of among the topics discussed there is park and protected area. And they highlight the importance of a protected area to local community. That was the first, like local community is involved. That is for ecotourism. That is the main idea on this time. Then, in Second Republic, back to around 1948, there is the first strategy national for the conservation and sustainable development in Madagascar. It's called, it's abbreviated SNCD. And this is a turning point of the conservation in Madagascar, because through it, we set up our first environmental plan. Then, in 1996, there is the promulgate of a law about local management related to natural resources. I want to just to do this kind of history to understand that there is history behind this involvement of local community, and it's not old, it's just recent. Then after that, after the 1996, this law, the purpose of this law is the participation of local community in sustainable development and natural resources. And the contract, it's tripartite between mayor, municipality, local community, and the representative of the government. And one of the sites here that I work in, it's this form of tripartite governance. Then currently in Madagascar, there is more than 1,200 kind of this transfer of resource management managed by local community. 60% of them, it's not inside the protected area or the surrounding, but just within Madagascar. I mean that there are a lot of local community who manage protected area. But the challenge is that how effectively manage the existing site and how to ensure the sustainable form of exploitation of natural resources. Funding sustainability for local community. It's hard for local community to apply for grants. If you compare it with big NGO from Western countries. In terms of grassroots organization, that also very high competition. Local community cannot do that. If you ask them sometimes, you have to sing this, you need to idea. It's not their norm. Because most of the people are illiterate, it's hard to them to sign. And the donor asks, like, you need a receipt, you need this. That might be also kind of challenge. Then the power dynamics between actors, government, local community, there's sometimes imbalance between this power dynamic when we talk about governance, especially local community governance. And I go through like equity. For example, we have in Malagasy, we call it rarni. That means it's between equity, legitimacy, but sometimes the rarni, it's not very balanced how it should be through the local community. But sometimes they're just spectator. Many approaches talk about participative approach. When you go there, you start have a meeting, you sign, that is after the local community do not involve in the decision maker. And I think one of the key messages that I want to come, just to rise for this short talk is about Madagascar have long history about governance, but the shift between governance to local community is quite recent. One of the challenge, and very important to consider as well, is the land use tenure and the land tenure. Because sometimes people don't know like whose land is it exactly. They live there, but they don't know exactly whose land is it. Because sometimes there's someone who take the portion of the land, some industry kind of that need to be considered And I think we need to build up kind of a new model of conservation related to the community in Madagascar and for better understanding their representation, their perception, their idea for the better conservation of our wildlife and our country. I think that is from me, so I will talk later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. Also for the historical trajectory. I think it's really fascinating. Thank you. So now we'll move to Dr. Fortunata Masofe from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, and she's going to speak to us about wildlife management areas. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. As mentioned, I'm going to talk about wildlife management areas in Tanzania. But first of all, I would like to say that in Tanzania, we are following the IUCN system of grading the protected areas as states. So we have like 4 types under the state, and we have the national park as the highest form, where we only have the non-consumptive utilization in terms of ecotourism and safaris. But we also have the game reserves, where the main tourism activity is consumptive utilization, which is tourist hunting. And, but also we have safaris taking place in some of the game reserves. We have another category, which is the Ngorongoro Conservation Area. But we also have the wetland reserves, which are very important in some areas. These are all managed under the central government. But we also have the game-controlled areas, majority of which also form part of the dispersal areas. And in these areas, in the past, they also include more activities of hunting, but also some areas have been used mainly by communities for livestock grazing, and majority of those areas have been upgraded to game reserves because of the degradation and in terms of ensuring that there is really connectivity to the core protected areas. Then in the 1980s and 90s, as you know, most African countries, the concept of CBNRM began, and Tanzania was part of the pioneering countries where communities were able to now establish their management of wildlife in their areas, because wildlife moved from core protected areas to village lands, and there are no boundaries. And so the only way for communities also to appreciate wildlife was to be able also to manage them and have benefits. So the concept of wildlife management areas began in those times, and in the early 2000s it was formalized, where we had now like the pioneering, particularly in the northern part of the country, where we also have key protected areas which are performing well. So in terms of governance, the wildlife management areas are formed from village lands, where the villagers decide to set aside their areas with wildlife, and they come together forming a constitution, they register, and then after that, they involve the ministry in terms of assessing the natural resource, particularly the wildlife, and also people from the planning commission, they help them in preparing land use plans, after which then they decide on the area which can be surveyed, and then the Minister for Natural Resources and Tourism will declare a wildlife management area, from which on the Director of Wildlife will provide the rights of use in terms of either consumptive utilization like tourist hunting or concession. So in this case, we have, currently we have 38 wildlife management areas which are spread across the countries, but the ones which have fully formalized are 21, but we are now working to finalize also the rest of the wildlife management areas so that they reach the target of now harnessing the wildlife resources and get the benefit. However, the main issue has been land use conflicts, because people are seeing that the process of gazetting is also taking time, and the primary idea was that when we set aside our land, we will harness the benefit immediately. But it's not the case, as we see in the southern of the countries. We have good wildlife management areas with very high biodiverse resource, but the problem is investors who are attracted to invest in those areas in terms of hunting or tourism concession, which is a general idea even for the state protected areas. In the southern of the country, they are not performing well like in the northern part of the country. But I would say that the wildlife management area, when it is fully fledged, it is managed by a board, and a board which is elected by members of those villages which came together to form the wildlife management area. And the government is involved in terms of now giving the user rights, but after which we also ensure that they get the right investor. And when they enter into contracts, for example, for hunting concession, we help them to vet the contract and ensuring that they follow the wildlife management area regulations in terms of what the communities are going to benefit and what they can contribute in terms of development of the wildlife management area, including law enforcement and reporting. We also do the monitoring and evaluation from time to time. So my idea is that wildlife management areas have been very successful in terms of maintaining the biodiversity, especially the wildlife in the country, because they cushion those core protected areas, and many of them are also intervening with the wildlife corridors, which we are now actively securing them, because many of them are also part of those areas where wildlife, especially elephants or lions, go out and roam, and in the process there are a lot of conflicts with the communities in these areas. So for me, I would like to see that going forward, also the wildlife management areas are regarded by IUCN as protected areas which can contribute in the effectiveness of management of biodiversity in the country. Because we are sure that the same wildlife that are protected in national parks and game reserves are the same that go out to these wildlife management areas, and community need to realize the benefits so that they can continue to keep this land for conservation. So the government should support those wildlife management areas, especially in the southern and western of the country, in terms of making sure they also reach their final goal of being formally gazetted, but also being able to have investment in terms of tourism concessions, or if it's hunting, so that they can also contribute to offset the pain that are caused by elephants, lions, and other wildlife, but at the same time for them to see that coexistence is possible by doing the proper land use, which have been done together with them when they established in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it will be interesting in the discussion to unpack some of those challenges and think about WMAs in the broader landscape of protected areas. Thank you. So last but not least, we have Dr. Paul Schult from GIZ Ivory Coast, who's going to give us perspectives from West and Central Africa. Thank you.
Actually, I moved recently out of West Central Africa after living there for some 25 years. I moved back to the Horn of Africa, where I'm working now with GIZ in Ethiopia. Let me start citing a part of the recap that we received yesterday from the organizers of this conference from the very first day, on Tuesday, Public-private partnerships were highlighted as an opportunity that governments can pursue to address financing challenges of Africa's protected and conserved areas. Collaborative management partnerships between governments and private sector were identified as a key solution that can contribute to effective management of protected and conserved areas, for them to effectively play their role in securing Africa's natural capital and mitigate the impacts of climate change. So you will agree with me how ambitious this statement is. And what I would like to do now is to give you some elements from and experiences from West Central Africa to see if delegated management, if PPPs are really the panacea that we often think they are. So first, a little bit of history. In 2005, the Democratic Republic of Congo delegated the management of two its protected areas, Garamba, Virunga, both World Heritage Sites on the red list of in danger, to private partners, to African Parks for Garamba and the Virunga Foundation for Virunga National Park. 5 years later, Chad with Sakuma, Congo-Brazza with Ozala, and here Rwanda with Akagera National Park followed that. Then in 2017, in West Africa, Benin and Niger also took up and delegated the management of some of their national parks. And now in 22, we are with 21 of those partnerships, delegated management partnerships, with 7 private partners that altogether cover an area a little bit bigger than 250,000 square kilometers, an area bigger than Senegal. And if I'm mentioning partnerships, that means contractual partnerships. That means that the authorities in charge of the protected area have delegated fully the management of those areas contractually to those private partners with autonomy of personnel management, autonomy of finance. Now, over the last few years, with several of my colleagues, we worked on various, call it evaluations of these partnerships. And I'm simply going to go through a couple of the conclusions and recommendations of these publications. The first of which is that was presented yesterday in the Central African Forest Commission pavilion down here on the state of protected areas in Central Africa 2020, in which 2 colleagues and I wrote a chapter on PPPs. And I'm going to cite you some of the main conclusions that we drew 2 years ago about delegated management in Central Africa. The first is that since the establishment of these contracts in 2005, these partnerships have become an important tool for the management of protected areas in Central Africa. And a clear indication is that in that time span, 6 of those contracts had reached the end of their terms, and all 6 were extended. And I would say, contrary to some other countries, including Ethiopia, where some of those contracts were not extended. Now, African Parks Network dominated the landscape of PPPs in Central Africa in the early years and remains, I would say, the dominant private partner. But also the more traditional partners of technical assistance like WWF and WCS have taken up, I would say, this model, which shows also their interest in it. There are some new actors in the field, most notably Forgotten Parks in DRC and the French NGO Noé that has become active in various countries like Niger, Chad, and Congo. And very lately also the Frankfurter Zoological Society has become active in DRC on this. Now, since those first contracts were signed in 2005, major changes can be seen in the contracts, and I would call them a second generation. And that shows how also the ownership of governments has increased. And there's a good example with Garamba that, as I mentioned previously, signed in 2005, when the park was really in a dire state. And the contract was only 7 pages in 2005. It was renegotiated in 2016, and it's 24 pages. That illustrates that governments have become far more critical and far more conscious of what they need. Now, to strengthen the appropriation of PPPs by governments, the Central African Forest Commission has developed a couple of years ago a guide, the Guide sous-régional de bonnes pratiques pour la gestion des aires protégées en mode partenariat public-privé en Afrique centrale. And this focuses on the preparation of tender documents to draw the attention of decision makers to the gaps and weaknesses to be avoided in each of the 4 phases of development of a PPP project. We talk here about PPPs, but essentially we don't follow the normal standards of PPPs. Wherever a government delegates to a private partner the construction of a bridge, of a road, or whatever, there's a very clear tender process in I would say, in every country in the world. Unfortunately, that's something that is not happening so far with the management of the delegated management that we are discussing here. So this guide of COMIFAC tries to give and draws the attention to that need. You can find also this guide down at the pavilion of COMIFAC. Now, there's a last conclusion that the diversification of these PPPs in Central Africa, moving beyond, I would say, the total delegated management model remains relatively tentative, whereas one should expect a more co-management model where responsibilities are more clearly defined and more clearly shared between the various partners. Another publication that I recently drafted, based essentially on the SWOT analysis that we published in this State of the Protected Area document, is trying to give recommendations on how to guide maturity, how to get further. Specifically, obviously, for West Central Africa, but I think there are lessons very relevant for other parts of the continent. And the first recommendation addresses very specifically governments that should create an enabling delegated management environment and diversify its models by developing legislation for these partnerships. Only here in Rwanda, only in DRC, legal texts specifically cater for delegated management of protected areas. And in some countries, this is still limiting the expansion of the model. PPPs are nothing new in Central and West Africa. For decades, governments have been leasing trophy hunting zones to private partners. For decades, governments have been leasing tourism concessions to private partners. So there's a lot to be learned from those earlier experiences, even if we don't seem to talk about it. Now, there's another quite important need is to develop the possibilities for appropriate management bodies. Trusts, foundations, non-profit businesses. For example, here in Rwanda, Akagira, actually Akagira is not managed by African Parks. Akagira is managed by the Akagira management company. And unfortunately, many countries in West Central Africa don't have this kind of bodies so far. So there's a need there to develop them. Now, the second recommendation, again addressing governments, to ensure leadership in setting goals for management modes and subsequent contracting by identifying appropriate types of management within the protected area network. Actually, it should be the governments who identify the need and then present it to possible interested private partners. Whereas now it's often the opposite. It's a private partner says, are we interested in managing this or this park? Which is actually contrary to what one would expect and what one would want. Now, exhibiting transparency and consistency in the contracting phase through, again, public tender of the protected area delegated management. Describe expected results explicitly in contracts and quantifying them, allowing appropriate evaluations. Working proactively to prepare for the follow-up of delegated management. I'm coming back to that later. But it's also up to the governments to prepare that. Now, third recommendation, addressing private partners. Make yourself dispensable through capacity development, ensuring the long-term financial sustainability for the protected area by preparing national staff to take over management tasks through systematic capacity development programs, and initiating and participating in the development of sustainable financing mechanisms. So it's crucial that the private partner, from the start onwards, presents and works on the follow-up after the 15, 20, 25 years that enables then the governments, public partners, to continue with the management. Recommendation 4, that address both governments and private partners, respect human rights and build coalitions with communities. First, by signing up and reporting to human rights declarations and developing mechanisms to hold protected area personnel accountable for their actions. And second, build genuine coalitions with communities, not only by providing support to social infrastructure and employment of local people, but also by consultation with community leaders in the decision-making processes. We hear a lot about revenue sharing mechanisms, but we hear little about genuine coalitions in this regard. Now, exhibiting transparency with respect to funding sources, and especially implementing the contracts as prescribed, including the contractually programmed evaluations. In the review we did, we saw that only 1/3 of the evaluations that were contractually prescribed have been finally conducted. And that's really a shame, because it's crucial for both parties to know how to go further. Now, the last recommendation addressing governments, private partners and funding agency is that one should do the work one is expert at, focusing on the core tasks of delegated management and avoid forcing delegated management partnerships into a project implementation body that masks the core task of protected area management. I mean, many of the private partners, African Park, WCS, WF, I mean, they're good at managing parks, but they may not be so good at other tasks that are asked for. So keeping the core function of protected area management separate from project implementation, especially with regard to management and financial administration. And then finally, striving to outsource parts of the non-core protected area management tasks, such as tourist guiding, reception, community development, medical services and research, to specialized, preferably locally based individuals and organizations. Obviously for efficiency, diversification, but especially for sustainability. Now, a final conclusion is that where delegated management started initially in Southern Africa in 2003, it has very much further been developed in West Central Africa. It has so far mostly dealt with very prestigious World Heritage Site and other national parks that already received quite substantial funding. And that may have played an important role, obviously, in the success. Now, one can imagine, or one should imagine, that more mature delegated management should play also a role in other categories of protected areas, including those under responsibility of decentralized entities. And there, I think there is still a very good future for this kind of models. It will be more difficult. The low-hanging funding fruits will no longer be there. And I'm saying the low-hanging funding fruits. It's not obviously the management fruits. I mean, there were substantial, and it's quite remarkable how successful these partnerships have been in very difficult countries. Now, finally, one expects delegated management to start playing a role also in other parts of the continent, especially in the after the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think the experiences from West and Central Africa can be crucial in those areas as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Schultz, and also for this very clear set of recommendations. So we have about 30 minutes left in our event, And we're going to now move into a discussion. And for this, I'm going to invite my two colleagues to the stage. Both are governance experts. We have Dr. Emmanuel Nuasiri, who is a senior academic at the African Leadership University and also chair of the IUCN Natural Resource Governance Framework, who's going to lead a discussion. But I'll also invite Phil Franks to the stage, who is also a governance expert working with the Communities and Conservation Program in IIED. So I'll pass over to you, Emmanuel, and you can take it from there. Thank you.
It's good to be here. It's good to see you all here with us. Interesting set of conversation from our panelists. The very first one spoke about the two types of governance systems in Africa today. That experience is not just limited to Zambia or East Africa, it's across Africa, and probably across any parts of the world that has ever been colonized, you know, where you have your own systems and then you've got another system that has then come in and you've got to cope with two of them. Creates its own challenges, but it also creates its own opportunities for learning and growing and advancing. So it's not always that whether these two things, it's always about conflict. Can always think of it also as opportunities for learning and growing, you know, but there's definitely conflict. Don't run away from that. And then the four panelists who have given us different kinds of cases. Our brother from Tanzania spoken about, you know, community-driven conservation. The agency is from the community. The drive is coming from the community. There is definitely lots of incentives in the community to do this, to make it work. I would also add that definitely lots of learning, capacity building from past experiences, obviously, is coming into play. Madagascar, I don't need to say too much about that. Our speaker said, hey, look, we're still new at this. You know, he himself has said that. He said, hey, we're still new at this. We're still new at getting communities to do conservation. And for many of us who are here that got involved with community conservation in the late 80s, the 90s, and all that, that experience of, hey, this is new, how are we going to work it out? And all that, you know what all that involves. It will take time, but it grows. There's back and forth, but it gets better. Our sister from Tanzania has shown about then joint management between communities and governments. And I'm happy that at a point in her talk, she didn't shy back from saying sometimes it doesn't work. You know, she did say it's great, it's good opportunity to have these joint projects. But like I said, you know, she's not shied back from saying sometimes it doesn't work. And it's true, sometimes it doesn't work. Even with our best ideas to make this work, sometimes it doesn't work because there are many variables involved. She spoke about how in the northern part of the country, some of the efforts there work better because of financing. You know, so things tend to work better. So there are lots of issues at play why sometimes it doesn't work and sometimes it works. And then coming to the issue of PPP, it's an interesting one, right? Because we've always said, look, governance should be devolved. We've always said that. Governance should be devolved. There should be subsidiarity. So at each layer, local layer, national level, global level, at each layer, let every partner come in and do the bit that they are best at doing. So we've always said governance should be devolved. And we're seeing a certain kind of devolution here, where it's not devolving to communities, it's devolving to private sector. And that brings in a different kind of power issues. When you devolve to communities, a different kind of power issues involved. When you devolve to private sector actors. And these days, we know that these days there are private sector actors who've got more money than governments. We know these days there are private sector actors. They have more money than governments. You know, so there are different kinds of issues that we would have to begin to deal with in Africa and other places where they're going to follow that model of devolving to the private sector. You know, but I would open this up to the floor. I'm not going to ask them the questions. We'll open the questions to the floor. But I just got some 6 notes that I took here from everything. I'm going to just take one of them here. And it's this. There are these different experiences to doing conservation governance in these different spaces. And there are all these different issues that come up. There are opportunities for learning, opportunities for growth, opportunities for co-learning also, you know, between one another. My brother from Madagascar can learn from what is going on in Kenya. Kenya can learn from what is going on in Central Africa with respect to private sector partners coming in and all of it. So there are these opportunities for learning and all of that. But I just want to throw one question out there to everyone about this. You know, to bring everybody to a common point, to a common place, to bring everybody to congruence, right? What would it take to get there? Would it be probably a common strategic vision for governance? Some of you might be the first time you hear somebody say, oh, common strategic vision for governance. Just like today we talk about the 30 by 30, right? We want 30% of the Earth's land surface to be covered by protected areas by 2030. This is a strategic vision, a global strategic vision. The SDGs, a global strategic vision. Should there be a global strategic vision for governance? Or governance is not something for which there can ever be a strategic vision, such that if the government of Cameroon is signing a PPP with a private partner, you know, there are these things that come into play in terms of governance because there's a shared strategic vision. Should there be such a strategic vision, and that all of us can then begin to work towards? Because, of course, we all created a vision. Let me mention that part. It's important. Strategic vision should not be top-down. Should we create a strategic vision for governance? Should we agree on a strategic vision for governance that we can all then be working towards? Whether it's PPP, whether it's WMA, whether it's community effort, should there be a strategic vision that we're all heading towards? I'll leave us with that thought, and then open the floor to questions from members of the panel. So please, questions from members of the panel, because I don't want them to respond to me, I want them to respond to us, you know, that are seated. So who wants to get the ball rolling with questions from members of the panel? Is there a mic that goes round to take the questions?
My name is Maridadi Langa. I come from Malawi. I work with the communities in Malawi as well as in the SADC region. I have comments and then a question at the end. My first comment is that a PPP is inherently a for-profit concept. And yet these PPP arrangements generate negative social impacts on our communities. I want our panelists to comment on that one in terms of addressing those. The second comment I have is these PPPs tend to be secretive. I have a question to the GIZ, the one who presented for GIZ. To what extent have the studies or evaluations shed some light on the role of communities in negotiating these PPP contracts? And then the question I have is this one. We have heard the evaluations have shown and recommended that PPPs are good for protecting these protected area spaces, and that they are putting in more money. The question I have is, what stops whoever is providing this money to fund these PAs through government systems? Because this money is not all private. Some of this money is coming from public institutions or international conservation agencies. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Can we take another? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Damien Bell from the Honeyguide Foundation in Tanzania. A question really about WMAs. We've seen some great successes in Tanzania, and well done for those successes with WMAs, and we've heard about them in the last couple of days, where we've seen that, for instance, Makame WMA has increased its revenue by 980% in the last 2 or 3 years due to carbon funding, which is really coming in and going to change things. And we've seen in Ranlin WMA, where a study done by McGill University, we see that the community feel that 90% of the community feel governance has really worked well for them in that space. So really, how do we make sure that all these conserving or different protected areas, WMAs, have a triple bottom line approach to how we measure their impact? Because we tend to measure impact either by how well they're doing in the biodiversity sort of space and how well conservation's going in that space, or we look at their financials and we say, are they making money? But actually, we should be also really focusing on how well they are doing socially, how well the impact on the local communities are, and that needs to be included. And can we include that triple bottom line approach to now measuring success in the conservation space, and how will we do that?
Thank you. We'll take one more question, and we allow the panelists to then respond. So please, can we have one more question?
Hello. Good morning. My name is Gledman Chibememe. I come from Zimbabwe, and I'm from the Great Limpopo Transfundia Conservation Area. That's where my community is. My question relates to issues of user rights. I realize that in most cases, the governance and the protected area management systems that we have mainly deal with or gives community user rights. And I'm not convinced that user rights can unlock the power of local communities in terms of their role in contributing to decision making. So I wanted to hear from the panelists if there are laws that really go beyond just giving in their countries or in their experiences, that go beyond just giving community user rights, and communities are put on the table based on user rights. I was looking at situations where communities, there are laws that empower communities in terms of giving them rights to own, in terms of tenure rights. So in this case, we are talking about governance systems that really give local communities ownership to land. That's my question. Then the other issue is related to the third by third target, as it also relates to the issue of TFCAs and corridors. I think you have, there have been a lot of talk about corridors. Still, the issue is once we have corridors, TFCAs, and third by third, it means most of the land that is going to be taken to contribute to the third by 30 is not open land. Most of it would be land that is owned by local communities. And it will be very of interest to me also to hear from the panelists, what do you think should be done in order to realize, to strike a good balance between achieving that goal and also protecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities? Because the big chunk of the land that is affected by TFCAs and also by the 30x30 obviously would be from indigenous and local communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to members of the panel, we can go in any order. Who wants to start off us? Okay, sure.
Yeah, for the, maybe reacting on the question or the various remarks of the gentleman from Malawi. First of all, I think, first of all, I can't judge the situation in Malawi, but I would say that exactly the same comments or remarks would be made for most West Central African countries where PPP models are there. So I think it's a genuine concern of many people. And you were mentioning the secretive procedures on the call it the handing over, the negotiations of contracts that unfortunately so far have been done with very little, I would say, respect of transparency. And even, I think it's crucial that the next generation will have that transparency, because it creates a lot of suspicion, be it correct or not correct. That's not the question. It raises it, so it's for sure. Now, most of these partnerships are not for profit, because in most contracts, all revenues should be funneled back into the protected areas. But again, you're completely right. The moment that these things are being negotiated secretively, nobody's aware of that, so it doesn't help. Now, I think these partnerships should also be measured against their appreciation and I would say, how communities perceive them. And even if in the governance bodies, so these trusts or these the management companies, there is a certain representation of local communities. To be very clear and very honest, that representation is relatively artificial, to use that word. And I think there is still a lot of work to be done on how to develop these models far more tuned into the needs for communities. So I think it is something, and obviously we've all seen over the last couple of months and years criticisms in terms of human rights abuses, and these private partners are bound to improve their work, because there's a lot of criticism, and partly justified, partly maybe not justified, but it's clear that under the present situation where their presence is not always so transparent, there's really work to be done. So thank you for the question. I think it's very justified. And it shows essentially what I was citing in the beginning, that PPPs are at this moment not the panacea as we saw in our recap yesterday. So there's a lot of work to be done before these PPPs really become mature. They're 17 years old, but these are still adolescents with all their difficulties. And to be really mature, I think there's work to be done. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Paul. So can we take the other question on how do we measure success for conservation organizations? Should it be a triple bottom line approach, such that it's not just measuring success in terms of biodiversity or measuring success in terms of financial accountability, but also social outcomes, or to put it in line with this panel, governance outcomes? Should governance outcomes be one of the ways we also measure success? Who wants to go first? Because I know there might be many views on this.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like first to answer this one of measuring success. And last year when we did the evaluation of all the WMAs in Tanzania, We had key aspects, and in terms of measuring how they have become successfully or what stage they are, we had a criteria, and one of them was in terms of effective in conservation. That means they do law enforcement patrols. The area is not encroached. We had also like grading them. But another aspect was in terms of governance. We were looking about the transparency, and this was about how they are implementing the wildlife management areas regulations, which requires that the board that is managing the wildlife management areas has like 50% of the members have to be professional, and the other ones are mainly political. And in this area, we also included the aspect of finance in terms of management of financing coming from either the donors or NGOs that are supporting them, but also coming from the wildlife concessions. And another key area was in terms of how they are distributing the benefits among the villages, because many of the WMAs have maybe 3 or up to 10 villages that have joined together, contributing the land, and when they have the income from the tourism, they have to distribute equally among these villages. And so these funds are normally used in projects, mainly like maybe cattle dips, development, but in some of the wildlife management areas, which we think that they were underperforming because they didn't have investors, those WMAs have to have good contracts with investors so that they can have like social responsibility. So some of the concession in hunting, they were providing health insurance to those communities who are poor. And in this way, communities, when we were interviewing them, they were saying, we really, we are benefiting from this because we don't get many tourists in this area, but still, for them, health insurance was key to ensure that each year they can renew the health insurance and be paid by the investor who is working in that area. And so I can say that generally, because the WMA is for communities, the government is there to ensure that it reaches their goals of getting the benefit, but also for the government, the aim is to ensure that it contributes to the conservation goals.
Thank you. I think I would also like to answer the question of the guy from Zimbabwe about the 30 to 30 targets. I believe these targets will know it is about increasing the conserved areas, but it is not talking about evicting local community from their ancestral land. No. And that's my belief as well. So I think these communities are conservators by nature. And some of these areas have already been conserved. So you don't need to impose another model of conservation to an area that have already been conserved. What you need, it is just to acknowledge the tradition system that is going on and to put more effort on capacity building for them to make better. They have all the ability, they have also the power also to control the land. So I think what is needed is just to give them a right support to make sure that they continue doing conservation activities. Also, these communities, they have their local bylaws to make sure they manage their local lands in the way that fits their normal land use. But all of a sudden, you may find an area is good, intact, managed, and then all of a sudden, the authorities come up with another conservation model which actually distract the original model. These are the things that also why the indigenous also people meet and shape some of these issues and raise their voice. Thank you.
Okay. Last point for me about the PPP. I think transparency is a key. This is one, I think, it's my personal opinion. This is one of alternative, that one of alternative for conservation in Africa. But we need to be careful, like about the transparency, like do all the actors consent on it, and the representativeness of all actors to be involved from the designing until the monitoring of all the projects. That is first. My comment about the human rights. It's not like Elon, it's not going Elon, but I'll just give one example. Like back in my country, apart human rights, we have also our social norms. It's called DINA. DINA, it's kind of, it's taboo, it's social norm, it's informal customer then, but it's respected by local community. There is like forest. You don't need any government rule to conserve it. People believe on it, and that is important as well, the conservation, to add with other alternatives such as human rights. Last, about how to evaluate conservation project. Evaluation is it's very difficult. There is no black and white solution. For example, if you want to evaluate like 3 years project, it's hard to see if it's really impact. My example in my site, one example is my site. I work in Madagascar. During the last 3 years, there is no fire in the forest. And there are hunters who become patrollers, who become protectors of the forest. That is impact. I think that is positive impact in terms of changement of the behavior and attitude related to the people. But after 3 years, what's going on? We don't know if that will be continued to be like this or that will be changed. Time is important. Also, the reference, when you do monitoring and when you do the evaluation of the success, it's based on what exactly? When it's conservation, it might be economic, social, ecologic, but the reference that is important also, like how you refer to assess your impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia?
Thanks, I'll be very brief. I guess I'm going to speak about measuring governance, and I think that congruence aspect. So I think there's some lessons around, first of all, I want to raise that to measure governance or social attributes comes with a cost. So we're looking, I think what we need to think about is what is the most cost-effective but contextually acceptable way of measuring governance. My colleague Rogers is in the audience. We've done quite a lot of work on a dashboard in Southern Africa. And I think the Namibia team are here as well. I think so the story there is how can communities sustain a self-accountability mechanism that they can continue to monitor on a long-term basis. And I think it's really embracing the best of both worlds. So what have we learned are good practices of democratic good governance, which is good, it's got its good stuff. And what are the attributes of traditional governance? How do communities resolve conflict, or have they historically resolved conflicts? How do they, have they traditionally distributed benefits? Those systems are not new to Africa. So how could we create those systems that can then become that interface and also share those lessons across as well in terms of this? So yeah, let me stop there so that I guess you could take more questions.
All right, thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. I will take you up on that. That's my area too. Have we got time for more questions? Or? Okay, so thank you, panelists, and thank you, panelists. I'm sorry, but it's about time constraints. We'll call on our colleague to wrap us up for all the different lessons, insights from panel.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So my task is in no more than 10 minutes to try and pull together some of the key insights from this discussion and suggest some recommendations that could be included in the output of this Congress. Just before we get on to that part, just to put this in context, which is what, back to what we heard at the beginning, this big push on governance really started in the 90s, and we've heard some stories about that. And at that time, we had a very simple framework, which was understood to essentially have 4 different types of governance. That's led by government, that led by the private sector, that led by communities, and something called shared governance was a sort of mix of those 3. And that's been with us ever since. And that's what we call governance type. Then we talk about quality, and any of those types can be of good quality or poor quality. Particularly, they can be equitable or inequitable. So those 2 things are very closely related, but they're not the same. So you could have, certainly you can have governance by government, which is relatively equitable, like in my country, or you can have fortress conservation in the Congo Basin, which is very far from equitable. So we have to look at both those, but our focus here is the diversity, the different types of governance, and we've heard about these 4. So we've had examples, well, we've had 3 of the 4. We've had examples of, well, from Edward at the beginning, of what it seems like very much a community governance arrangement where the authority is really clearly with the communities. And then we've heard from Madagascar. Now, Madagascar is an interesting case because they made a very high-profile commitment to shared governance or co-management in the Parks Congress of 2003 in Durban, and they said all the protected areas in Madagascar would be co-managed, and all those community collaborative forest management, it's all a form of co-management. But as we've heard, it hasn't gone particularly well in many cases, and there are a lot of reasons for that, and a lot of things should be learned from that experience. And then we've heard about the delegated governance, which you might think is private governance, but in fact what we've heard is you can't regard it as a private entity having all the authority. In fact, maybe that's how it has been in some cases, but it shouldn't be like that. So in fact, although it might look like private governance, it's actually a form of shared governance. So with the exception of the Ujamaa case, and the WMAs too in Tanzania, they were created quite a long time ago, as we've heard. They are based on the idea of community-based natural resource management, which was born in Southern Africa. Despite the term CBNRM, it isn't community governance. It's a form of shared governance, and the WMAs are, but some of them are very, very effective. And some CBNRM in Southern Africa is very, very effective, even though maybe the communities don't own the land, certainly don't have all the authority. So the point is, perhaps I was going to say the majority, but a growing number of protected areas, the governance in reality is a form of shared governance. And that is going to be the trend going forward. As our lives get more and more complicated and as pressures on resources increase, it's inevitable that shared governance is going to be the way of doing conservation. The problem is that we experienced in the past a huge wave of interest in shared governance in the 90s, and a lot of it fell apart and failed, like in Madagascar with the parks, in CBNRM in Southern Africa. In some countries it's really struggling, like where we've been working in Zambia, is going backwards because of elite capture, power and resources. So, and also it can be very expensive. What happened in the 90s was NGOs went around, and I was involved, setting up these committees of all kinds of committees from village up to PA level, very expensive. And afterwards, when they pulled out, government said, we can't do that anymore, it's too expensive. So we have a lot of things to learn. We know on the one hand, shared governance is going to be the norm, but we have a lot of things to learn about how not to do it. And we're at a very critical point now where you would say that we have a huge opportunity to empower, to really get powerful forms of governance, and particularly this concept of IPLC-led conservation is essentially saying that the authority will lie primarily with the IPLCs, but not exclusively, except in some areas, which in Africa are relatively few, but in South America with IP territories, a lot more perhaps. But here, there are cases where IPLC-led will be, like in Ujamaa, really the community full authority. But in many cases, there won't be. But it's still a huge opportunity to shift the power balance under this sort of paradigm of IPLC-led. And so we have the paradigm, we have the funding. We also have to reflect on the fact that there's rhetoric and there is reality. And as I said with the CBNRM in Southern Africa, despite it being called community-based natural resource management, which might let you think that the community is fully in control, they are not. And the sad thing, say, in Madagascar, is they have a strong policy. Some of that jealous policy from 1996 does empower communities. But the reality of it is being implemented by big NGOs who have set it up in such a way that there are a lot of conditionalities, and also they've built on new institutions, they created new institutions and squashed the traditional ones. And so in reality, you find that it's not nearly as IPLC-led, or in fact, it's not really IPLC-led at all, but the policy allows for that. So there's a lot of work to be done in trying to close that gap between the rhetoric or what the policy says and what is happening on the ground. And we need tools to do that. I mean, I work with a number of people in this room on some of those tools. There are others, and really we have to, as I think Patricia said, focusing on the assessment of it. Actually, what is the reality on the ground? So, so the final thing I was going to say is that when we started with these 4 governance types, it was a very simple and too simple kind of idea that you had government-led, community-led, private-led, and something which is a mix. That is too crude, and we've seen a lot. I did a study for IUCN of the conservancies in Kenya. What was the governance type? And you have everything from the community conservancies, and they own the land, but you have everything from, like in Ujamaa, where the community owns and has full authority, but you have a lot of partnerships with joint ventures with private sector, some of which are equitable, and some of which are really not equitable and have collapsed and been revived in a better form. So you have all these nuances within that category of shared governance. You have a very equitable form, and you have a very inequitable form, where the power balance is very much not in the favor of IPLCs. And we know enough about this to be able to distinguish these different things now and to call it for what it is. You know, this is, okay, you call it shared governance, but let's look more deeply. This is essentially governance by government with a bit of community engagement here and there. That's very different from another situation. So we need this more nuanced understanding, but we also have to keep it simple. As somebody said to me this morning, who's quite been in this business a long time, for heaven's sake, keep it simple. So we have to manage that. We don't want an academic kind of exercise. We have to keep it simple. So, you know, we're asked to think about what are the recommendations that could come from this discussion, and maybe if I've missed something, you should definitely chip in. But one of them is I use the word nuanced, and that sounds very academic, but a better understanding of the diversity of governance and the fact that it's a continuum, which is always the intention, that you don't have is one or the other. They're all joined, and you have lots of gray areas between the different types. But that's okay, and it's not that difficult to understand, and we need to make that clearer, and people can use that. I think specifically we need more clarity within that idea of this continuum on what is and isn't IPLC-led. And we need to have ways of saying what IPLC-led would look like, and not just the IPLC fully in authority, but what do other forms that are still primarily led by IPLCs, what do they look like? And then we need to be able to assess whether the reality is actually like that and hold the donors accountable who are pledging all this money they give $40 million to a conservation NGO and they say we're going to make this IPLC-led, it might end up being just the same thing as before. And but now's the time when we can have something to say and hold them to account for practicing what they're preaching. So clarity on particularly that IPLC-led thing, we need to clarify what that means and hold the proponents, the preachers, to account for what in their practice. We've heard on, particularly on delegated management, which is the, like everybody, not everybody actually, but some people think is really the way forward for so much of conservation, that there are a lot of problems with it, and a lot of it revolves around transparency, which allows essentially the power imbalances of the past to persist and be invisible, and that needs, if that model is going to work, it needs to be much more transparent. And lastly, I just wanted to take us back to I'm always being asked, because I work only on governance and equity, by mainstream you might call them more traditional conservationists, but why is governance, does it contribute to conservation? And where do you start to answer that question? But I can at least point to the IFBES, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, global assessment. It says transformative conservation requires transformative governance. And in the middle of their framework, I don't know if you know their framework called Nature's Contribution to People, is governance. It's both an opportunity, but it's also a threat if you have poor governance. And in many countries where we work, the governance at the higher levels isn't that good, and it kind of contaminates, in my view, the governance at the lower levels. And so in our effort to build better governance, more powerful IPLC-led forms of governance, and high quality and equitable, we're not going to be able to rely on this coming down sort of from the top. And we've got so much good example, and here and in this Congress, we need to really work on that and make it almost like a movement of equitable governance, or whatever, IPLC-led conservation. It's there, all the pieces are there. I think we can make it a stronger voice, and that's the way forward, because to be honest, it isn't going to come from the top. The improvements in governance that we think are necessary are not going to be driven by many governments, because they challenge vested interests. So if it's going to happen, it's going to be more of a bottom-up process, and that's, I think, what everybody here is saying. So on that note, and one last point, that you can't assume once you've set up a good governance arrangement it's going to continue and be sustainable. Sadly, good governance degrades over time often, and it needs refreshing, and that's what we've seen in CBNRM in Southern Africa 30 years after it was established. It's in trouble in some areas. It's not because the governance is inherently weak, it's just it needs refreshing, and people need to be held accountable, especially downwards. So it's not a quick fix, a one-shot kind of solution. Improve the governance and we're fine. It needs a constant refresh. Have I left anything important out?
No. Yeah, so I think with that, we come to a close in our panel. I want to thank Phil for an excellent wrap-up, and thank to all the panelists that have shared their experiences here with us. Thank you to Jenny Keller and her team that has put this panel together. And lastly, thank you to all the audience and for all the questions and the participation. Thank you, and see you in our other panel tomorrow. Yeah, thank you too. How do I put it off? Oh. This looks like a stiffer. Okay. Switch somewhere.
Because as we have seen over the last few days, there has been such a very big discussion about community-led conservation, inclusion, human rights-based approaches to conservation has also been a very key topic that has been discussed here. And of course, there are a lot of questions that are being asked on how that will work, and whether ideally communities have that traditional knowledge that will enable them lead the conservation initiatives that are being spoken about. So as we wait for more people to come in, IPAC is a network of organizations in 22 countries in Africa. The way we had planned this is to have a very heavy presence of people from DRC, but the political challenges between our host and DRC actually limited the participation of that group here. So we have panelists from the Central African Republic, Matial. We have Jora Museb from Namibia. We have Satau from Botswana. And we have Mr. Kobe. Please join us from Kenya. But first of all, we want to showcase a small video of how the deep knowledge communities have about their territories and conservation generally. And this is a participatory three-dimensional mapping that was done a few years ago among the Baka in Gabon. And through this, you'll be amazed at the level of detail that the communities have. And if this knowledge can be utilized, it can actually help in enhancing conservation, monitoring, and all other aspects of conservation as being discussed here. So please, can you screen the video?
Africa's tropical rainforests form one of the world's most vital ecosystems. Hunter-gatherer peoples such as the Bangele, Mbuti, Twa and Babongo have inhabited these primeval forests for thousands of years. European colonists collectively called these forest peoples pygmies.
Pygmy communities across Central Africa have long endured land dispossession and human rights violations. Today, these marginalized forest peoples struggle to survive in the face of extensive logging and mining, intractable wars, and the effects of climate change.
Aujourd'hui, ces populations sont menacées et c'est une terrible menace pour les populations autochtones qui vivent des ressources naturelles. Des fois, on les déloge sans dédommagement, des fois, on les chasse même de leur terroir et c'est pas humain, c'est pas humain.
Notre pays a connu beaucoup de problèmes liés à la guerre. Depuis 1994 à nos jours, c'est la période de guerre où il y a beaucoup de conflits dans notre pays. Qu'à cela ne tienne, avant même la guerre, nous, les Pygmées, avons une autre guerre qu'on a appelée expulsion des terres.
Avec de pareils gens comme ça, c'est vraiment, ça veut dire que ceux-là sont en train de tuer les Bayaka et ceux-là sont en train de dire aux Bayaka de se dégager de la forêt. Donc ça sera du mal pour nous les Bayaka, parce que nous ne sommes pas habitués pour les villes. Mais voilà qu'ils viennent couper la forêt, dégager la forêt, et nous les Bayaka, nous allons où? C'est là notre grande question. Nous sommes habitués pour la forêt. Nos enfants, ils vont apprendre quoi? Malgré à l'école, bien sûr, on a aussi nos coutumes. Si j'ai mon petit garçon, je dois lui montrer la coutume de la forêt, comment chercher, comment fouiller la forêt et trouver à manger.
On faisait chasser toujours unilatéralement, sans consentement, sans préavis, les Pygmées dans leurs terres. Et ça créait beaucoup de difficultés. Et quand les pygmées veulent revendiquer leurs droits, on leur dit, vous n'avez pas droit à la parole, vous ne pouvez pas se rendre là où il y a d'autres personnes. Beaucoup d'histoires là qui se passent, et ça a commencé même par là, notre violation.
C'est comme trouve le forestier, il veut tout couper et il n'a que besoin peut-être de voir son argent. Il faut la préserver. Il ne faut pas tirer n'importe quoi dans la forêt. Surtout que si ça ne te fait pas mal, passe pour toi. Passe pour toi et tu y vivras comme eux aussi y vivront. Ce bruit d'oiseaux que nous entendons tout le temps, là, ça fait parfois plaisir quand tu rentres dans la forêt.
Africa's forest peoples utilize natural resources sustainably. They draw on age-old traditional ecological knowledge. Pygmy hunters are so tuned to the forest that they can mimic most animal calls.
Quand nous sommes dans la forêt, nous sommes toujours à côté de nos ancêtres qui nous orientent, qui nous aident et qui nous conduisent dans tous les mauvais mots qui peuvent nous parvenir dans la forêt.
For Gabon's Babongo pygmies and their Machoho farming neighbors, life in the rainforest is a spiritual expression of their ancient culture.
This sacred tree is home to Babongo ancestral spirits.
When villagers fall sick, Babongo healers prepare medicines from forest plants. This knowledge has evolved through countless generations of life in the forest.
Disons pour une initiation de Banji, avant de la faire initier, elle était d'abord malade. Maintenant, pour la faire guérir, c'est comme ça qu'on l'a initiée. C'est à cause de sa maladie-là qu'on l'a initiée.
La forêt, c'est presque leur mère, leur père. Eux, ils sont nés, ils ont grandi dans la forêt. C'est comme ça ils connaissent mieux la forêt. Ils sont comme du poisson dans l'eau. Le poisson connaît mieux l'eau que celui qui est sur la terre.
Tenane, o pindine, to yanjaka, te ho wombo wi, nyogiye, na tambaga na bakimbeko na tambaga, na mekime, ngane tene.
Recognizing the need to protect the Congo Basin's distinctive biodiversity, Gabon's government issued a visionary declaration of 13 new national parks in 2002. One of these is Waka National Park in south-central Gabon. Waka is a unique equatorial mountain landscape with the highest primate density on Earth. But Waka is also home to the Babongo pygmy hunter-gatherers and their Machoho farming neighbors.
Les populations ne nous croient pas. Ils voient en nous, gestionnaires des aires protégées, des ennemis qui viennent leur interdire la chasse, viennent leur interdire l'accès dans les zones désormais retenues comme aires protégées.
Gabon's government recognizes the need to reconcile the rights of indigenous locals with the biodiversity conservation agenda. So Waka Park authorities and Gabonese NGOs invited international NGOs specializing in First Peoples and biodiversity conservation to engage the Babongo and Machoko over their relationship to the park. Conservator Nzengwi grew up in a Machoko community and so is perfectly placed to bridge the divide between conservation policy and the interests of forest peoples. He took CTA mapping specialist Giacomo Rambaldi to introduce villagers to the concept of participatory three-dimensional modeling, or P3DM. They advocated building a model that reflects Babongo and Machoko cultural heritage and land tenure for use in land rights negotiations with government.
Donc c'est le nouveau projet qu'on a amené qu'on appelle cartographie participative. Ça c'est vraiment un travail où on a besoin de gens qualifiés. Qualifiés seulement, pas le BIC, mais qualifiés dans la tête, qualifiés dans la connaissance du milieu. Et sur cette maquette, il y a les couleurs, il y a les points. Il faut déjà avoir la liste de ce que vous voulez mettre sur la maquette.
Alors les gens, ils ont reconnu que par le passé, ils étaient oubliés par les décideurs et qu'aujourd'hui, voici des méthodes qui arrivent et qui leur donnent la parole. Donc ils ont désormais, ils n'ont pas eu besoin d'un bic, ils n'ont pas eu besoin d'un cahier, mais ils ont simplement eu besoin de leur connaissance.
Nos grands-pères, nos ancêtres, absolument ne savaient pas ni lire ni écrire. Mais les traditions, les mœurs et les coutumes se transmettaient d'une génération à une autre.
On veut que vous puissiez faire valoir ces connaissances-là. Que ceux qui sont peut-être même à Libreville, que nos frères qui reviennent par exemple comme ça, puissent savoir que là-bas, il y a des Babongos qui ont une connaissance. Il y a des Babongos qui ont des choses à nous apprendre aussi, à nous.
Ils connaissent tous leurs lieux et ils sont très contents de voir cette maquette parce qu'ils n'auront plus de conflit avec le gouvernement ou bien avec les habitants de la ville. Quand ils diront que là c'est chez moi, en tout cas, personne ne se doutera de ce qu'il dira.
CTA has facilitated many P3DM projects in remote areas of the world.
If this exercise is nested into a long-lasting intervention, it can ripe fruits. And this has happened widely in Southeast Asia, in the Philippines, in Thailand, and in Kenya, where the map-making process played a key role.
Gabon's conservation laws provide for community participation and benefit sharing in the national park system.
Il y a 2 ans, on a fait le premier voyage dans le parc de Ouaka pour informer les populations de la tenue ou de l'organisation de cet atelier. Mais jusqu'ici, c'était qu'en termes de rêve. Et souvent, entre ce qu'on dit et ce qu'on fait, il y a un fossé. Les populations ne nous croyaient pas toujours. On nous a toujours reproché de venir faire des promesses qui ne sont pas concrétisées par la suite. Aujourd'hui, après leur avoir informé de la tenue de l'atelier il y a 2 ans, ils sont très contents de nous voir passer de la parole à l'acte.
Given the remoteness and inaccessibility of the forest villages, it was decided to hold the workshop in Fugumu, the district capital on the Ngunya River. Logistics would be more manageable here. Just before the workshop began, a jungle bridge collapsed and a river ferry broke down, making travel arrangements hazardous.
I think that this has been one of the most challenging participatory 3D modeling process I've ever gone through in my professional life.
Dugout canoes were now the only means to reach the forest villages, where it was essential to devise a legend for the model.
Comme la carte est vraiment importante pour les négociations avec le gouvernement, donc c'est important de mettre vraiment tous les éléments qui sont importants pour vous, c'est-à-dire les lieux où vous faites les plantations, là où vous faites la chasse, là où il y a des forêts sacrées. Il va falloir représenter votre village sur la carte, et pour représenter le village sur la carte, il vous fait des signes. Donc des signes que vous-même vous avez trouvés pour dire, bon voilà, quand vous regardez la carte, vous dites que là le signe là, ça représente notre village à nous. Ce signe-là, ça représente notre forêt. Ce signe-là, ça représente notre plantation. Ce signe-là, ça représente, par exemple, quelque chose dans la forêt.
While villagers developed the legend in the forest, workshop preparations got underway in Fugamu. Delegates from Pygmy communities and Central African NGOs were trained as facilitators.
Je suis de la communauté Batwa de la République démocratique du Congo. Nous vivons à côté des parcs et nous avions aussi amorcé les mêmes exercices de la cartographie participative qui nous aide à faire les plaidoyers. Et c'est pour cela que nous sommes venus aussi voir comment le processus va se dérouler ici au Gabon. Donc nous sommes là pour échanger l'expérience. Merci beaucoup.
Moi, je ne suis pas de la forêt, mais je peux travailler très bien avec les gens de la forêt. Et on a même échangé certains noms de rivières, de fleuves, de montagnes, dont je les apprends ce qu'ils ne connaissent pas chez moi et ils me apprennent ce que je ne connais pas chez eux. Donc il est très important de collaborer, de travailler ensemble afin d'échanger toutes nos histoires. À la fin, c'est la même histoire et c'est les mêmes limites, presque le même nom dans toutes nos langues qui font juste les petites différences.
School pupils from Fugamu volunteered to help prepare the model.
On a des points qui sont marqués. Et après, avec les ciseaux, on va couper le long de cette trace.
The first step is to trace and cut contours derived from satellite images onto flexible sheets.
Well, we are adding layers of AVA sheets, each layer corresponding to 20 meters elevation. The layers are 3 millimeters thick, which means that the model will have a vertical exaggeration of 1.5. This will enhance the perception of slope. What we are doing now, we are pasting the single contours one on the top of each other.
Once the contours are glued in place, delegates apply a filler to smooth out the three-dimensional model. The blank model is now ready for the application of the Babongo and Machocho's traditional knowledge.
After hitching rides on logging company vehicles and crossing the Launi River by pirogue, Babongo and Machocho villagers arrive in Fugamu to join the map-making workshop. Logistics prevent more villagers from reaching Fugamu, but there's enough representation from the Babongo and Machocho to map half the envisaged territory.
Working with facilitators, the Babongo and Machocho finalized the vernacular terminology and universal symbols to be used in completing the model. Although they are mostly illiterate and have never worked with maps or flown over their own landscape, the Babongo and Machocho instantly recognize their home terrain on the 3D model. They begin triangulating between topographical features to identify river courses, which are then applied to the model. Next, the Babongo and Machocho mark the locations of their settlements and sacred sites using the pre-arranged legend. The model is finally color-coded to mark different natural zones and human land use areas.
Donc la maquette sort, vraiment c'est magnifique, c'est dommage que ce ne soit pas à la télévision.
Gabonese media give the workshop wide coverage, interviewing Babongo and Machocho participants.
Est-ce que vous êtes fiers d'être Babongo? Parce qu'avant, les gens disaient espèce de pygmée.
Danane, Libandova, Obapia Bizeno Suamo. Epindi, Bizelo Kakana Batobon, Biloma Bakando Pindi. Eva londe di sadi bancha di aso. Na, bisogna becca toppi indio. e balonde di konja di bandona bize do logodo esekeku osekeku bize obo loanjo tatengana di banjadi di bonga makenge obo di bonga mitate kenge mobongo boyo ma oti bobongo na amabeke tanjio obo mobongo njio akomonde bitedo ti egekuka.
The Babongo and Machoho put finishing touches to the model before presenting it to the Gabonese media and public.
Dawa java tranquille va. Eyo tombamba. Umbamba. Wangona choyo. Ojo koba. Il no parc ule je otami penju.
Les Babongo auparavant n'étaient pas dans la joie. Et ce sont eux-mêmes qui ont travaillé avec la maquette. Ils ont su situer leur lieu d'activité, leur lieu de rite, leur lieu sacré, leur village, leur rivière là où ils pratiquent leur pêche. Et c'est maintenant qu'ils veulent enlever le mot chimpanzé de leur tête, car ils ne sont pas des chimpanzés. Maintenant, ils veulent être impliqués à la gestion du parc national.
Si les gens, comme ceux-là, n'ont que la connaissance orale dans leur tête, ils ont des droits, le droit à la scolarisation, le droit à la santé, le droit au bien-être, le droit qui sont des droits inhérents à tout être humain.
The workshop attracts considerable attention and support from Fugumu locals and officials alike. It's a unique situation for the Babongo, who are used to being misunderstood and looked down on by more powerful interests.
Comme nous le savons tous, notre continent, l'Afrique, souvent qualifiée par la pauvreté, a aussi des richesses, mais qui ne sont pas mises en valeur. La cartographie participative amène à la mise en application des valeurs de ces connaissances et savoirs traditionnels dans la conservation de la nature.
Wetu bigi gunu yanja koko no nambe tambu wetu ndioma yanja yanjwa agesangu muna ine kenge kene yanjwa gumoche tanu siba ke yanje be kubu ka secho inani katambo mene nangi mamene koko ni yanye nune bado wetu nyungu tukuza na hompene gandike anye wetu yanje gebe kubego remake ya chenge amobongo wewe tunyonge yo
Je pourrais terminer en disant ce que je ressens profondément au fond de moi par rapport à ma participation au cours de cet atelier. Pour moi, c'est déjà, première chose, un exploit de penser que ce que nous avions envisagé il y a 10 ans, 13 ans aujourd'hui, finit par être réalité. Nous ne pourrons jamais discuter avec nos voisins immédiats, avec les officiels, avec les compagnies forestières, avec le gouvernement par rapport aux eaux et forêts de bouche, parce que nous sommes un peuple de l'oralité. Lorsque nous disons que voilà, cette partie de la forêt nous appartient, s'il n'y a pas une preuve, on ne pourra jamais nous croire. Cette fois-ci, je ressens une joie de penser que désormais nous aurons un matériau entre nos mains pour pouvoir dire aux autres que si nous disons que cet espace nous appartient, c'est parce que nous avons la preuve de ce que nous disons.
Communities are facing. Of course, when you go to every session here at the APAC conference, they talk a lot about those areas in the drylands, the savannas, where we find pastoralist communities mainly. but I think the focus on the communities that live within the tropical forest has been a bit minimal. But you see the challenges that they face, including large-scale logging activities taking place in their forests, including all their forests having been declared protected areas. Of course, you also see large-scale infrastructure projects that are being planned. For example, when you look at the Africa Agenda 2063 and the big Inca Dam they are planning that will cover a sizable part of DRC so that it can power Africa. So there are these challenges that indigenous communities are experiencing in the forest territories. But we have also seen from that clip the many, the kind of traditional knowledge, the deep knowledge that they have about their territories, the rivers, the water, the medicinal plants, which knowledge which can be utilized can really benefit not only the country, the communities, but the countries themselves. The key challenge around community-led conservation still remains that aspect of tenure rights. Still remains that aspect of tenure rights. When you go to conservancy, when you go to some of the other protected areas, you see things like conservancies, communities owning those lands. But I'm yet to see a conservancy deep into some of those forests. Maybe there are some that I don't know about. But when we talk about tenure, when we were just in another meeting and I heard one of the speakers say that it's possible to have community-led conservation without tenure rights. So I want to ask Kobe to share some of his experiences and whether it's possible to have community-led conservation without tenure rights. Kobe is the director of the Ogiek's People Development Program in Kenya and has been instrumental in leading the Ogiek struggle, including recently a big victory at the African Court, where the court ordered the government of Kenya to restitute Mau Forest to the Ogiek community. Kobe, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kanyinge. First, one great thing which many of us don't know is that the Ogiek community, we are historically hunters and gatherers. Currently, we have a population of around 56,000 people in Kenya, and some of our people are in Mount Elgon, but basically in this case, I'm talking about the Ogiek of Mau. For a long time, the community has faced evictions, a series of evictions which dates back to colonial time. And one of the greatest issues has been the issue of ownership of Mau forest. The community know Mau as their ancestral home. They don't know anywhere else. And they have lived, their livelihood has been based on being in that particular environment. And the conflict comes when the Kenyan government do not trust us to be in this particular forest. While we continue being there, they evict us and we still go back there. They have used all kinds of means, burning houses and Kenya Forest Service and all that. But we came up with an idea that it is now time we go to court. The court stayed in Kenya for 12 years. And then later on, we went to the African Commission. The African Commission decided to forward the case to the African Court. And on the 26 May 2017, the ruling or the judgment was made in favor of the Ogiek community. And, but the court had withheld reparation judgment, which again on the 23rd of June 2022, they ruled again in favor of the Ogier community to receive restitution of their land as well as some form of compensation. The question which you said is that we went to court because we could not agree on the way that we can be part without right or without proper ownership. But now we even came in the process, we told the Kenyan government, I think it is high time we even protect these forests together. So we started even forming community scouts. We did rehabilitation of the destroyed forest, and it is still going on. And they realize it is easy to work with the communities. So for you to say you are owning together, it is not very easy because the way we want to manage the forest and the way sometimes the states want to manage may not match together. So us as a Ogier community, we have even decided and come up with ways on how we are going to be in that particular forest. We zone it, we know where the forest will be, where people can build homes, where all kinds of infrastructure will be, with due consideration the fact that the forest we are talking about is a watershed. It is also for all the other Kenyans. It is helping even the whole of East Africa. So we are more concerned that we are given a chance to do conservation and to protect this particular serious ecosystem. So the tenure system is such that we want it to be in a communal setup, because we don't want any interference. We want it to be in a communal setup whereby we are owning it together as a community, and culturally we do our cultural practices, we do our religious practices without interference. And we are having our way of really being concerned and in protecting and conserving this particular system. Because one of the reasons when we came in, we said, we are even fighting for this forest, but they are continuing to do logging, to do all kinds of, and even giving out for agricultural purposes without being concerned about the historical perspective of the Ogier community. So maybe I can leave it there for now, because one issue is that this kind of system, I know our governments have not really agreed to this system whereby, but the good part is that the Constitution of Kenya allows communal titling. So this gives us an opportunity to be able to protect this particular ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kobe, for that very insightful discussion. I know the struggle has not been easy, about 12 years running from one court to the other, and now that the decision is there, we're waiting to see how implementation will happen, and we hope that we'll be able also to learn from experiences that of similar decisions in other countries, including Botswana and etc. So when we look at the issue of protected areas, we see a lot of discussion happening within the World Heritage Site platform. And in 2019, the World Heritage Committee actually reviewed the operational guidelines to ensure that indigenous peoples participate in every process of declaring an area to be a World Heritage Site, including the management and monitoring. So, Mr. Satau from Botswana, please share with us a few experiences of World Heritage Sites, because you've been participating in that process since, I don't know which year, but for quite a while. So what are your experiences with the World Heritage Sites process?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanyike. Well, like you have noted, I had the liberty to participate in the inscription process of one of the heritage sites from the area where I come from in Botswana, namely the Okavango Delta. Community were ready through support from international organizations, including IPAC, readiness to engage for their inclusion in the registration process or inscription process. And our community made some submissions for necessary for their inclusion, and that their cultural values would be recognized by this development. A lot of recommendations have been made, and something similar to Kenyan experience. Folks or certain communities in the area, particularly the Okavango Delta in question to be relevant, we had the same. So but the slight difference, you know, land management, land plans are different. In the past, Botswana embarked into a resettlement program whereby the indigenous peoples, hunter-gatherer, fishing people, were removed, forcefully or coerced to move, and integrated with other local communities. These are in the form of pastoralists, or some who mix pastoralism and agronomy. And they have to share similar communal areas. Mind you, in Botswana, we are all indigenous. It has been argued, we have been arguing, though Botswana voted in favor of United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, being the member of UN, and Botswana uphold principles in support of such rights to be regarded, augmented by the Maputo protocols, particularly the social charter, which Namibia, South Africa, and other regions and countries in the region have utilized to identify their indigenous communities. That is not the case with Botswana, though. And we share these communal spaces with the rest of the community, other Botswana. And in Botswana, any Botswana is allowed to live or to reside anywhere. That way, you know, of course, the indigenous people's ways of life, the fertile grounds, they've lost it, as the experience in Kenya, paving way for conservation areas. Some moved away because of mining development, and they were resettled, and they have to assimilate to the monogamous Tswana cultural symphony, and they have to raise livestock, and they have to grow crops, something alien to their own traditional economies and cultures. And when we come to conservation work, after sacrificing this much without compensation, we also compete over resources on issues of accessing and benefiting, meaningful benefiting. Each community through CBNRM, or a catalog of 3 or 5 communities, could share a communal space for their tourism business. And this has nothing to do alone with the indigenous peoples. It has to include ethnically neutral in that sense. And you know, because of the fragmentation and the indigenous peoples they have weaker structures, and they are fragmented, and they're not able to win and lead even at that level. And in the process of bringing in new conservation models, they had lost user rights, cultural user rights, because initially Botswana gave them free game hunting licenses to access and hunt wild animals of choice in the areas, designated areas. And they had forgone those rights to pave way for CBNRM, which is inclusive, which has inclusive rights for both indigenous peoples and local communities, regardless of their economic background or cultural or traditional economic background. They have to share. Now, indigenous peoples have no place to practice their ideologies, their economies, their culture, their spiritual component of conservation. Now, issues of access and benefit sharing becomes a question. And we are far, Dr. Kanyike, in being like Kenya, at least right now, we are under a constitutional review process, and indigenous communities and organizations were able to submit substantively to the Commission of Inquiry on issues that affect indigenous peoples, exclusion, systematic exclusion to be particular, that their conservation models and representation doesn't form part of modern conservation dialogue, policies and plans and programs. And they remain seated on the receiving ends of destitute program from the government. There's a lot of struggle, issues of poverty are obvious, and because even the language is dying, culture is dead, indigenous peoples, we learned through participatory means, and all that, having lost the land, which was our dignity, we have no space to dream about. Currently in Botswana, an old man from the famous CKGR, that is Central Kalahari Game Reserve, died last year, December, and even now, he's not yet buried. Why? There were applicants of the eviction from the CKGR. When litigating during the litigation process, the court ruling favored the applicants, but only those who listed as applicants were allowed to return. Those who were coerced to go out have to get a special permit to go and visit relatives inside the game reserve. Mind you, the game reserve was initially established by the British Crown as to conserve and protect the cultures of the indigenous people. But eventually conservation models, Eurocentric in their design, have significantly influenced the current processes whereby people are not allowed to reside by principle in areas, in protected areas. So this case is still pending because the old man, the siblings wanted to bury the old man in the game reserve, and the government saying, no, you can't bury him in the game reserve. There is a court process ongoing, and the old man is still lying on the mortuary. And you don't know how it's going to end, and it has come, it is common understanding that issues of indigeneity in Botswana has become so irritating. The resettlement tried to assimilate, but still, regardless of millions and millions of Pula, Botswana tried to put through and support indigenous communities to completely assimilate them into mainstream societies. By virtue of being indigenous, being disconnected from your places, from your dreams, from your traditional economies, and assimilating to alien cultures has proved them wrong that we can't do it. And that alone has created a dependency syndrome in the government. These are hopeless people sitting there waiting, hoping that the government will bring food, the government will come and take the children to school. That's it. And I'm happy that Kenya is a step ahead in the similar process, because by design, our problems are the same. Ken brothers, we are like maybe 50 years behind of you, and we hope this constitutional review will be a groundbreaking step if the Constitution identify indigenous peoples in its text. The current working Constitution has never identified indigenous as indigenous peoples or has spoken about them in the constitutional text, irrespective of historic significance of their availability in the whole area. Eventually, after borders came in, they are said to be original inhabitants of Botswana, and nothing speaks about them in the constitution apart from the history books. But because I will end by saying, because it's the World Heritage Site, up to now, indigenous people, we have been lobbying for collective management and governance. And of course, this area is overpopulated, is under pressure, because wildlife-related tourism has been promoted in that end, whereby any Motswana, and there is, apart from every Motswana, there is PPPs, the public-private partnerships, investors who are in the area, core areas, and at the same time there are community areas with other communities. And this thing alone, promotion of wildlife tourism, has brought all the attention that has money incentives to everybody who can able to do that. And there's a lot of pressure in the Delta. And even indigenous peoples have been lobbying to map all traditional sites. Mapping them to start with is something that is on the pipeline, that we hope to map all the traditional sites, heritage sites within the property. We know some are occupied, there's business ongoing there. Then we have a legitimate basis to lobby further on issues of benefit sharing, issues of access into the property. And without identity, we don't stand a stronger case to say we are indigenous to this territory, we have been living here, this is our cultures, because often we say, if this is your land, where are your stories? We have our stories. It is obvious from the place names, rock art paintings, and we have that connectivity, because we can't talk like people are talking about conservation or biodiversity in more abstract way. But when we talk about conservation and biodiversity, we become part of it. I can't talk about an elephant in an abstract. It is good to talk about an elephant, and I put myself into an elephant. I become that elephant. When I talk about that river, I become the water. So this is how conservation has been connected. And surprisingly enough, the Eurocentric or conceived conservation models, when it was received in Africa, these values were excluded, and they did not see the light of the day in the management and governance of that. And we still live the fate of what is currently undergoing, whereby it's for every community, and the government has the control over everything, the land and resources. They only give the community access rights, and that is limited to communities who regroup and formulate community-based organizations. And that one community organizations could be represented 3 or 4 villages who are going to benefit from a specific ecoregion for their tourism venture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for taking us through some of the happenings in Botswana. It's very interesting that a decision can be passed and the government only allows those people who went to court to assess the park and to live there, as opposed to the entire community which the individuals were representing. Thank you also for highlighting the way the community is organized and trying to take advantage of conservation to better their rights. Joram, you live in the neighboring country, Namibia, and currently the Okavango Delta has a number of issues, including oil exploration activities going on there, and of course communities across Botswana, Namibia also organizing. But can you briefly tell us about the oil exploration activities in the Delta, in the Okavango Delta, which is also a World Heritage Site, and how indigenous communities are responding to this struggle?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Sena, for this opportunity. I am Joram Usep. I am the regional coordinator of IPAC. So Mr. Kainke is my boss. So I would like to talk a little bit about the experiences that the indigenous people have in Namibia, as well as across Botswana, where my brother is coming from. And he knows about the issues on hand. So I have seen during this week the big delegation of Namibia here at this meeting, and every talk about the nature conservation, the conservation of was almost like a top of the talk. So they have been boasting about that we have covered 44% of the total mass of the land that we are conserving, which is true. And before that, I think one of the conservancies that was first registered was one of the Sound Conservancy, the Jungansi 99 Conservancy was the first one to be registered in 1998. And because people have been calling, they want to protect the nature, they want to protect the animals, and they want to protect their own natural resources. So that was the basis of calling for the protection and allocation of the conservancies in the country, which the government have positively really responded. So it has given the Jungansi, is one of the sound groups in Namibia. They are roughly estimated between 2,500 people. So the population of Namibia is very, very small. We are only 2.2 million people. And there is a lot of space for everyone, but we don't have space for ourselves. That's our dilemma. So this conservancy has been granted, and it is fully managed by the San themselves. If you are not a San, then you are not allowed to serve on the board of those conservancies, which is a good thing. It protects you, it protects your identity, it protects your area, and so forth. It happened that this conservancy sits in the area, which is the main center, main town, which is called Tsumkwe, which is the administrative area, which is the administrative town, village for the whole area, the Tsumkwe constituency. And of course, other people have come who have jobs to this area, which are the teachers, which are the nurses, which are the defense force members, the military members, business people, and so forth. And when they arrive to this kind of land, they have seen the opportunity that, no, this land looks empty. It looks empty because we are farming with wildlife. We don't farm with livestock like goats and cattle. We do have, but very, very few. But other people farm on big numbers because, for instance, it's sort of a quantitative farming. So you once would have 300 head of cattle or 300 head of livestock like sheep and goat, then you are rich. That's how you are regarded as a rich person. Not in our case, because we are a very small egalitarian community. So with the allocation of this conservancy, it's put the community on a very high pressure, meaning that the outsiders want to encroach on our land. They have come with their cattle, they have tried to take over the land, and conservancy management keep on pushing them back and say, no, you are not allowed to have this kind of activities in the conservancy area. So our land plans are different. So this is just the one community which has been confronted by the pastoralists. So pastoralists are our brothers and sisters because our way of lifestyles are quite different. We are hunter-gatherers and they are pastoralists, and they need to move around on the large scale of the environment, whereby also our hunter-gatherers, we also need to move. And we move from place to place, but only in our own territory, because you are not allowed to trespass in the territory of the next person, then you could be killed. That's when the conflict is arising. So in that way, people respected their territory, so they know from here to the end of that building, that's the territory of Joram, so I should only move within that territory. If I run out of the resources in that particular territory, then I have to submit to the next community. They will allow me water and food, but I don't have authority to decide anything there. So people have been living in this way. So in that way, the neighboring community, which is the home community, they have seen the opportunity of having the conservancy, so they've also applied. Their conservancy took longer than Nana conservancy to be approved, simply because there were conflicting interests within that conservancy area. The government wants to relocate the Angolan refugees, which was roughly 20,000 within the population of 2,000. So imagine, if you bring 20,000 people within the population of 2,000, you are totally going to assimilate those communities, you are going to destroy the culture and so on. So There are a lot of fights around these issues and so on. But all these conservancies are sitting on the communal land. So communal land belongs to the government. People have got only users' right. They have got only rights to use the resources in a sustainable way. And it was up and down, and at least it has been granted. Also, like the other conservancy, only crew members might become members of the conservancy, no other person. In any way, if there is some benefits coming in from these conservancies, only the members benefit, and if you are outsider, you don't benefit. Same happens to the Kavango area, whereby the Koyo community, which he is part of, have also applied for the conservancy within the national park, because they are living within the national park. While they were already living there, national park has been proclaimed, which is the Babatua National Park. And it has come with a lot of challenges, because here you get the Koyo people and the local community. So I have in for me a management structure. If people are living side by side, you have to also to go up them. So they have agreed to have the son and non-son on their boards. In that way, they also share the benefits. And as our director was mentioning, very positive things about the conservancies in Namibia. It really happened. People are benefiting, but there are challenges. So while people have got these individual challenges, there was a big challenge coming in, facing us, which is the what we called big infrastructural development. So the land belongs to the government. Whoever is the investor comes on the invitation of the government. And the government is so clever. They will go out and seek for investors to come and invest in the country. But before that, they will not go back to the community and say, no, we want to bring in the investor to your area based on ABC. They don't do that. They will go and seek the investor. You'll just see the investor in your area. You don't even know what they are doing. So in this case, we are challenged by a big company, which is a Canadian company. I don't want to name them here. They have come to our area in the Okavango area, which is part of the Okavango Delta, which is the heritage site. So they have decided to do the oil and gas exploration. And when they came there, they have not consulted anyone, the local communities, the indigenous communities. They've just came there on the invitation of the government. That's what they told us. And really destroying people's livelihoods. We have already seen people have suffered during COVID because their livelihood was destroyed. The tourism, which was part of their livelihood, was totally destroyed because there was no tourists coming and no one was ready for COVID. So while people are struggling to survive on their livelihood, on their traditional knowledge and so on, this big investment is coming. And with the promise of, we are going to give you jobs, we are going to build infrastructure. But for us, this investment does not really correspond to what we are going to lose. The land, the identity, and destruction of the environment. And the agreements the governments are signing is not what we really want. Why should 90% of the profits go back to the states in Canada, and only 10% remains in the country? So that 10% is not even enough. It does not even address the issues on the ground. We are seeing the poverty already on the ground. And oil and gas is a highly skilled job. Our people will not get those kind of jobs which they have been promised. Those people will be imported from wherever they are coming from. They will come without wives, they will come without husbands, and they will start, you know what I mean, change the generation there. You will see poverty, you will see fathers we see children without fathers, without mothers. Who is going to be left with this dilemma? Only the locals, only the indigenous people. Those people, when their contract ends, they will go back. And they will be even shy to say that I've got a child in Namibia. They're not going to accept that because it's almost like a shame, because it's an outside marriage that you have committed. So these are the things. Talk about the prostitution that will come. Lot of things will come. We are not against the development of any kind. We are against the way it is done. We are against the way it is bringing to our people, because no one consulted us, and they were so clever. They brought these consultations during the COVID time. And during COVID time, it was just 2 hours in a room. So what they have done, this big company, is their presentation was 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 10 minutes remaining for questions and answers. So how are you going to voice your concerns in that 10 minutes? And they are so deliberate, they will go and sideline people which they think is opposing them, and buying the chiefs, and really destroying the community structures. So people don't trust each other now, because they are buying people to go against other one. As my brother, we have been detained, just organizing a dialogue between, 3 of us have been detained, just trying to create a platform, a dialogue platform between this company and the local community as well as the indigenous people, simply because they see us as a threat, and it was not necessary to detain us. We have just provided a platform so that the people have a direct interaction with this company, with this company, so that they can explain themselves what they are doing, and people could voice their concerns. But it was literally translated in a very different way, that we are instigating and that we are the ones stopping the development which the government have approved and so on. That is not the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joram. And I'd already forgotten that story. We had organized a dialogue between the company and the community, so that the company could explain itself what it was doing and how will it affect or not affect the community. Interestingly, during the course of the dialogue, one junior officer told us that we'll have to inform the Prime Minister to arrest you. And the next day we were arrested and taken to, we stayed in the police station for almost a whole day negotiating our freedom. So those are some of the challenges that activists we go through. But thank you so much for highlighting some of those issues that you have raised about the Okavango Delta and what's happening, and the way communities are organizing themselves around the NIPAP network. Still again, on the issue of conservation in the form of World Heritage Sites, we know that there are a lot of World Heritage Sites in the Congo Basin, and over the years there has been a lot of conflict between rangers and communities. And as a result of this, the Forest Peoples Program published a report highlighting some of these challenges between rangers in the national parks, which are also World Heritage Sites. Published a report in, I think, in 2018, highlighting some of these challenges. And of course, that report targeted WWF very, very strongly. The following period, subsequently, WWF, IPAC, and Repaliac entered into a partnership to see how we can strengthen inclusive conservation in some of those parks. The Salonga, the Salonga National Park in DRC, Zangasanga, I can't pronounce these things, in Central African Republic and Lobeke. And so we have been running that program, trying to train the rangers on how to respect human rights, integrating them, highlighting, training communities and also on their human rights. And as part of that process, which our colleague here, Marshal Amolet from the Central African Republic, will discuss a bit more in detail, we have also prepared a website that will be used to share information for anybody that will be interested to follow up on how that is rolling out. So I think we will ask the guys to just highlight the website, and then invite Marshal Amolet to briefly take us through the events and what is captured in that website briefly. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je salue ceux qui sont venus pour notre side event. Je suis Martial Yvan Amolé, je suis juriste de formation. Je travaille pour la promotion des droits et de la culture des peuples autochtones dans le parc national de Jangasanga, qui est en République centrafricaine. En fait, nous mettons en œuvre un projet actuellement. Le projet est dans le sens d'impliquer les communautés directement dans la protection, la défense de leurs droits, et cela en collaboration avec le parc, parce que nous sommes sans savoir que le parc existait, la communauté était là bien avant l'installation du parc. C'est un projet sous-régional. Nous travaillons à la Salonga, ça c'est dans la République démocratique du Congo, aussi dans le parc de Lobeke qui est au Cameroun, et à Jangasanga, d'où je viens, en République centrafricaine. Et donc cette activité, c'est justement de renforcer la diligence en matière de droits de l'homme pour les communautés qui vivent dans le parc et autour, justement pour mettre un terme aux problèmes que nous avons suggérés tout à l'heure. Je pense que ma présentation qui va suivre maintenant va vous expliquer normalement ce que nous faisons sur ce site à Jangasanga. Mais je vous invite vraiment amplement à consulter ce site internet mis en place, parce qu'il y a des informations très très pertinentes, il y a des expériences partagées là qui peuvent vraiment consolider le travail que nous faisons pour protéger la biodiversité et aussi les droits des peuples qui vivent à côté de ce patrimoine. De ce fait, j'inviterai nos frères de la technique de nous mettre la présentation. Merci. OK. Et donc, nous avons, comme j'avais dit tout à l'heure, nous mettons en œuvre un projet depuis 2015, mais qui continue jusqu'aujourd'hui, un projet de renforcement de l'aspect de l'approche droit de l'homme dans le contexte de parc. Et ça, c'est dans les Jangasanga en République centrafricaine. Nous voyons ici, ça c'est la position géographique de Jangasanga. Nous avons le complexe. Vous voyez, là, c'est l'étendue complète, mais c'est deux blocs. Vous avez le premier bloc en haut, le secteur Djanga, qui fait 1220 km², et juste en bas, secteur Ndoki, qui fait aussi 595. Nous sommes dans le contexte de trois frontières. Vous voyez, ici, c'est la RCA, ici, c'est le Congo, et ici, c'est le Cameroun. Nous parlons ici du trinational de la Sangha, qui fait partie du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Et il ne faut pas oublier que dans cette zone, cette partie ici est destinée aux communautés. Les communautés, ils l'utilisent pour la chasse. Et il y a aussi les zones, aussi, quand vous voyez les barres ici, les petites barres, c'est les zones dédiées à l'agriculture. Et cela pour une population de plus de 45 000 habitants. Je travaille pour l'organisation Maison de l'enfant et de la femme pygmée. C'est une organisation de droit centrafricain qui est créée depuis 2020, mais qui travaille sur les aspects des droits humains, la gouvernance forestière, le développement communautaire. Et donc, nous nous exerçons dans les 4 préfectures du sud-ouest de la République centrafricaine. Et dans le parc de Djangasanga, nous intervenons depuis 2006 déjà. OK. Djangasanga a certaines valeurs, a plusieurs valeurs que vous voyez ici. Tout ça, c'est des valeurs. Okay. Vous voyez ici, c'est les gourines de plaine de l'Ouest, plus de 2000. Il y a les éléphants dans le bail de Zangabaï. C'est un endroit unique qui, à tout moment de la journée, de l'année, vous pouvez passer là, vous trouverez les éléphants. Il y a les bongos, il y a les buffles, plusieurs oiseaux et plusieurs espèces aussi de papillons qui y existent. Je disais des valeurs exceptionnelles, les APDS. Aussi, nous parlons maintenant des communautés. Dans les APDS, nous avons les peuples autochtones Baka et aussi les autres communautés locales formées par le groupe Sanga Sanga. Okay. Parlons maintenant de l'aspect approche droits de l'homme. Notre activité est venue après une enquête que le WWF avait diligentée, avait demandé en 2007, justement pour constater, pour voir la satisfaction des communautés en matière de droits de l'homme. Et cette enquête a révélé plusieurs aspects ici. Il y a plusieurs cas de violation qui existent, qu'il n'y a aucune structure qui peut venir en aide à ces communautés, et aussi faible connaissance de ces communautés ne connaissent pas leurs droits. Ils ne connaissent pas leurs droits, ils ne savent pas comment, si leurs droits sont violés, ils ne savent pas comment les défendre aussi. Et cette enquête aussi a permis aussi d'identifier que les peuples ne sont pas impliqués directement dans la gestion du parc. Et c'est par rapport à cela que, sous le financement de WWF APDS, nous avons commencé en 2015-2017, soutenu par le Fonds mondial pour la nature. Allemagne, ce petit projet mettant en place ce que nous appelons un centre de droits de l'homme. Okay. Les principales missions accordées à cette structure est de fournir l'assistance juridique et judiciaire à la population autochtone et locale. Je vais y revenir dessus. Aussi, il faut, pour permettre de résoudre aussi le conflit entre les différentes communautés par rapport aux mécanismes traditionnels de résolution de conflits. Nous savons qu'en Afrique, dans nos villages, nous avons des modes de résolution de conflits traditionnels et que ces modes-là sont souvent efficaces pour certains aspects du problème. Et notre travail aussi, c'est de soutenir les populations autochtones à obtenir les cartes nationales d'identité. Je vais y revenir dessus. Et aussi de faciliter l'inscription, le regroupement, l'identification des organisations autochtones pour qu'ils se regroupent et que ces organisations soient reconnues pour que ce soit les organisations autochtones qui défendent les causes autochtones directement, non personne d'autre qui viennent intervenir, peut-être par intérêt aussi. Nous avons 4 axes de travail ici. Je parlais de l'accès à la justice, la formation, la sensibilisation, l'état civil et l'assistance psychosociale. Le plaidoyer, c'est ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui ici, justement pour que nos communautés puissent avoir leur voix plus portée plus haut. L'axe 1, l'accès à la justice, c'est que, comme on a dit, la problématique, c'est qu'il y a plusieurs cas de violation et personne pour suivre ces cas, pour résoudre ces cas. Et donc, on a mis en place ce centre. Le travail que nous faisons spécifiquement, directement, c'est que nous travaillons sur le monitoring des droits de l'homme avec des moniteurs communautaires qui sont formés, qui sont désignés dans le village, formés par nous, et ils travaillent à nous rapporter tous les cas de violation. Ce réseau fonctionne. Nous assurons aussi l'assistance juridique, judiciaire, l'assistance psychosociale pour les victimes de violences basées sur le genre, et aussi nous utilisons le mécanisme de gestion de plaintes que je vais revenir dessus tout à l'heure. Et cela nous a permis d'avoir plusieurs résultats. On a commencé à déposer les plaintes. Là, je viens de la cour d'appel de Boire le 15 juillet passé, le vendredi passé, où la cour d'appel a rendu une décision sur une plainte que nous avons déposée depuis 2019 sur un cas de viol sur une fille Baka. Et la personne mise en cause a été condamnée à 6 ans de prison ferme. C'est déjà un premier pas. C'est toute une première en République centrafricaine pour qu'un quelqu'un soit condamné pour le viol sur les Baka. Généralement, le viol était toléré, mais avec notre aide, avec notre soutien, nous avons pu obtenir ce résultat. Je parlais ici du mécanisme de plainte. Il y a plusieurs aspects ici qu'on peut résoudre le conflit, mais dans Djangasanga, on a mis en place un mécanisme de plainte, de gestion de conflits entre les communautés et les gestionnaires du parc. Et nous, en tant que Centre des droits de l'homme, nous faisons l'intermédiaire entre ces deux entités. Justement, ce mécanisme est mis en place pour que de plus en plus les besoins ou bien les questionnements que les communautés se font soient répondus rapidement et vice-versa avec le parc. Et aussi, c'est chaque fois, c'est d'augmenter le niveau de satisfaction des communautés sur le travail que le parc fait. Et aussi, c'est d'assurer le respect des droits de l'homme. C'est très, très important dans le contexte de gestion des parcs et le tout repose sur le vivre ensemble. Parce que si les gestionnaires des parcs sont ailleurs et les communautés sont ailleurs et qui ne s'attendent pas, ça peut poser problème dans la gestion du patrimoine. Le deuxième axe, c'est la formation et la sensibilisation sur les droits de l'homme. Je disais qu'il y avait un gap par rapport à la formation des communautés, leur connaissance des droits humains. Et donc, nous faisons des sensibilisations, des petites formations. Nous utilisons beaucoup aussi la radio. Il y a une radio communautaire qui est à Bayanga, Ndjoku FM, que nous utilisons pour diffuser chaque semaine des thématiques sur les droits humains, sur la législation nationale aussi. Nous organisons aussi des journées internationales, la célébration de ces journées internationales mémorables, justement, par exemple la journée des peuples autochtones, la journée internationale de la femme, la journée de l'enfant africain. Et tout ça, là, c'est justement pour que les communautés de plus en plus soient imprégnées de ce qui est de leurs droits. Nous développons aussi beaucoup d'outils de sensibilisation, des pancartes, des posters, des films, justement pour sensibiliser les communautés au respect, à la connaissance de leurs droits et au respect de ces droits-là. Je disais ici que la problématique d'état civil, qui est notre troisième axe, est un problème. Les peuples autochtones Baka, ils sont dans le tri national de la Sangha, et c'est des peuples semi-nomades qui bougent dans les 3 pays. Et le plus souvent, ils sont traités d'apatrides parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'identification formelle. Et donc, on a construit ce gap-là et on a mis en place un système d'enregistrement, un réseau d'enregistrement de naissance, d'identification de ces personnes-là, justement, et on prend cette déclaration pour remettre à la mairie et le projet paye pour que les enfants qui naissent depuis notre projet, depuis le début de notre projet, puissent profiter de l'acte d'état civil, l'acte de naissance qui leur permettra, premièrement, d'aller à l'école, deuxièmement, s'ils sont grands, de circuler, d'exercer leurs droits au vote, de chercher le travail. Tout ça, là, cette activité nous permet d'avancer. À ce jour, nous avons de 2016 à 2021, nous avons déjà plus de 1200 actes de naissance que nous avons pu obtenir, puis faire délivrer par la mairie. Nous travaillons avec un staff de 11 personnes. Nous avons aussi 34 moniteurs communautaires. Ils ne sont pas contractuels, comme je le disais, mais ils sont dans leur communauté. Et nous travaillons sur 14 villages. 14 villages. C'est un peu l'image du staff avec le coordonnateur du projet là en bleu et le coordonnateur sous-régional, le coordonnateur de la MFP ici et le coordonnateur sous-régional du projet qui est là, M. Franck Kamunga. Là, maintenant, ça, c'est notre travail, c'est le terrain. Nous sommes avec le chef de village, le chef de village avec son notable sensibilisation sur les violences basées sur le genre. L'image ici, c'est un moniteur communautaire en train de sensibiliser dans un campement Baraka. Ici, c'est la même chose, les moniteurs communautaires avec le chef de village ici. Le chef de village est là, les moniteurs sont là, et là, et là. Et donc, ils sont là justement pour sensibiliser ces chefs de village sur les droits humains, sur différentes thématiques. Nous utilisons aussi, comme j'avais dit ici, les films. Donc là, je suis en sensibilisation à un petit village tout proche de Bayanga, c'est à 5 km, justement sur la préparation de la Journée internationale des peuples autochtones. Et donc, on fait la sensibilisation, on passe un film et il y a un petit débat qui suit le film aussi. Ici, c'est la formation qu'on fait pour nos moniteurs communautaires. Et pour cela, on fait intervenir souvent les magistrats, les juristes qui sont à Nola, justement pour cette formation, pour que ceux-là soient toujours imprégnés de connaissances des droits humains et puissent vraiment efficacement aider la communauté. Nous utilisons, ça c'est nos moyens de transport, les motos, nous traversons le fleuve. Bayanga se trouve à côté d'un grand fleuve. Voilà, nous le traversons comme ça, nous faisons son travail justement pour atteindre les communautés les plus reculées. Ici, là, c'est la causerie entre la psychosociale et une monitrice. Justement, c'est dans cette causerie-là que la monitrice relate les faits, les violations qu'elle a enregistrées dans son village et prises en charge directement par la psychosociale, notre agent psychosocial. Ici, c'est l'équipe du centre aussi qui intervient dans un campement de nos frères Peul Mororo. Ils ont fait intervenir la gendarmerie parce qu'il y avait eu un cas, une fille Mbororo avait été agressée et comme nous ne pouvons pas faire la police nous-mêmes, on a fait recours à ces gendarmes justement pour qu'ils interviennent pour interpeller la personne qui a commis ce dégât. Nous aidons aussi nos frères Baka qui sont en Centrafrique mais qui travaillent pour le WCS au Congo. Et qui souvent, quand ils font la rotation, il y a beaucoup de tracasseries à la frontière. Donc, à chaque rotation, nous partons à la frontière pour les récupérer, pour voir comment ils arrivent. Et puis, à la fin, nous progressons aussi pour aller. Et donc, voilà quelques slides. Et la plus importante, c'est la photo, hein, l'image avec la formation des éco-gardes. Comme on a dit ici, c'est justement pour essayer de réduire la violation des droits de l'homme que les éco-gardes, les personnels du centre peuvent commettre sur les communautés. Voilà en bref ce que nous faisons. Nous avons plusieurs défis. Nos perspectives, c'est que de plus en plus, nous puissions étendre les activités du centre en dehors de ce que nous faisons ici. Et donc voilà. Le contexte de gestion des droits humains dans le parc, de l'implication ou bien l'approche des droits humains dans le parc permet plutôt d'avoir l'implication des communautés directement et de faire des communautés une alliance entre la communauté et les gestionnaires des parcs. Ainsi, nous pouvons sauvegarder notre patrimoine naturel et culturel. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for taking us through some of the work that has resulted from this activity. And the most important thing about this is that instead of being reactive and actually say everybody leave, the rangers should leave the forest, we kind of came up with a way that the communities and the rangers could work together. And most of the time you'd see that it's about training and understanding, raising awareness. Some of these things are very, very important. So because of time, I'll give the floor maybe 1 or 2 questions if there is anybody who wants to ask anybody any question before we close the session. Anyone? Yes, sir. Up front here, I see one hand here. 2. Anyone else? At the back? So let's start with the gentleman here at the front who actually works with WWF, I think. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, you have the floor, sir.
My name is Rogers Macau from Kenya. I work for AWF. Thank you for the wonderful presentations that you have given, raising some of the issues that really affect IPLCs. So my question is to the presenter who presented or who gave an overview of the Ogiek communities, the court issues and them winning or getting reinstated back to the Mau Forest. So he mentioned that they would want to go the way of having community-owned land. So my question is whether they have tried to learn lessons from other conservancies, like in Masai Mara, whether the model is working Because I understand the model has been very successful, where the land was subdivided and then the communities came together and pulled their land together. So the communities feel more empowered because they have title deeds for their land. So is that a way maybe that they would like to go? So that's my question to him. Thank you.
Thank you. The lady here.
Thank you so much. I am called Maimuna Omaru. I am from the Mbororo Pastoralist Indigenous Community. I represent the network of Repaliac here. So after getting the presentations, I realized we all have similar challenges in our regions and countries. I'm unable to come out with the key action that we can take. So what are the recommendations that you, the presenters, are proposing, or what strategy can you propose to us in other countries to use? Because everything is turning around land tenure problem. Are there specific strategies that we can collectively adopt or use in our various countries to reduce the problem of land tenure? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Kobe, you can take some of those first.
Thank you very much for that question. We have tried, as we won the case, we have been also trying to prepare ourselves for implementation. And one of the ways we are trying is to understand how we are going to do it. I know there are the lessons of those which you mentioned. It is true, some of the ranchers which were in Kenya, they didn't perform as expected, because when they did subdivision, titles, then the big sale of land, especially in Masai land, where they sold a lot of land, because after they subdivided the ranches, people started selling. So we are also very careful, and we have also tried to borrow what is happening in some of the countries in Latin America. We have taken a lot of concern. So we are still in the early stages. I may not give you a concrete answer, because one, we are still waiting for the government to start the implementation. So, but we have set plans on how we will want it, because we don't want to lose. Because the time, if you will give or give individual titles, I'm telling you, in the next 10 years, there will be no land, because they will have sold it completely, because these are very productive land. It is very, and again, they will not do conservation. They may not do conservation individually, because every person says, this is how I want to do it. So the land tenure issue, which my sister have said, is something critical which needs to be addressed in Africa. Because when the governments have different formats of land tenure system, it always interferes with the way indigenous peoples wish to govern themselves. So it is something all of us, because sometimes when we discuss about conservation, when we discuss about everything without dealing with land issues, we are still not giving answers to indigenous peoples. Because when you have not dealt with land tenure system, and you are telling people to do conservation, you are not talking to them well. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Maybe in addition to Kenyan have said, based on a question, particularly on issues of recommendations that we did not dwell much on. As he said, I would say we're at different levels, maybe. For us, in our case with Botswana, a recommendation would be that of has to do with identity. Let's identify indigenous peoples. without identity, we'll be talking and talking and talking until we talk. So others, have, like in Kenya, they've already had to deal with issues of identity. Now they also use the identity to get land rights, and now they are discussing internal systems on how to go further in with conservation and at the same time improving their livelihoods or socioeconomic status of the people. And like I said, maybe the other one would be like one of the recommendation generally would be let's not talk about conservation in a vacuum, because the conservation comes from people, and when we exclude people and do conservation in a top-down manner, it has proved to have brought a lot of conflict whereby people have lost land and don't have a say on their resources, and this has been the bone of contention. So we recommend that from the design, communities, indigenous peoples and local communities play a central role in the governance and management of biodiversity. Thank you.
Quickly, Joram, and then we close because of time.
Thank you. For us, I think I have got 2 or 3 recommendations that I really wanted to make. The first one is that we are planning to have a community grievance mechanism, so that will inform us what will be the next steps when it comes to issues like these big investment that is coming to that area, what will be the problems that we are going to be faced. Secondly, what we are going to do is to have a socio-economic livelihood study in Namibia as well as Botswana, just to compare in terms of the development that is on its way. Will it really outweigh what is the benefit that the community will derive from that development, or will it really destroy the community at the livelihood of the people as it is currently? And thirdly, and most importantly, there is a current law that is in the process to be adopted by the government of Namibia. So that is the law on indigenous people. So in the absence of this law, it is very, very difficult to fight for our rights, because the law will speak on issues of land rights, issues of health, issues of education, development, and so forth. So we are trying to have that input in that law, which is currently in the office of the president. So that's how to influence that. So that's basically my 3 points. Thank you.
So thank you so much for our panelists and for all of you for sitting here through listening to this just a very simple session that we wanted to share some of our experiences. I think our time is up now, and we declare the session officially closed. Thank you so much for coming.
Is it selling up in the Yankee? Na kenji senyo no now. Imam Yajano. Na di so me de moko. Lungale in the Yankee. Papa me yan in your lantina. Mutaka mutiti na. Lumende no jabambo. To keep to pop to keep. To keep the kapala to keep to pop to gara. Painting out in the party. Got to keep to pop to keep. Punk ganda for all to go. Baby, come from party, thinking party. I tell them about my taking. Now you're the Nativa Matoko Ballet. Jumbala Mona Teko, is so many vocal. Lunga Lende, Swapo me and the Yolantena. Utaka Mutiti for no, Kumende no Jabam, Pudu Palita, and there I can lay, I lay, it's a sonica damn. For the wonder. E passava loco, pegula a di pimba la bona batuca, posinga me itanava, a bolava pumapido, ma si bene polo, molla o chaine, e vedi mesenava, o so vede o irina, o viena be omba, cadipam, e le, ai, vedo, e se le sonica, sabe loco, de una kikiri, matinga, dan tinggi panaka, mandinga, kikiribu, hey mandinga, it's not in the kipandero, people in the lot, kikiribu, mandinga, kikiribu, mandinga, it's a balancena, e con papa working catafali, kikiribu, mandinga, kikiribu, mandinga, balancing all out to Baco, pissing all up in the mouth, kikiribu, mandinga, kikiribu, big mandinga. Yende lati nati nere bako, pisina la talate kende, odutu kinala pekende la lama teka la pende, kikiriku, mandinga pekiriku, mandinga, ola sembala sena beko, panala tu tinde, tombo dudu gelere na baka beko, pirito la tende, kikiriku, mandinga, kikiriku, mandinga, tibembala bona bato, Osinga bujitana, ma volava fumo pinto, ma si vede poco. Mola o chainde, mi meti mesena, o so wende o jidita, o biana be on pan ende, ai neno, e se le va beno.
You guys, you know how to give to musician and artist the silence. Oi, selo yo, kisaka molimo. Na
mokoli Zoto nange tungi ndako nakolela ndai kutukatika silu yango lili yebusana nangateko napo ikutingana lipulu Moi mundaka
as a leader. So,
I think we will start without them. So. You'll stand up? Okay. So. So will you introduce in French or English? In French or English? Both? Okay. Okay. I think we don't wait anymore. We just start.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this conflict session. This session will be in English and in French, so if you need headphones before we start, you can have. Bonjour à tous, cette session sera en français et en anglais, donc vous pouvez aller récupérer un écouteur.
I know the problem with this seat. The people here, they cannot see the moderator. When the previous speaker, he sat here, even he couldn't see the people raising their hands. I think
You want to moderate seated or you want to?
I can stand actually. It's better to stand up here. Yes, because when you sit, you can't see the people there. Yeah. How do you make that mic work? Is there a place that is already open? Okay, you don't need to do any. This one you have to press where. What? How do you make this mic work, my friend? This one? Does it have a switch? It's the same for both. The switch is both on. But this one has no switch. You use Okay. This one seems to not have a switch. I think you use that. You can use that one. Okay, okay.
But if you want that for you, it's Zoom. If you are going to talk, you press on it first. When everything will come green.
So you can switch it off when you're not using it. It's on. Is it? I see the red. Oh, I see. Okay.
Une nouvelle fois, bonjour à tous et bienvenue pour cette session sur les conflits. Je suis Christian Noirat, je travaille pour l'IUCN. Je coordonne l'unité air protégée et biodiversité pour le bureau régional d'Afrique de l'Ouest et centrale au Sénégal. Donc, je vais vous présenter les panélistes et modérateurs qui vous partageront leur intervention dans un instant. Nous aurons en premier lieu le Dr Winnie Kiiru, qui sera également notre modératrice pendant toute cette session. Le Dr Winnie Kiiru is the Director of Government Relations Elephant Protection Initiative. The Elephant Protection Initiative is a governmental initiative with 21 African member states committed to promote elephant conservation and livelihoods of the African people. Dr. Kiiru is the founder of Conservation Kenya, a grassroots organization that works on community education and awareness in Kenya. She is one of the board of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute and Amboseli Trust for Elephants. Pour accompagner le Dr Winnie Kiiru, nous aurons avec nous Benjamin Bassonneau. Benjamin Bassonneau est le petit-fils d'un grand éleveur au Burkina Faso et fidèlement attaché à la vie à la campagne. Il développe un goût prononcé pour les études en sociologie et sciences humaines, avec comme spécialité la santé publique et le développement rural, pour concilier passion de la nature, vie en campagne et relations humaines. Benjamin a mis toutes ses compétences au service de la biodiversité et du développement durable des populations depuis de nombreuses années. Pour soutenir ses projets et son ambition, il a créé l'Association pour la valorisation des produits locaux en 2002, qui deviendra les Anges gardiens de la nature en 2014, et ce, pour prendre en compte la professionnalisation de la lutte anti-braconnage, en plus de la valorisation des produits forestiers non ligneux. À ses côtés, Florence Owoya, Kotazo en Sango, vient de la Centrafrique. Il est l'actuel directeur adjoint pays de Conservation Wildlife Society en République centrafricaine. Ingénieur en chef des eaux et forêts, spécialisé dans le développement rural intégré et la gestion de l'environnement, ainsi que dans la gestion de la faune et du développement et du management. Son parcours, après 30 années investies dans la conservation de la biodiversité, l'a conduit à occuper des postes de premier plan au sein de nombreuses organisations et du système des Nations Unies. Coordinateur, régisseur, expert pour le projet Écofaune de l'Union européenne et chef de projet et coordinateur pour des programmes GEF avec le PNUD et la Banque mondiale. Barbara Césiré. Barbara travaille dans le secteur de l'assurance depuis 15 ans. C'est une championne de l'assurance inclusive comme outil de réduction de la pauvreté. Barbara a une passion, voir l'assurance jouer un rôle dans l'amélioration de la résilience financière à travers le continent. Elle a cofondé AB Consultant en 2014 dans le but de renforcer la capacité du secteur africain de l'assurance à proposer de nouvelles solutions et à rendre l'assurance accessible à ceux qui en ont le plus besoin. Elle a dirigé des projets d'assurance inclusive au Kenya, en Tanzanie, au Rwanda, en Éthiopie, au Ghana, en Zambie, en Égypte et au Mozambique. Barbara a lancé plusieurs initiatives au sein du secteur des assurances et en particulier la conception du premier régime d'assurance contre les conflits entre l'homme et la faune sauvage, ainsi que le développement de différents outils tels que des jeux d'assurance Resilient Me. Ces jeux visent à sensibiliser les personnes de tous âges à l'assurance et à la gestion financière. Enfin, avant de passer au colonel Benoît Doamba, Wilbright Abraham Munuo est commissaire adjoint travaillant pour l'autorité de gestion de la faune de Tanzanie, TAWA. Il travaille au bureau de la zone occidentale, Tabora. Il travaille actuellement en tant que commandant adjoint de zone et coordonne les activités de conservation dans les réserves de chasse, les zones contrôlées, les réserves de zones humides et les zones ouvertes dans 3 régions, Tabora, Kigoma et Katavi. Avant d'être transféré à Tawa, Wilbright travaillait à la division de la faune du ministère des Ressources naturelles et du Tourisme. Il a également travaillé avec Nature Discovery Tour Company en tant que guide de montagne du Kilimandjaro. Enfin, Wilbright est diplômé en gestion de la faune et en gestion des ressources naturelles. Pour conclure, le colonel Benoît Doamba, qui occupe actuellement le poste de directeur général de l'Office national des aires protégées, et de ce fait, il est très impliqué dans la gestion du complexe transfrontalier du WAP, Arlit, Penjari, qui sépare, comme vous le savez, le Bénin, le Burkina Faso et le Niger. Il a également été le directeur de la faune et des ressources synégétiques, ainsi que le point focal de la convention CITES au Burkina Faso. Il a travaillé principalement dans le domaine de la gestion, de la faune et des aires protégées, et vous l'avez compris, il est vraiment très bien imprégné de la problématique des conflits entre l'homme et la faune sauvage. Alors avant de passer la parole et de plus la reprendre à notre modératrice Winnie Kiiru, je voulais simplement vous signifier tous mes remerciements d'être présent pour cette session, pour ce thème transversal qui est sans doute l'un des plus importants de ce congrès, puisque, à vrai dire, s'il n'y avait pas de conflit, la raison de notre présence ici ne serait pas la même. J'ai tendance à croire que la nature se débrouille plutôt très bien toute seule et que les conflits engendrés par les activités humaines et aussi par les stratégies de conservation de l'homme nécessitent toutes les compétences et tout le savoir-faire représentés par nos panélistes ici pour trouver des solutions durables à la gestion de ces conflits. Donc merci encore une fois et je vais passer la parole à notre modératrice Winnie Kiiru.
Thank you very much. I have been asked to stand because I noticed from other sessions that when the moderator sits over here, they don't see what's going on this side. So I want to be sure that I have the whole room. In way of introducing what we're discussing this afternoon, I think that conflict is a cross-cutting theme when we talk about conservation and natural resources. And especially when we are talking about protected and conserved areas, and the range of conflicts, many of them are interconnected to the extent that the issue is quite complex. When we talk about human-wildlife conflict, when we talk about land use conflict, armed conflicts, poaching and trafficking, trade, illegal wildlife trade, whether we are talking about local bushmeat trade or international trade, whether we are talking about livestock incursions in protected areas, conflicts between agricultural people, the wildlife and the protected area management. I think different sectors of the community experience these conflicts differently. Even within the communities, there are differences in as far as age, gender, social status, educational background. Therefore, conflict is a broad and complex issue across all our protected and conserved areas. It's not possible to discuss protected areas conflict in Africa without contextualizing and understanding the role that colonial and post-colonial policies that have shaped that establishment and post-colonial legislative and policy environments in which we now have to operate. We can't speak about conflicts without thinking about how we got here. Of course, the typical conservation narrative for much of Africa, we have heard it in all discussions here and even in the side events, seems to be one of a dwindling resource, vanishing herds, degraded habitats, exploding human populations, civil unrest, armed conflicts, and certain parts of Africa probably more impacted by these challenges than others, but these have become the central narratives. However, we do have places where we can talk about successful conservation. There are places where governments, people, indigenous communities have found a way. So we can't just talk about conflicts. We also have opportunities for coexistence. And so even if this session is titled Resource Conflicts, let's also remember that some areas we do have certain success stories that we can talk about. But the shortfalls are clear. We know we have issues of corruption, governance issues, funding issues, lack of data, poor research, sometimes just apathy, giving up, that the conflicts we have cannot be resolved, and so we give up. We know that climate change has brought a completely new dimension in the conflict scenarios that we talk about. I think we all had Minister Lee White saying to us that the climate refugees that are likely to emanate from our countries in Africa if we don't resolve these problems are going to change the way the world lives. So we better solve these problems because climate change is changing the way the conflicts look like. We have seen what COVID-19 has done and how it has influenced our resource use conflicts. Of course, Areas that are well managed, protected areas, they play an important role in maintaining biodiversity, and we all know that. Economic success can arise from these areas, but that struggle between communities, protected areas, development, and conservation is what we are going to discuss here today. You have heard that we have a panel from different parts of Africa. They're going to literally speak from the hearts and tell us how they have experienced these issues. We want to hear how their resource conflicts have impacted and what solutions some of them have come with. So without further ado, I'm now going to ask Benjamin Bassono to take the floor. You can speak from where you are, you can come here if you like, but let's please welcome our first speaker for this afternoon. Thank you.
Merci, docteur. Voilà, donc, j'ai l'honneur de commencer. Voilà, donc, vous avez très bien introduit. Et le conflit, il est transversal. Et il concerne presque toutes les aires protégées qui existent au monde. Voilà, comme je suis le premier, il est quand même intéressant de revenir un peu sur ce que nous pouvons dire du conflit. Une petite définition. Voilà, selon l'Union internationale de la nature, pour la conservation de la nature, le conflit homme-faune peut être défini comme toute interaction entre l'homme, le genre humain et la faune, qui induit des conséquences graves au niveau social, économique, qui met en péril non seulement le bien-être des populations, des communautés qui sont autour, mais aussi qui pose un problème de la pérennité de la conservation de la faune et de la biodiversité. Voilà, donc ce problème, il existe depuis très longtemps, comme je l'ai dit tantôt. Partout où il existe des aires protégées, voilà, l'homme et la faune se sont toujours opposés. Voilà, depuis les années 2000, on se rappelle que la presse en a fait beaucoup écho, des problèmes d'hippopotames qui ravageaient les cultures, autour du Nil, en Égypte, les crocodiles qui dévoraient les animaux domestiques. Voilà, donc c'est un problème qui date depuis très longtemps. En Afrique de l'Ouest, depuis le 2019, et depuis le 19e siècle, le début du 19e siècle, on entend beaucoup parler de conflits homme-faune, au point où nous sommes arrivés à une exacerbation de ces conflits qui ont poussé les populations à quitter certaines zones parce qu'elles vivaient finalement de famine. Elles étaient tout le temps victimes des attaques des éléphants. Voilà. Donc, je dirais que le problème de conflit homme-faune est transversal et planétaire, mais nous allons nous focaliser sur ce qui se passe autour du complexe Ponassi. Alors, le complexe Ponassi est un complexe d'aires protégées, l'un des deux principaux continuums d'aires protégées au Burkina Faso, qui sont toujours assez bien conservés. Mais malheureusement, on parle de conflit, donc on parlerait également de ces aires protégées qui sont de plus en plus agressées par les groupes armés terroristes et qui mettent tout le monde en péril, que ce soit la faune ou les communautés. Voilà, donc ce complexe, il est composé de, je dirais, de cinq blocs. Nous avons le parc national de Pau, qui est le plus grand parc dans la zone. Nous avons le rang de gibier de Nazenga. Nous avons la forêt classée de la Sicile et deux corridors. Un premier corridor que nous appelons corridor 1 qui relie le parc Kaboré-Tambi au rang de gibier de Nazenga. Et nous avons un deuxième corridor, le corridor 2, qui relie le parc Kaboré-Tambi à la forêt du River Volta au Ghana. Voilà, donc ce complexe Ponassi est délimité par 15 communes, pour ceux qui connaissent un peu notre pays. Et ces 15 communes font partie de 3 régions au niveau du Burkina, qui sont la région du centre-est, dont la capitale est Tinkourgo. On a la région du centre-sud, la capitale Manga, et on a également la région du centre-ouest avec comme capitale Kourougou. Voilà, il faut noter que cette zone est l'une des plus arrosées au Burkina Faso, ce qui explique aussi la venue, beaucoup de populations qui migrent vers la zone en vue de trouver des terres fertiles arables pour l'agriculture. Et beaucoup de migrants des éleveurs nomades se déplacent également vers ces zones avec beaucoup de bovins, ce qui va venir exacerber les problèmes de conflit. Donc, ayant campé le décor, voilà, nous allons à présent évoquer les types de conflits que nous enregistrons dans la zone du complexe Ponassi. Qu'est-ce qui engendre les causes, les conséquences et sur l'homme et sur la faune? Et enfin, quelles sont les principales mesures qui ont été prises par les gouvernants, les communautés, pour les acteurs de la faune pour atténuer ces conflits? En ce qui concerne les types de conflits que nous enregistrons dans cette zone, nous pouvons essentiellement énumérer trois types de conflits. Il y a les dégâts sur les cultures. On a les éléphants qui sortent. Bon, comme je l'ai dit un peu plus haut, nous allons nous focaliser sur le conflit homme-éléphant. Parce que le conflit homme-faune va depuis l'oiseau jusqu'au plus gros animal, au plus gros vertébré, mais nous allons essentiellement parler de l'éléphant. Donc, pour les types de conflits que nous enregistrons au niveau du Cap Ponassi, voilà, on a les attaques de culture. Les éléphants sortent des aires protégées pour aller piétiner les champs et manger tout ce qu'ils peuvent manger. On a vu des cas où les éléphants, après leur passage dans un champ, ils font la récolte complète d'un champ de maïs. Le lendemain, le paysan, il arrive, il n'a plus rien, il n'a aucune gousse à arracher dans son champ. Tout ce qui n'est pas mangé, consommé par les éléphants est piétiné, écrasé, même jusqu'aux arbres. Voilà, nous avons également les attaques des animaux, comme l'a dit le docteur tout à l'heure. Il y a l'élevage dans les aires protégées. Voilà, donc les nomades qui sont de plus en plus confrontés au problème de sécheresse, avec les changements climatiques, qui viennent du centre-nord, du nord et du Sahel du Burkina, viennent avec beaucoup d'animaux. Et évidemment qu'il n'y a pas de zone de pâture en dehors des aires protégées. Donc ils se retrouvent soit à la lisière de ces aires protégées ou à l'intérieur des aires protégées pour faire pâturer leurs animaux, pour y camper d'ailleurs. Voilà, donc ce qui crée également des conflits. Les éléphants s'attaquent à ces animaux et éliminent beaucoup, ou blessent certains. Donc on a le cas également des attaques des êtres humains par la faune. L'éléphant, dès qu'il peut, il n'hésite pas, quand il voit une personne, n'hésite pas à charger cette personne. Nous allons revenir dessus, parce que ce sont nos actes ou les actes de ces communautés qui poussent justement ces éléphants à de tels comportements. Voilà, donc ça c'était pour ce qui est du type, essentiellement les principaux types de conflits que nous enregistrons au niveau du complexe Ponassi. Mais qu'est-ce qui est à l'origine? Il faut bien une cause. Voilà, donc nous dirons que dans les causes, il y a plusieurs facteurs. Il y a des facteurs qui sont humains, d'ordre humain, et des facteurs d'ordre naturel. Voilà, donc on a la dégradation continue de l'habitat de la faune, voilà, du fait du changement climatique ou par l'effet de l'homme. Voilà, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a la fragmentation de cet habitat qui est une des raisons qui pousse l'éléphant à sortir de son territoire naturel pour aller se retrouver soit à la limite ou dans les champs pour s'attaquer aux cultures des populations. Donc, comme autre cause, nous pouvons citer la non-observance des zones tampons. Autour des aires protégées, on a toujours conseillé que ce soit aux conservateurs ou aux communautés, d'observer une certaine distance avec leurs protégés. Chez nous, de plus en plus, on encourage les populations à créer des espaces communautaires de conservation que nous appelons zones villageoises d'intérêt synergétique ou des zones d'occupation contrôlée, qui permettent aux animaux sauvages de se limiter dans cette zone au lieu d'aller directement sur les champs. Bon, en dehors d'avoir, s'il n'est pas possible d'avoir ces espaces de conservation communautaire, on propose également d'observer une bande de 100 à 200 mètres d'avec l'air protégé avant de commencer à mettre en place ces exploitations. Mais malheureusement, les populations refusent d'observer cela. Et même les espaces communautaires de conservation qui existaient sont en train d'être détruits parce que le paysan, il pense que c'est parce qu'il y a la forêt que l'éléphant il sort. Donc la zone tampon, si elle n'existe pas, l'éléphant ne sortira pas. Et c'est d'ailleurs même le contraire. S'il n'y a pas de zone tampon, c'est dans le champ que l'éléphant il ira. Voilà, donc c'est l'une des principales causes également. Il y a au niveau, ce qui crée aussi les attaques, il y a également le sentiment, les animaux se sentent en insécurité. Parce que de plus en plus, ils sont agressés par les communautés. Parce que l'éléphant qui sort, qui va dans le champ, il va être pourchassé, il va être attaqué. Souvent même, il reçoit des coups de feu. Des fois, pour certaines communautés, ce sont des tirs de sommation, des tirs de dissuasion pour les amener à s'éloigner. Mais ça stresse l'animal. On a des gens qui essaient de les braconner dans les champs également. Donc, ça les rend un peu furieux et dès qu'ils voient l'être humain, tout de suite, ils se mettent à le poursuivre et à l'attaquer. Donc, voilà un peu essentiellement les principales causes que nous avons recensées autour du complexe Bonassi. En ce qui concerne les conséquences, on l'a dit tantôt, on enregistre beaucoup de conséquences. Une conséquence non seulement sur l'homme, mais aussi beaucoup de conséquences en matière de conservation. Parce qu'avec ces conflits qui ne font que s'exacerber, les populations, les communautés autour des aires protégées essayent d'éliminer ces pachydermes. Voilà. Donc, ils essayent de les abattre, soit avec des armes, soit en les empoisonnant. À défaut, ils ferment les yeux sur tout ce qui est acte illicite, voilà, concernant ces animaux. Et même tentent de participer à la destruction de ces espaces de conservation qui sont un peu pour eux la cause de leur misère. Voilà, donc on a des problèmes de famine qui se posent aussi. Voilà. Donc, comme solution au niveau du Cap Bonassi, voilà, le gouvernement a essayé de développer les corridors de migration des éléphants pour éviter les grandes concentrations. Donc, quand il n'y a pas de grande concentration, les éléphants circulent au niveau des aires protégées au lieu de sortir dans les champs. Voilà, il y a également la création, on suscite la création des espaces naturels de conservation. Donc, il y a des projets actuellement qui sont en train de ramener les gens à la création de ces espaces. Et également, de plus en plus de projets sont en train de s'installer dans la zone pour aider ces communautés à créer des AGR qui viennent en complément de la destruction des cultures de ski et perte. Donc, en conclusion, nous dirons que trouver une solution au conflit homme-faune autour du Cap Bonassi, c'est améliorer la gouvernance de ces aires protégées, qui est un vecteur de développement et de résilience, non seulement pour les communautés, mais aussi pour les aires protégées. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Let's appreciate our first speaker. You'll agree with me that he describes that conflict until we can almost see the elephants going out to raid the crops. Thank you very much. We are now going to welcome Mr. Zoya, who is going to also give us a context in Central Africa Republic, what is going on there. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Bonjour tout le monde. Donc, comme vous l'avez écouté, je suis Zoya Florent. Je travaille pour WCS, donc nous intervenons dans le nord-est de la République centrafricaine. Nous travaillons dans une zone qui s'étend sur 115 000 km², plus grand que le Portugal. Et ce territoire était considéré comme le paradis de la faune. En 1977, on comptait 35 000 éléphants, 30 000 buffles. Il y avait plus de faune que la population. Alors donc, je vais parler de conflits homme-faune sur ce territoire, mais également, je vais également délivrer des exemples que j'ai vécus dans les autres régions du pays. Je crois que le docteur a planté le décor. Mon prédécesseur également a défini ce que c'est que le conflit homme-faune. Mais moi, je veux beaucoup plus parler des facteurs prédisposant à ces conflits. Les facteurs imputables à l'homme, mais également les facteurs imputables à la faune. Est-ce qu'il y en a? On verra bien. Alors, lorsque l'homme installe un village aux abords des aires protégées, il sème les germes d'un conflit homme-faune. Lorsque l'homme installe un village sur le corridor de migration de la faune, il sème les germes d'un conflit. Lorsqu'on laisse accroître de manière démesurée une population faunique, on sème les germes d'un conflit homme-faune. Lorsqu'on crée une aire protégée, là où il y a les populations, on sème les germes. Et également, lorsqu'on détruit les sources d'alimentation de la faune, on sème les germes d'un conflit entre l'homme et la faune. Je prends un exemple. Là où je suis né, il y avait beaucoup de faune. Il y avait le lion, il y avait beaucoup d'antilopes. Et lorsqu'on a tué toutes ces antilopes, les lions sont sortis dans les villages maintenant pour manger les moutons et les chèvres. Ça, c'est l'homme qui a créé cette situation. Et également, lorsqu'on amène le bétail dans les aires protégées, on sème les germes d'un conflit. Si je prends le cas de là où WCS intervient, nous recevons depuis un certain temps un nombre croissant de bétail. On est passé de 5 000 bétails qui venaient du Tchad et du Soudan en 1985 à 300 000 bétails qui rentrent. 300 000 bétails. Alors que c'est des zones classées. On sème les germes d'un conflit. Et qu'est-ce qui se passe? Quand les transhumants arrivent, ils empoisonnent les cours d'eau parce qu'ils se disent que les prédateurs constituent un danger pour leur bétail. Ça, c'est l'homme qui a sémé les germes de ce conflit. Et également, quand on installe une société forestière, ça, je parle du sud-ouest de la RCA que j'ai connue, une société forestière dans la forêt, on sème également les germes d'un conflit. Alors, quels sont les faits prédisposant imputable à la faune. Je n'en trouve pas. Et si je ne dis rien, vous allez me dire, mais ce monsieur, c'est un écologiste. Je ne suis pas un écologiste. C'est vrai que je suis forestier, mais la formation que j'ai eue, c'est après, je me suis spécialisé dans le domaine du développement rural intégré et dans le domaine de la gestion de la faune et le développement. Ce qu'on peut imputer à la faune, c'est le fait qu'elle était là avant que l'homme n'arrive. Tous ces villages ont été créés là où la faune était déjà. Les villes, les entreprises ont été mises en place là où la faune était déjà. Ce qui est imputable à la faune, c'est le fait que la faune ne peut pas se protéger elle-même. Si la faune pouvait se protéger elle-même, c'est sûr que l'homme n'allait pas violer son espace vital. Ce qu'on peut imputer également à la faune, c'est le fait que la faune ne peut pas venir dans ces genres de congrès pour poser son problème. Et le tout revient sur l'homme. Et j'ai souvent dit, l'homme se meut comme un serpent qui se mord la queue. Parce que on peut faire de la faune une opportunité. On peut bien encadrer la gestion de la faune. Il y a des aspects qui n'apparaissent pas beaucoup dans le discours des hommes. Maintenant, ça commence à apparaître parce qu'il y a le concept One Earth. C'est certains conflits. Je crois que le docteur a parlé de ça. L'avènement de beaucoup de maladies, Ebola, Covid, etc. Mais quand l'éléphant pose un problème, tout le monde en parle. On va déposer plainte au niveau de la justice, on va aller à la gendarmerie. Mais quand les fourmis envahissent une maison ou détruisent une maison, personne n'ira à la gendarmerie. Personne. Quand nous attrapons le Ebola, personne ne va se plaindre. Mais l'homme est derrière tout ça. Et je vais maintenant aborder l'effet boomerang de ce conflit si l'homme adopte une position extrémiste, dire ok, la faune est gênante, on doit l'éradiquer. L'homme aspire à un bien-être. L'un des objectifs de l'homme également, c'est le développement. L'homme veut s'alimenter. L'homme veut être en sécurité. L'homme veut avoir accès à certains services. Mais sachant que la faune est un pilier de développement dans certains pays. Certains pays se sont développés en partie à cause de la faune. Je ne citerai pas ces pays ici. Et si je prends l'exemple de là où nous intervenons, je vous disais qu'il y avait plus de faune que la population, mais le bien-être de ces populations était venu de la faune, de la valorisation de la faune. La faune générait beaucoup de revenus pour l'État, pour les communes, mais également pour les populations locales. Avec l'argent de la faune, ils ont créé des écoles. Avec l'argent de la faune, ils ont créé des centres de santé. Avec l'argent de la faune, ils payaient des pensions de vieillesse. Avec la faune, on envoyait des enfants à l'université, on leur payait la bourse. c'était la période d'or. Et il y avait, n'est-ce pas, une symbiose entre la population et sa faune. Comme je vous le disais, il y avait moins de monde, il y avait seulement 0,7 habitants au kilomètre carré. Il n'y avait pas de conflit entre la faune et l'homme. Maintenant, avec l'arrivée de la transhumance, l'exploitation minière, on a commencé à avoir des problèmes. Et je disais que l'homme se meut comme un serpent qui se mord la queue. Je vous disais également que la faune a servi comme moteur de développement dans certains pays. Donc si on détruit la faune, si on élimine la faune, on va se créer des problèmes. Nous constituons tous les maillons d'une chaîne de vie. Il y a la faune. La faune fait partie de ce maillon. Et si nous éliminons la faune, vous allez voir qu'on va réduire la longueur même de la chaîne. Je vous donne l'exemple du parc Manouveau-Gonda-Saint-Floris, ce paradis, c'est un paradis. Pour ceux qui ont vu le parc Manouveau-Gonda-Saint-Floris, il y a un docteur Paul Elkan qui est là, qui a travaillé dans la zone, qui a fait des inventaires dans la zone. OK. Avec lui-même, on a démarré l'intervention, on a signé un PPP avec le gouvernement centrafricain. Ils connaissent un paradis de la faune. Enfin, c'est vraiment un paradis. Alors, en termes de solutions, nous, ce qu'on a envisagé, c'est quoi? On pense que pour que l'homme pose des actes dans un milieu naturel, il faut d'abord une étude environnementale et sociale, étude d'impact environnemental et social. Ça, c'est important. Identifier les risques de conflit et maintenant identifier également les mesures à appliquer, mesures préventives, mesures correctives, maintenant des mesures d'adaptation. Ça, c'est important. L'autre chose également, faire en sorte que les populations considèrent les aires protégées comme une opportunité. J'ai donné le cas de certains pays, j'ai également donné le cas des ZCV. Troisième chose, impliquer la population dans la gestion de ces aires protégées. Ça, c'est vraiment normal. Et vous allez voir que même s'il y a des conflits, la population va voir ça autrement. Ils vont considérer la faune comme leur bétail, comme le peuple considère son bétail. L'autre chose que je voulais dire, élaborer et mettre en œuvre un schéma directeur d'aménagement du territoire. Je crois que mon collègue tout à l'heure a un peu abordé, mais je vois ça d'une manière large. Là où il y a la faune, on protège la faune. Là où on doit développer l'élevage, on le fait. Là où il y a l'exploitation minière, on le fait. Mais effectivement, il y a également des mesures correctives. Dans certains pays, les gens utilisent les barrières, les grillages électriques. Mais est-ce que ça a des effets? Il y a des gens qui utilisent même les abeilles pour chasser les éléphants. Est-ce qu'il y a des effets durables? Il y a des gens qui utilisent même le piment. Est-ce qu'il y a des effets durables? Pour finir, considérons la faune comme une opportunité, gérons la faune pour que ce soit une opportunité. Merci.
I think the speaker has given us a very balanced view. He has made it very clear that wildlife is voiceless and we are the ones who are supposed to protect wildlife. Wildlife is a resource. He has talked about some of the politics of megafauna where people know that if you complain about elephants, you will get heard. If you complain about ants, nobody's gonna listen. So they complain about elephants a lot. Well, maybe some of the damage that is suffered may be caused more by squirrels, but people tend, elephant conflict always tends to be listened to or has a political dimension to it. Thank you very much. We are moving on swiftly. I'm going to invite Barbara Chesire to talk to us about a very interesting initiative. And Barbara, you're welcome. Yeah.
I'm very short. I wonder whether anyone can see me. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Barbara, as mentioned, and I'm an outsider. I'm not a conservationist, and I hope some of the ideas that we're thinking about is something that can help the work that you're doing. So what I want to talk about today is this idea of having a human-wildlife conflict insurance to compensate, to help to reduce or to compensate the risks that arise from human-wildlife conflict. But maybe before I start off, I just want to say that as an outsider looking in, over the last 3 or 4 days, I've been truly amazed with the conversations that are happening here, talking about conserving Africa's biodiversity. And I think it's a journey that conservationists should not walk alone. I think other industries need to come in and bring in multidisciplinary skills that can, allow you as conservationists to focus on what you do best, which is conserving our heritage. And in my context, I want to talk about insurance and what it could do in terms of human-wildlife conflict. So in the insurance today in Africa, as it stands, only contributes to 2.8% of the GDP of Africa. And I normally tell myself that maybe if we didn't exist, maybe no one would even notice. Our impact is so little, and yet so many households across Africa continue to be exposed to risks that would otherwise be insurable. So, and one of these risks is human-wildlife conflict. We've looked at it, and it's something that is actually insurable. And yet, so many marginalized communities and households, especially the ones living next to these protected areas, are exposed to the risk of human-wildlife conflict every single day. And I'll share a story of, and I'm sure these are stories as conservationists you hear almost every day. There was a gentleman I met when we were doing the research for designing this scheme, and he had a plantation of watermelons. And he needed to take his son to a high school where he had been called to school. He had been called to a prestigious high school. And he didn't have the money, but a businessman from Oletoktok, which is a town in Kajiado, told him, you know what, I'll give you the money, I'll pay you up front, and then I'll harvest on your behalf, and you can take your child to school, which worked perfectly. Took his son to school, and then the next day when the businessman went to harvest, there was nothing. There were no watermelons. So he called him and told him, boss, what's happening? There are no watermelons. Here the elephants came and, harvested them on our behalf at night. And he told me he was so distressed because he paid the school fees, but yet he was now left with this debt that he needed to pay back this man. And he said if insurance was there, it's something he said he would even consider paying for. And these are stories we hear of people who take loans to buy cattle or to buy goats, and they end up in a debt that they were not in before. So it keeps people in a vicious cycle of poverty. It erodes the efforts that are being done by governments, NGOs, the private sector to get people economically better. But all these efforts are being corroded by risks such as human-wildlife conflict. So the question we asked ourselves is human-wildlife conflict insurable? Is it an insurable risk? And there were 3 criteria that we asked ourselves. Number 1, is it random? And yes, human-wildlife conflict is random. I don't think animals plan that today we are going to this farm. If it happens to be on their route, then it is random. And do many people face the risk? Because insurance cannot be designed for 10 people who face this risk. It has to be something that many people face. And in our context in Kenya, I think we have about 10,000 incidences that are reported annually, and I'm sure there are even more, some that are not reported. And the other one for an insurance scheme to be viable is it should be a risk that you can predict. It should be predictable. And we've been able to look at data for the last 15 years, and you can see trends, and it's something that you're able to build a model around and be able to predict. Now, when we did our analysis, we found that there are 5 major risks that arise from human-wildlife conflicts, and the first one is the ultimate cost of living with wildlife, which is death. So we have people who lose their lives, family members, and injury is to the human person. And then we have crop damage, livestock predation, and of course depredation as well, and property damage. And these are the 5 risks that we now analyzed, and we have built a scheme around. So I thought to share some considerations that we took into place as we were designing the scheme and pricing it. So number 1 was data. Data was key, being able to access data of past claims, or rather past incidences of human-wildlife conflict, and then being able to predict what we expect would happen in the future. And because of this, we're able to build actuarial models and actually able to price a scheme. The other aspect is reinsurance, and reinsurance is basically the large organizations that actually insure the insurance companies. And in our case, we've been very lucky that Africa Re, the largest reinsurer in Africa, owned by African governments, said, this is interesting, we want to grow the insurance industry. We are giving you a treaty that you can actually try out the scheme, and we're hoping we can actually launch the scheme soon in Kenya or in any other country in Africa. The other aspect is to involve the communities, and when we talk to elders and women and youth, and people said, involve us in the process. And one of the ways that we are looking at involving the communities is through the claims verification, which we have borrowed from existing consolation schemes such as the Big Life Foundation, where they actually work with the youth and the elders in the community to actually verify claims. And the 4th one is to leverage technology. So we've built a technology platform which I'll walk you through very briefly, where people can report claims, and it's quite quickly, it's able to be transmitted to the government or to any other wildlife body, and as well as to the insurance company. And the last one is an insurance principle, which is a principle of loss minimization, which you call mitigation. So a scheme cannot be sustainable unless there are mitigation strategies in place, both at the meso level, so there should be possibly government interventions. I had the gentleman speak about fences, electric fences, but there should also be micro, at the community level, initiatives that people are putting in place to try and minimize the risk, because we don't want people to say, I have insurance, so I'll be reckless. This is, when I mentioned about leveraging technology for the claims verification process, I wanted to just show you an idea of what we have designed. So you can see some of the key highlights is that it involves the community, it leverages technology, it's information parity, meaning at any given time, information is available to all stakeholders at the same time through a technology platform. And then we're looking at also quick turnaround times. So instead of having long compensation periods of even up to 2-3 years, we want to actually pay claims within a month, if not less. And if you look at this process, I won't walk you through the whole process, but we've designed a scheme where a community member does a USSD, which is maybe *220#, and then it is transmitted to a community verification officer who has an app, who then is dispatched and is able to go and take photos and to report what has happened, and then it goes into the insurance company as well as to other stakeholders, and the claim is paid. And we're looking to pay the claims through mobile money to make it faster, especially for the small claims such as crop, livestock, and property damage. So, you know, the question you might be asking yourselves is, why should we bother with insurance? Maybe we can actually why can't we just run a compensation fund, which is just a pool of funds, and you just pay out from the fund? So these are some of the things we think why insurance is more sustainable. You're able to leverage existing insurance pooling methodologies. So you're pooling with other risks, and hopefully in the long run, it will actually make the scheme cheaper. We also attempt, I'm also hoping that there can be an attempt for a continent-wide pooling of risks, especially when we have a willing reinsurer such as Africa Re. We can leverage existing claims assessment and risk expertise that exists within insurance companies, as well as technology that already exists. And of course, there's the effective governance and regulation structures that exist within insurance for transparency. We're also hoping that through insurance, you can actually detect and reduce fraud, because this is what insurance companies do every day, and as well as that, to reduce administration costs for the sustainability of the scheme. So some of the key questions that we're still asking ourselves is, number one, what's the best way to fund the insurance scheme sustainably? And we've been exploring different ideas together with our ministry and some development partners. And some of the questions we're asking ourselves is, can it be paid directly by government? Can it be paid maybe through levies that are levied to tourists, or maybe even payment for ecosystem services? So these are the questions that I also hope that we can discuss further. And the other number two question that I also we're trying to ascertain is whether the learnings from Kenya are transferable to other ecosystems across the continent. And I think you would know that best. Are there similarities with these ecosystems? If you go to a place somewhere in West Africa and you compare it to East Africa, are there similar trends that possibly you have seen and we can actually transfer these learnings? And maybe just to touch on what Daktari said, she said we should not give up. You know, even if this, it might seem like a big problem, I think when I go back to what Wangari Maathai said, she said that, you know, she told the story about the hummingbird there was a forest fire where they all lived, and the hummingbird flew to the closest stream and picked up a drop of water and flew and dropped it on the fire. And the elephants and the big mammals asked the hummingbird, "What are you doing?" And she said, I'm doing the best that I can. And this may seem like a small drop in this big fire that we are trying to put out, but I hope it's something that can be considered. So that's my email address if anybody would like to discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belinda. It's really fantastic when you start hearing this, what we say, novel, new ways of thinking about this problem of human, or rather resource conflicts, because insurance is one of those things which I think in Africa we've been a bit suspicious about that industry. That's why we have a 2.8 penetration. We're a bit suspicious. But if they send us people as eloquent as Brenda, we might change. So now we're going to Tanzania. I want to welcome our Tanzanian counterpart. I know we are crossing quite a range, and I beg you to just take your notes. We'll see whether we'll have some time for questions. So please, karibu.
Asante. Thank you, Dr. Kiru. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Wilbright Munu from Tanzania. I'm working with Tanzania Wildlife Management Authority. As you may know, in Tanzania we have quite a number of wildlife institutions. We have Tanzania Wildlife Management Authority, which is TAWA, and we have also Tanzania National Parks, and we have Ngorongoro Conservation Area Authorities. But also we have Tanzania Research Institute, Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute. So management of wildlife in Tanzania involve quite a number of wildlife institutions. And I would like to share with you the experience on management of human-wildlife conflict in Tanzania. And in Tanzania, we have the network of wildlife protected area, from the east to the west and from the north to the south, and where you have the this protected area distributed across the country, where you have the game reserve, national park, and the conservation area, but also you have wildlife management areas, which are under management of communities, and also, but still, you have a larger number of wildlife population outside the protected area. So the issue of human-wildlife conflict in Tanzania is one of the major challenge which is facing conservation of wildlife in Tanzania, and as even recognized by the wildlife policy in Tanzania. And but on the other side, wildlife really has a significant contribution in the economy of our country, as even the tourism in Tanzania, more than 90% is wildlife-based, and it contributes around 17% of the GDP and 25% of the foreign currency. And so you can see it's the wildlife resources in our country, it's very important for our economy. But on the other side, you have wildlife, human-wildlife conflict, where you have wildlife impacting negatively on the human, social, cultural, as it was defined by the first speaker. And in Tanzania, you can experience people being attacked by wildlife. Crop raiding is also one of the conflicts. But also we have livestock depredation, which is highly pronounced in most of the area, especially Serengeti ecosystem. And also we have people who have been injured. Some, they lose their life based on the attacks from different animals. But we also experience the damage of the properties from the wildlife. And on the other side, we have experienced also the issue of wildlife being retaliatory killing, wildlife being killed based on the loss they cause to the human life and properties. Based on the data that we collected, like for the past 6 years, we have noted that the number of incidents of human-wildlife conflict increase at the average of 24% annually. And also the human death also increase at the average of 21% for the past 6 years. But I can just give you the highlights on the drivers of human-wildlife conflict that we have experienced in Tanzania. And one of it is the human population increase, and where we may find that the population increase were from 1967, where the population was 12.4 millions, and increased up to 59 million in 2020. So you can find that the human population has increased for around like 5 roles for the past 50 years. And the increase of population has also led to the increase of demand of human, demand of land for cultivation, for livestock keeping, demand of land also for other human activity like settlements, and the expansion of human activity towards wildlife areas, like in the periphery of protected area or in the wildlife corridor and dispersal area is really pronounced. It's increasing day by day. And this has brought wildlife and human in the close proximity, and where you have increase of incidence of human-wildlife conflict. And again, in the verge of increase of human population, also we have insufficient land use planning, especially in the rural areas, where we have the land use planning. You may find in some of the village there is no land use plan, and in the area where there is land use plan, maybe it is not really implemented. And sometimes you can find where they implement the land use plan, it is not really compatible with best practice to avoid human-wildlife conflict. So that's some of the driver. But in the recent past, also we have observed this climate change, where the drought is also evident in some of the protected area, which force the wildlife to move out of the protected area and looking for water. And other drivers are species specific, based on the species that is causing in conflict with the human being. For example, you can find in some area people, they don't have knowledge on the behavior of this wildlife. So their activities are not compatible with they expose themselves to the risk of being attacked by wildlife. For example, we have the case of crocodiles attack. We have the case of hippo attack. We have the case of even the buffalo sometime. And, but the leading problem animal in Tanzania is elephants, be it in people being attacked or crop raiding. And the government has done a number of initiatives in management of human-wildlife conflict, starting with the legal framework, where you have the wildlife policies. Wildlife policy of Tanzania identify the problem and recognize it as one of the major challenges in conservation. And there is a policy statement in the wildlife policy that the commitments for management of human-wildlife conflict should be devolved to the community. But the government should also take over where the community have not built the capacity to do so. And also the Wildlife Conservation Act also recognize the problem and give the mandate to the director of wildlife to deploy the ranger to control the problem animal. But again, you have the, now the country is implementing the national strategy for management of human-wildlife conflict, which was launched on 2020 October. And it's going to last for 5 years from 2020 to 2024. And with that national strategy, the government really, with that strategy, you have the coordinated effort from different stakeholders, starting from the building the capacity of these communities to make sure that they are conversant with different mitigation measures that they can apply at the community level. And there are so many of them, and some are under research. For example, when we come with elephant, there are quite number of different mitigation measures that can be applied by the community. So the government machinery, that means the wildlife authorities, in collaboration with other partners, NGOs, development partners, and local community, to make sure that the community have the capacity, raise the awareness, and to equip them, if possible, with equipment on how to apply those mitigation measures. And another initiative that is being done is responding to the incidents of wildlife incursion in the community land, where you have wildlife authorities, they deploy the rangers to respond to the incidents of wildlife in the community land, to make sure that they push it back to the protected areas. And sometimes they normally use the means of capture the animal and translocate it back to the protected area. For example, in the recent past, we had we had to translocate the prides of lions from Serengeti, some of the village around Serengeti ecosystem, to the protected area. And also we had to translocate, I remember, this spotted hyena, because sometimes they are in the community land. And another initiative, so you can find with patrol, we also have these designated free toll numbers that can enable the community to report the incidents free of charge. So we have this free toll number, which has been aired to the communities through different medias to make sure that they know those numbers. So in case the wildlife is in the community area, they dial that number, and the wildlife authority respond to the incidents. And again, another initiative, the government has also developed the so-called the regulation for management of these wildlife corridors and the dispersed areas, and is currently under implementation, just to make sure that we secure the human-wildlife interfaces, to make sure that they are identified and gazetted. And in the management of these wildlife corridors, there will be go concurrent with the land use planning along those areas, to make sure that the activities which are being conducted in those wildlife corridor and dispersal area are incompatible with this wildlife corridors. And another initiative that we normally do is to make sure that the communities are benefiting from the wildlife. And this also improves the resilience of the community toward the impact of this wildlife. And the others, the speakers normally came up with the insurance scheme, which is also, when the community sense the benefits, the resilience of live with the wildlife is also increased. Also, another initiative which we normally do is monitoring the incidents of human-wildlife conflict, so as to map the hotspot areas. And currently, we have the problem animal information system, which manage the data of incidents of human-wildlife conflict, and also it's also used in the consolation scheme, because the government has also the consolation scheme where you have a little payment based on the damage that's caused by these problem animals, as specified in the given regulations. And another initiative is research. We normally, there are number of researches which are ongoing, which are done by the private individuals, by the NGOs, by even the Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute, to make sure that we adopt the mitigative measures to make sure that we offset the impact of wildlife to the communities, and at the end of the day, to make sure that we have human-wildlife coexistence in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, another very good presentation. We are now going to invite our last presenter. This is my good friend, Colonel. I have known him for many years. He has even tried to teach me French. One time, we went to a very nice restaurant in Geneva, and the food was very good. Then I said to him that I need to know the French word of saying I'm satisfied. I'm not just my stomach is full, even my heart. He told me, you say, je suis rassasié. That I am satisfied, not just my stomach, even my heart. So I always remember him when I go to a place and I eat food that lands both in my stomach and my heart, because I have had the opportunity to eat very good food with my friend. So you're welcome.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Benoît Douamba et je suis du Burkina Faso. Je suis le directeur général de l'Office national des aires protégées, qui est une structure mise en place par l'État pour opérationnaliser la gestion des aires protégées. Et donc, ma présentation va porter donc sur les questions relatives au conflit homme-faune au niveau du complexe d'Oulvé Ali Penjari, qui est partagé entre le Bénin, le Burkina Faso et le Niger. Et donc, c'est une entité qui a une superficie d'environ 3 millions d'hectares, et composée de 3 noyaux centraux qui sont d'un noyau central composé de 5 parcs nationaux. Il y a le W que se partagent les 3 pays. Il y a la Penjari au niveau du Bénin et Arli au Burkina. Et donc autour de ces aires protégées, donc de ces noyaux, il y a une vingtaine d'aires protégées également, et donc tout ce qui fait le complexe d'Oulvé Ali Penjari. Et donc, il faut dire que cette entité-là vraiment participe beaucoup au développement de ces 3 pays. Et c'est vraiment, j'allais dire, le plus grand continuum d'aires protégées au niveau de cette partie de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Alors, nous avons donc de plusieurs conflits. Et nous savons bien que les conflits hommes-faune ont toujours existé là où il y a l'homme et la faune. S'il y a coexistence, on ne peut pas ne pas avoir de conflits. Et les conséquences de ces conflits-là sont tellement nombreuses. Et ces conflits sont délicats parce que les conséquences peuvent se trouver à différents niveaux. D'abord, il faut dire que ça fait des dégâts si les animaux sauvages détruisent les champs, s'ils détruisent le cheptel humain. C'est un autre problème si l'homme devait se venger pour également tuer ou en tout cas éradiquer certaines espèces qu'ils trouvent qui n'est pas bien. Donc, c'est un problème qui mérite d'être regardé avec beaucoup de sérieux, parce que les conséquences peuvent aller très loin. Ça peut prendre des allures, surtout dans nos zones à faible production agricole. Ça peut aller même à des questions, créer des problèmes de sécurité alimentaire. Ça peut créer des problèmes écologiques, des problèmes sociaux et même politiques, parce que quand les populations ne sont pas contentes, elles vont se rebeller, elles vont avoir une antipathie avec les services en charge de la conservation, antipathie avec leur administration, et tout ça, c'est des problèmes. Et donc, les principales zones concernées par le conflit, en fait, il n'y a pas de zone concernée. Toutes les zones sont concernées, toutes les aires classées du complexe WAP sont concernées, et également les périphéries. Mais il faut dire que, comme les conflits souvent sont nés surtout autour de certains intérêts, pour ne pas dire certaines ressources, comme les eaux et les pâturages, et il faut dire qu'elles sont beaucoup plus exacerbées au niveau de certains points d'eau, au niveau de certaines zones de pâturage, au niveau de certaines zones d'élevage ou d'activités humaines comme l'agriculture, où il n'y a vraiment plus beaucoup de place et que souvent les communautés sont parfois obligées d'aller mener certaines activités juste à côté des réserves. Alors donc les sources de conflit, comment on peut les voir du côté de l'homme? Qu'est-ce que l'homme fait? D'abord, les populations, pour leurs besoins, vont entrer dans les forêts pour chercher en fait certaines ressources. Même s'il y a des interdictions, il faut dire que depuis la création des aires protégées, il y a quand même le droit d'usage. Mais bon, finalement, la présence des personnes dans un parc déjà, il ne peut pas ne pas voir des animaux et souvent, c'est de façon accidentelle que les problèmes peuvent venir, même si personne ne cherchait des problèmes à l'autre. Il y a la pression forte sur les aires protégées. Bien sûr, puisqu'il y a des compétitions, les hommes vont vouloir récolter certaines ressources que mangées par des animaux, donc ils peuvent se retrouver également sur le même endroit. Il y a aussi un certain nombre de facteurs, j'allais dire naturels, puisque avec la dégradation continue des ressources naturelles, les questions de changement climatique et l'insuffisance des pluies, les réserves, ou du moins les ressources s'éménisent, les ressources diminuent, et bien donc ça ne suffit plus pour les animaux et pour les hommes, et donc il y a compétition. En dehors des aires protégées, s'il y a manque d'eau dans les parcs, les animaux vont essayer de sortir pour chercher de l'eau dehors. Et s'il y a manque d'eau en dehors des aires protégées également, les populations et le bétail vont tenter de rentrer dans les aires protégées. Et tout ça, ce sont des conflits que ça donne. Il faut également dire que les activités humaines modifient également le milieu, si bien que ça peut avoir des influences. Certaines activités ne sont pas en tant que telles mauvaises, mais je peux donner un exemple du côté du WAP, surtout du côté du Burkina que je connais. À côté du plan d'eau, le barrage hydroélectrique de la Kompianga, il y a en fait des aménagements hydro-agricoles où les gens font la maraîchiculture, produisent des melons, des pastèques, mais c'est pourtant à moins de 5 km ou même à moins de 1 km du parc. Alors, les éléphants, quand ils vont sortir et vont goûter un jour au melon, je pense qu'ils vont savoir que c'est plus intéressant que les herbes sèches qu'ils ont laissées dans le parc. Et quand ils prennent goût, ils reviennent et tous les jours, ils reviennent et ça ne fait que, voilà, des activités qui changent un peu le comportement des animaux. Il y a aussi, pour les conflits du côté des hommes, il y a parfois des comportements, j'allais dire, l'antipathie à l'envers de la faune. Je pense que pour ceux qui sentent qu'on les a privés de leurs ressources, pour ceux qui ne comprennent pas l'intérêt de la conservation ou qui veulent la faune pour eux seulement, peuvent avoir une certaine antipathie. Et quand ils voient, j'allais dire, un éléphant ou une espèce sauvage, ils ont tendance peut-être à l'éliminer, ou même parce qu'il est contre l'agent forestier, ou bien il est contre son maire, ou bien, je ne sais pas moi. Dans tous les cas, pour lui, c'est une sorte de vengeance. Dans certains cas, nous avons pensé que les hommes aussi négligent. Il y a ceux qui, du côté du Niger, l'élevage est très bien développé, et ils font beaucoup de stockage de foin, c'est mal protégé, et si bien que parfois les éléphants sortent également pour manger ces foins-là. Et donc, ça crée beaucoup de conflits. Alors, du côté du bétail, ce qui concerne en tout cas le complexe Double-Verly-Penjari, de tous les 3 pays, de tous les 3 côtés au niveau des pays, les animaux sauvages sortent et font la prédation du bétail, ils détruisent les champs, et puis, comme je le disais tout de suite, ils consomment bien sûr les produits agricoles et même les stocks de céréales ou de foin stockés pour les animaux. Alors, et si ce sont les animaux qui sont obligés de sortir des réserves pour aller vers les villages, il y a parfois des dégâts très graves, des attaques et même qui aboutissent souvent à des blessures graves et même des morts d'hommes. Si c'était une présentation, on allait voir quand même quelques images qui illustrent vraiment cette problématique de dégâts causés par la faune. Alors, pour les conséquences, je le disais à un moment, au plan écologique, il y a des conséquences. Et les conséquences, c'est parce que s'il y a vraiment vengeance, les populations vont se venger, ils vont détruire la faune. Et qui perd, c'est l'homme qui perd. Si on connaît l'importance, on prend l'exemple d'une seule espèce comme l'éléphant, qui est un facteur vraiment de dissémination de certaines espèces végétales. Ça veut dire que si les éléphants sont éradiqués, ça veut dire qu'ils ne pourront pas faire leur rôle écologique qu'ils jouent d'habitude. Au plan économique, il faut dire que c'est des 2 côtés. La faune est une ressource valorisable à plusieurs niveaux. Et si la faune, les animaux sauvages devaient être détruits parce qu'ils ont créé des problèmes, ça veut dire que c'est une perte vraiment économique. Et également, si les animaux sauvages vont être un facteur qui va entraîner les populations à ne pas pouvoir utiliser certaines parties de leurs terres, à voir que leurs récoltes et leurs bétails sont abîmés, tués, et je pense que ça aussi c'est une perte économique qui vraiment, dans tous les cas, que ce soit les animaux qui attaquent ou les hommes qui attaquent, on aboutit à une seule chose, des attaques. J'avais également parlé des facteurs, le plan socio-économique et administratif, pour ne même pas dire politique. Je pense que c'est quand la population est en paix, quand elle a ses ressources, quand il n'y a vraiment pas de problème au milieu dans les communautés, il ne peut pas avoir de problème entre les administrations de gestion des aires protégées, ni avec leurs responsables politiques et administratifs. Donc, et pourtant, si il y a des dégâts pour lesquels on n'a pas trouvé de solution, les populations vont dire, écoutez, comme quelqu'un le disait hier, j'ai entendu, vous avez les moyens pour prendre des éléphants, pour sauver les éléphants des hélicos, et vous n'avez pas les moyens pour dédommager une destruction de bétail qui coûte peut-être quelques francs seulement. Donc voilà, tout ça, ce sont des conflits. Et donc, comme je l'ai dit en passant, qu'il y a des facteurs qui aggravent. Le fait même que nous ayons des sécheresses, des feux de brousse, les questions de problèmes de changement climatique et certaines catastrophes imprévisibles même qui se viennent contribuent à la détérioration des habitats, à l'intérieur des parcs, à l'extérieur des parcs, et tout ça, d'une manière ou d'une autre, ça crée un conflit quelque part. Et donc, au niveau du complexe W. Ali Penjari, les animaux qui sont mis en cause dans ces conflits-là, c'est l'éléphant, de façon prioritaire, l'éléphant, l'hippopotame, le lion, il y a la girafe, parce que la zone girafe fait partie du WAP, il y a les lions et d'autres carnivores comme l'hyène, le chacal et le guépard, il y a le babouin, les crocodiles, l'hyène et autres espèces. Quelqu'un venait de présenter ici, il a parlé qu'il y a aussi des oiseaux, mais on n'en parle pas. Mais ce sont les conflits vraiment chocs, j'allais dire, qu'on voit quand un éléphant sort, on sait qu'un éléphant est sorti. Mais si vous avez une bande de tisserins, d'oiseaux majemilles qui passent dans un champ, il peut être plus dangereux qu'un éléphant, mais on ne voit pas cela d'abord. Mais les conflits, vraiment, ce n'est pas la grande faune, mais même les tout petits créent beaucoup de problèmes. Et au niveau du parc W, c'est un exemple, et quand on va classer, et c'est surtout le lion qui vient en position avec les attaques, suivi des hyènes. En fait, là-bas, le problème, c'est surtout les carnivores. Les babouins aussi, bon, ça, c'est le sait, mais et quand nous partons du côté du parc W Bénin, c'est exactement les mêmes choses. Hein. C'est le lion, l'hyène, chacal et puis d'autres carnivores. Il y a aussi, bon, dans une moindre mesure, bon, en fait, les éléphants, les buffles, bon, ils créent des problèmes, mais moins que vraiment les lions, parce que ce sont des zones d'élevage et qui sont vraiment convoitisées. Et les animaux, les lions, les carnivores convoitent beaucoup les animaux domestiques. Alors, en termes de mesures, qu'est-ce qui est fait pour cela? C'est difficile, parce que les conflits, pour les régler, c'est très difficile. Alors, ce qui est sûr, il y a des activités traditionnelles qui sont menées là-bas. Et la première des choses, c'est de maintenir vraiment la question, de bonnes relations entre les communautés. Cela passe obligatoirement par un système d'information, de sensibilisation des populations pour maintenir vraiment ces communautés-là et de manière à ce qu'ils gardent en fait une considération favorable, des idées favorables à la conservation. Et certains endroits, on est obligé de renforcer le cadre juridique pour voir qu'est-ce qui peut être fait pour regarder, pour aider cette situation. Bon, là, nous tentons d'harmoniser nos points de vue pour le moment, mais ce que je peux dire au niveau du Burkina, il y a un fonds qui est mis en place pour pouvoir régler ces questions de dégâts. Quand il y a des dégâts, bon, il y a un fonds qui est mis en place, il y a un décret qui a été signé pour ça, et s'il y a des dégâts, on signale les dégâts, on évalue, et les documents sont transmis à un certain niveau, et vraiment ça passe vite. Mais là aussi, comme quelqu'un le dit tout de suite, ben, on était obligé au niveau des textes de ne pas prendre en considération les dégâts de toutes les espèces. On a isolé seulement ce qu'on peut, parce que si on va s'étendre sur tout, ça va être un problème. On a pris les éléphants, les lions, les hyènes, vraiment, j'allais dire les espèces qui font des dégâts très visibles et qui impressionnent, alors que d'autres espèces font pire, mais elles ne sont pas prises en compte. Ok, merci. Alors, on accompagne également les populations dans la mise en œuvre d'activités génératrices de revenus pour leur permettre vraiment d'avoir cette facilité ou du moins d'avoir une opinion favorable à la conservation. En conclusion, moi je dirais que les conflits font partie des principales menaces vraiment de la conservation du complexe W. Ali Penjari, et cela nécessite qu'on développe des approches pour essayer de résoudre ces problèmes-là. Et personnellement, moi je pense que dans les conflits qui opposent l'homme et les animaux sauvages, on devrait tout faire pour les éviter, les atténuer ou les éviter, parce qu'ils seront toujours là. Dans tous les cas, dans ce combat, personne ne va gagner. Et c'est l'homme qui va toujours perdre s'il ne prend pas des dispositions pour éviter ces conflits. S'il se fâche et il va tuer les animaux, c'est lui qui perd. S'il ne fait rien et les animaux viennent chez lui, c'est lui qui perd. Donc finalement, il doit faire des efforts parce que c'est l'homme qui doit toujours perdre. Donc c'est à l'homme de savoir comment faire pour diminuer ces problèmes. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give another round of applause for our panelists. We are going to just take 3 questions because we don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to try and spread them across the room. So on this, I see a very young person there at the back. Yes. Okay, just hold it there. So you'll be the first question, and then I have 2 gentlemen here. Yes, there's 2 gentlemen. You know I'm looking for a lady's hand. You know that. So if there's a lady who has a question, I would like to see whether there is a hand up. Your hand is kind of up. The lady, yeah? Yes, okay, good. Okay, very good. All right. So those 4 questions are the ones we are going to take. The microphone is right at the back. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Umlu Nduli from South Africa. I'm an environmentalist and a filmmaker. I would like to ask to the panel if in Africa in general, are there places where there are protected areas but there is no wildlife animals? Because, for example, in South Africa we have heritage sites which not necessarily would have animals. And we have our own troubles with them. We have a flowered garden route which is partly protected, but not necessarily that you can say it has wildlife. The theme that I've picked up for so long is one would assume wherever there's a protected area, wildlife animals are there, then therefore there's a conflict we're trying to solve. So in Africa, are there those places that they are protected but there's no wildlife animals? And if there are challenges there in those places? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know which of the panelists would like to take that question. The gentleman from Tanzania, they've got very many wildlife areas. Would you like to answer the young man?
Thank you, but if I got him right, he asked about if there is anywhere where there is protected area without wildlife. And yeah, and the experience with the human, the conflict on the management of that protected area. But in the context, from my experience in our country, all of our protected areas, they have got wildlife. But we have some of the protected area where they are famous of having this flower. Yeah, it's during the year we have one of the national park, which is famous just because of a certain kind of flower. When those flowers are blooming, that means the park look very beautiful. So the major attraction in that is that flower. But there is a certain conflict that the root of that flower has got a certain market somewhere. So there is that conflict that I think maybe they are trying to make sure that they raise awareness to the community to make sure that they don't uproot those flowers because they're the major attraction in that protected area. So I think that maybe I've answered you a little bit.
Okay, I think what is coming up is that we have different types of conflicts. They may not necessarily be wildlife conflicts. There are many resource use conflicts that we can discuss. Thank you very much. So we'll have the question right here at the front.
Thank you very much. Dr. Okori from Biodiversity Alliance, based in Uganda, but I do most of my work in Southern Africa. My question will be brief, specifically on insurance. I think it's a very interesting new development in the face of human-wildlife conflict, which is across the board from Southern Africa right up to Western Africa. Now, my question is, first of all, a comment. I think it would be a very good incentive to adopt insurance as a way of creating value for our wildlife. My question is, would this insurance scheme, let me call it a scheme, be something that will be put out also for protected areas which are controlled by governments, or is it only something that will apply to private landowners and for the 5 things you mentioned, for farmers, for death, for their crops, destruction of property? That's my first question. My second question is, you talked about leveraging this insurance for other claims. Leveraging insurance for other claims or risks, would this cover things like drought in wildlife areas, especially in the event of climate change? We know that, for example, in Kenya, we had about 14 rhinos that we lost. Basically, it was because of drought. Would insurance actually cover this? Because we very well know we don't really derive much from wildlife. I know our Tanzania counterpart has said 17% of GDP comes from wildlife, which is great. But actually, that's very little when it comes to the actual inputs in sustaining those wildlife or biodiversity conservation properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari. Belinda?
Barbara.
Barbara.
You've called me all the names.
Yeah.
So thank you for that really good question. So your first question was about whether this insurance scheme, where would it cover, where would the risk be covered? And one of the, it's only that I couldn't share all the details about the scheme, but one of the conditions we have put in the scheme is that someone cannot be compensated if the loss occurs inside a protected area, which, like a park or a conservancy, because we want to avoid people actually then going into these protected areas and doing activities that they should not be doing. Number 2, I think also in Kenya, I'm not a conservationist, but I've read that 60% of our wildlife is actually outside the protected areas. So we're looking for the insurance scheme to cover people when they're actually in their homes, in places where they are supposed to be, and that's when the scheme will be triggered. Of course, I think when we were doing the design, there are so many other intricacies that we came across. So for example, you'll have a conservancy, I think, and you'll have different uses of the land according to which time of the year it is. And we had said that at that, each conservancy would have to submit it's called land use management plan or something. And then we can actually know that during this time of the year, this portion is covered. So it's a bit complicated, but I think generally speaking, the scheme would only be triggered outside of the protected areas. Then the second question you've asked is something that I've actually been thinking about, because, if there's something that happens, if it's either killings, retaliation killings from communities, droughts, all these risks are possibly, maybe not retaliation killings, but these are risks that could, disease, for example, even of wildlife, if it's something that can actually be designed. I remember when we first started designing the human-wildlife conflict insurance scheme, all the insurance companies told us, it's not possible, it doesn't exist, it's not possible. So what you're saying, I think, is possible, because when I think of it from an actuarial or an insurance perspective, we do cover drought. So the question is, what is the loss that has happened because of that drought? It's just changing the the amount that will be paid out. So I'd be really happy to even discuss this further with you. I think it's definitely possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this insurance question needs to be unpacked seriously. It does offer some very interesting hope and opportunities. But then I think for those of us who have been in the trenches for so long, you're starting to wonder who will pay the premiums. You know, what about the kind of very fractious land tenure issues that we have? Who will receive the money when you're finally paying? This poor woman who has been tilling the land, her crops have gone, and then when it's time to pay, and someone who has been in the shopping center all the year drinking something comes to collect the money. Now, these are some of the realities of the wildlife areas where we work. So please don't listen too much to those of us in the trenches, because we might not give the right, the hope that is required. But I think that with some thinking, this is something that can be done and refined as we go along. Maybe to start with pilot projects and then work through those notes as which are surely going to come up. It's your turn now, the lady.
Wakubwa Shikamoni. My name is Emma. I work in Tanzania. This is a philosophical question from the trenches for Barbara, or I guess for everybody. Is human-wildlife conflict truly random? I think as an elephant, I'm not going to pick Minuo's farm specifically to come and visit, but I think, our brothers from Burkina and from West Africa have talked a lot about implementing corridors. Those corridors don't come from nowhere, right? They come from many, many generations of elephant movement and data, and I think Burkina and Central African Republic talked about the fact that if you live in a corridor, that's a decision that you're choosing to make. And so I think, like Barbara, just a question to kind of think about. I'm not sure it's totally random, and I'm not sure if anyone from the panel wants to make a comment about that. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, is human-wildlife conflict truly random? Is it random?
Yeah, great question. And even as I was saying it, I remember thinking somebody is going to say that elephants know exactly where they're going. They follow a certain route and it's not random. But I think from an insurance perspective, I think it would be good to hear from maybe another panelist from a conservationist perspective. From an insurance perspective, when we say something is random, it's an incident that was not preconceived. I know you'll say the elephants preconceived it, but let's say apart from elephants, a lot of times it's not something that was planned and that it's going to happen at this particular time. It's kind of random. Maybe apart from the elephant one, I think a lot of them are kind of random, but I think we've closed our eyes and just said it's random. But thank you, good question. I think I'd love to hear what another panelist thinks.
Okay, I'm sorry we've lost the room. And so I think we've gone over time. Our translators, thank you for staying with us. I know you need a break because there's another session coming up. So apologies for staying longer than we should have. And please give our panelists a round of applause and our translators. Thank you very much. You've done a great job. We wouldn't really manage without you. Have a lovely evening and thank you very much. Yes, yeah. Oh, it's your room.
Sorry for the delay.
I think I'm supposed to make sure we get a photo. Thank you. I was standing there thinking, Ogori, we get a photo of the
as we continue to grow in population and in economy, we are going to see more and more development taking place. How are local communities situated in that? And to what extent do these projects speak to the aspirations of these people? Because the sustainable development goals are not just about developing economically, but it's also about the different values that we bring to the people on the land on which development happens. So we have a very interesting panel for this session today, and I'm going to be introducing them one by one as their names come on the screen. And perhaps the people at the back can let me know if they have queued up our presentation. While they do so, let me introduce myself. My name is Lucy Waruenge. I'm the Executive Director of the African Conservation Center and privileged to be your moderator for this session and also the discussant at the end of the presentations. So we're going to have a keynote speech from Dr. Innocent Ona, and as I call them, would like them to come up. I apologize that we have the wrong institution. He's not from the African Conservation Center. He is from the African Development Bank. And, but I would like him to come up and take a seat here at the front. We also have Tanya Briceno. We can go to the next person. All right, let's start here. Mamadou Diawara, who is from Guinea, and he has been working for 10 years in the environment field, focused on biodiversity and conservation of nature, and he'll be sharing perspectives from his country. Mr. Mamadou, if you could come up. Well, I'm just going by the way the slides are arranged, don't worry. And then we have Ms. Fatima Ba from the National Parks Conservation and working in the marine sector. Welcome. And then we have Mr. Hitesh Mehta, who owns a company called HM Design and has great experience in building infrastructure and designing infrastructure in a manner that is environmentally friendly. Welcome, Mr. Hitesh. And then we have Tanya Briceno, who also is an economist and working with the Conservation Strategy Fund, where they develop different tools that enable participation of communities in the development of infrastructure. I think we also, I'm not sure whether we got that slide on, but Mr. Mohamed Bakar, who is here from the Global Environmental Facility. I apologize that we don't have your picture on that slide, but we'll be introducing you during your session. If you could also come up, please. I'm so sorry. The gentleman coming up is Mr. Frank Turiatunga, who is also one of our keynote speakers, and he works with UNEP, the Africa office, and has been involved and very supportive of looking at guidelines that UNEP has been putting out on how to future-proof our infrastructure as we develop in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Frank Turiatunga, and apologies again that we don't have your slide up there. I think Mr. Innocent Ona has a presentation that is pre-recorded. If Santos, you can confirm if that presentation pre-recorded is available, he will come on after the keynote address. Excellent, thank you. So we're going to actually have our first keynote address from Mr. Frank Turiatunga from Africa Office UNEP, and he's going to set the tone for how Africa framing of development should be if we're to have people at the center. If you remember the opening remarks at the opening ceremony, some of the main highlights were that people need to be at the center of our conservation agenda. in the same way as we think of economic development, as we think of infrastructure development in Africa, how are we ensuring that people are at the center and that their social and economic livelihoods are also being considered? So I want to welcome you. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Frank Turiatunga. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pleased to be with you here this afternoon to talk about reducing the impacts of infrastructure on ecosystems and biodiversity in African landscapes. As you heard, my name is Frank Turiatunga. I work with the Africa region of the United Nations Environment Program. Infrastructure is central to the 2030 agenda, as you all know, and influencing about 92% of the 169 SDG targets across all the 17 goals. Trillions of dollars in annual infrastructure investments are of course needed to deliver the essential services that people require. These include transport, energy, water, and sanitation, communications, and many others. And these underpin the economic and human development of countries. At the same time, the infrastructure that we have built has so far had serious negative consequences for the environment. And the construction of traditional gray infrastructure uses vast amounts of natural resources. We have seen a lot of interest now growing on sand, the use of sand and water as key ingredients in concrete. And this infrastructure development is responsible for an estimated 79% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It is estimated that 4.3 million hectares of humid tropical primary forests are lost each year, largely due to infrastructure expansion. And a study by the World Conservation Monitoring Center and the United Nations Environment Program, which is to be released soon, has found that 60% of species will negatively be impacted by planned road, rail infrastructure around the globe. We have also seen an increase in linear infrastructure such as roads and railways in protected areas, including where critically endangered and endangered species reside. And this has largely been driven by the high cost of compensation in countries with the land tenure systems which promote individual and community ownership. So instead of passing infrastructure, roads and railways through the proper areas and avoiding conservation areas or critical ecosystems, because of the cost of compensation and because these places are in any case vested into government on behalf of people, this linear infrastructure is continuously directed through these protected areas. So protected areas such as national parks and wetlands and coastal zones become the cheap option for infrastructure development. Now, to manage these risks and ensure that infrastructure delivers maximum benefits with impact to nature and communities, we must rethink the way we deliver services through infrastructure investments. This means finding alternatives to new gray infrastructure, such as investing in nature-based solutions, rehabilitating or upgrading of existing infrastructure, or managing demand for certain services. We must also take more integrated approach to planning and delivering infrastructure so that we can do more with less. For example, integrated approaches in design, planning, and building urban infrastructure can lead to the reduction in natural resource use by 30 to 50%, as well as in cost savings. Nature-based and environmentally friendly solutions which take advantage of the many services that nature produces, such as flood protection, water filtration, carbon storage, temperature regulation, wastewater treatment, and many more, are an important way of providing value and benefits to communities while also protecting biodiversity, promoting ecosystem health, and generating numerous other benefits and co-benefits for people and the planet. In many cases, natural infrastructure can be more resilient to shocks than infrastructure assets, as is being demonstrated by the impacts of extreme weather events that we are experiencing. In addition to environmental impacts, the social and economic dimensions of sustainable infrastructure are important as well. Economic and social benefits are often the drivers of infrastructure investments, but in many cases, the purported benefits fail to materialize due to different planning and lack of enabling policies. Measures to help maximize local economic benefits should therefore be included in planning, design, procurement strategies, and other activities related to infrastructure development. Examples of such measures include incentivizing the use of labor-based and local resource-based solutions, technologies, and practices involving micro, small, and medium enterprises, and co-location of infrastructure systems around growth poles and development corridors. Infrastructure is also not gender neutral. Women and girls around the world remain disproportionately burdened by a lack of access to basic infrastructure services. Adverse impacts from infrastructure development often fall on the poor, the more vulnerable, the marginalized, and the disadvantaged groups. Free, prior, and informed consent must therefore be obtained for projects on indigenous peoples and territories and lands. Let me go through very quickly, moderator, what the international good practices and principles for sustainable infrastructure are. They say that strategic planning is necessary to ensure the alignment of infrastructure policies and the decisions with the good sustainable development agendas and to strengthen the enabling environment. That's the first principle. The second one is that responsive, resilient, and flexible service provision to meet actual infrastructure needs is necessary and allows for changes and uncertainties over time and promote synergies between infrastructure projects and systems. We must also think about the comprehensive life cycle assessment of sustainability, including the cumulative impacts of multiple infrastructure systems on ecosystems and communities over the entire lifespan to avoid locking in infrastructure projects and systems with various adverse effects on protected areas and biodiversity. The fourth principle talks about avoiding environmental impact of infrastructure systems and investing in natural infrastructure to make use of nature's ability to provide essential, cost-effective infrastructure services and provide multiple benefits for people and the planet, as I had mentioned before. The use of strategic environmental assessment or strategic social and environmental assessment at the strategic level and environmental impact assessments at the project level must also be applied, not only to tick boxes, but to ensure their recommendations are implemented with adequate compliance and monitoring. In most African countries, what we see is that you are just supposed to do a strategic environmental assessment or an EIA, and once that is done and they show that it has been done, then that's the end. The developer goes on to implement the project in total disregard of the recommendations. There is no monitoring. Most of the compliance is supposed to be self-compliance, but if you are doing self-compliance when there is nobody who is regulating you, then it is possible that you'll forget this. So we need to have this looked at again seriously. We need to integrate resource efficiency and circularity in our infrastructure development to minimize infrastructure's natural resource footprint to reduce emissions, reduce waste and other pollutants, and increase the efficiency and affordability of services. The sixth principle talks about equity, inclusiveness, and empowerment through a balance between social and economic infrastructure investment to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights and promote well-being, particularly for more vulnerable or marginalized groups. The seventh principle talks about enhancing economic benefits through employment generation and support the local economy, while the eighth principle talks of fiscal sustainability and innovative financing to close the infrastructure investment gap within the context of increasingly constrained public budgets. The penultimate principle talks about transparent, inclusive, and participatory decision-making that includes stakeholder analysis, ongoing public participation, and grievance mechanisms for all stakeholders. The final principle talks about evidence-based decision-making. That includes regular monitoring of infrastructure, performance, and impacts based on key performance indicators and the promotion of data sharing. It is important to note, as I conclude, moderator, that in Africa, like other regions of the world, we need to realize the importance of sustainable infrastructure and its relationship with biodiversity with a view to minimizing the environmental, social, and economic impacts and enhancing benefits. We are going to be living with examples where avoiding nature in order to develop infrastructure will eventually make that infrastructure unsustainable. And so we must at all times integrate nature in the design, in the planning, in the design, and in the implementation of infrastructure programs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turiatunga, for setting the tone, the framework, and those principles that you have shared. And it's really, not only do the principles emphasize what we've been discussing about ensuring that the elements of nature are incorporated in infrastructure development, I'm delighted to hear about principles that talk about equity in representing, protecting rights of people and promoting well-being. Also principles that look at economic options and creating co-location of infrastructure that supports local community. I think most times when these infrastructures are developed in our countries, especially those that are at a macro scale, the main benefits that are very obvious are the national ones. But to see that these principles are applied in the standards you have declared here today is what we would aspire to pursue as a continent and in our countries. And I'd like to add here that UNEP has provided a guideline document on future-proofing sustainable infrastructure so that it is sustainable in the long run. And we, courtesy of your office, Mr. Turiatunga, we've come with copies to this meeting and will be available as people leave. A very nice summarized documents that highlights the principles he's talking about and gives guidelines that are applicable in our countries. Thank you very much, sir. So we'd now like to move to Tiana, who's going to be speaking to us about the work that they are doing on working with local communities and tools that are useful for enabling local communities to participate in the design, in the planning of infrastructure development. Welcome, Tanya.
Thank you for inviting me. My name is Tanya Briseno. I'm an environmental economist by training and practice, and I work with Conservation Strategy Fund. We're an international organization based in Washington, D.C., with offices all around the world. And I think my presentation has a lot of the points that were just made. I was just kind of holding my head saying, oh, that's pretty much everything I had in my presentation. But I already have a PowerPoint, so I'll have to stick to the same. CSF, Conservation Strategy Fund, is an organization that specializes in the use and development of economic analysis, tools, and models to make smarter decisions about infrastructure, among other sectors. And I think it's important to understand first how economics is currently being used to justify infrastructure projects around the world. We're really focused, or a lot of the justifications focus on economic gains that are expected. Things such as GDP contributions, jobs, better trade. These are the types of metrics and indicators that are being used to justify many of these large infrastructure projects like roads and energy systems. However, many of these gains and indicators that we're after are often not well studied, not quantified, not systematically recorded to have the information on whether those are being realized or not. So, in addition to not doing our homework well with the justifications we're after, we're also doing incomplete analysis. We're not including these environmental impacts, environmental co-benefits of alternatives. We're not looking at many of the social impacts that we can also foresee, including new access to illegal activities, community disruptions. These are also not being part of the equation of what we understand as costs and benefits of infrastructure. At CSF, we've done a lot of work in the Amazon forest region, and we recently took a study to examine all the roads in the Amazon region. And we found that more than half of the roads didn't make economic sense. That means even just with the very metrics that were justifying their construction, more revenue, more GDP, more jobs that were supposed to be created, those weren't being realized. So actually the cost that the country incurred to construct those roads were not translating into the benefits that were being expected. And this analysis did not even include the environmental and social impacts that we believe should be part of the equation. So at a very basic level, we're not doing our economic homework well. We believe we really need to take an integrated environmental economic perspective. It's got to be together and integrated to really understand the full suite of impacts that are expected. And we can estimate a value for things like social and environmental impacts. That's what we do at CSF, and we understand it's an imperfect science. We will never be able to capture the magnitude of these impacts in an economic dollar metric, but we can put them in the same playing field. If decisions are being made around dollars and investments, can we also provide a picture, a bit of a tip of the iceberg picture on what these environmental and social impacts will translate to in terms of dollars? This metric is powerful and can help us make better decisions. And so we need to use this information. We can't just produce it, we need to use the information, and we're seeing that a lot of the road constructions that we're seeing are not even using this very, very important metrics that are behind the project. So I'll try to illustrate some of these concepts with a recent example, a work we did at CSF in Uganda, where we looked at the impact of a road project in the Bwindi National Park, where we find the endangered mountain gorillas as a critical habitat. And there was, the government was looking to do a road upgrade that would cut across the Bwindi National Park. So CSF came in and dove into the numbers of what this would translate into. So first of all, the road was being constructed for improvements to the tourism industry. More roads, better access, more tourism was kind of the rationale and logic, as well as better transportation for the communities around this region. But when we dove into the numbers, we could forecast already decreases in the populations of the mountain gorillas. The main attraction for tourism was going to decrease and impact not only the habitat, not only the environment, but also the very industry they were meant to be helping. The tourism industry would suffer from this. We could translate that into revenue impacts, into costs. So what we did was consider alternative options. Can we think about how to better provide the same service of benefits to the tourism industry, of better access to the populations that live here in an alternative way? We proposed two alternatives that would go around the park. And these alternatives, first of all, were less costly. The terrain around the park was easier to work with, and just in financial terms, they would cost less. They would serve a greater number of people. Going through where the communities are actually located, they would be better able to provide the transport service. And they would avoid the impacts on the gorilla population and the critical habitat that was going to be impacted otherwise. So I was asked to keep it 8 minutes, so I distilled the economic principles that we use at CSF into 3 points, hoping to simplify and help you remember at least 3 things that we should keep in mind when conducting economics in relation to infrastructure. The first point is to understand that infrastructure involves trade-offs. The moment you have a road, you construct a project, there is an impact. Every economic activity has an impact. Sometimes we refer to these as direct impacts on the ground. Sometimes they are opportunity cost of what else we could have invested with that money, and we need to be cognizant of that. The moment we implement an infrastructure project, there is a trade-off. And we can't stop our analysis in the direct, immediate impacts. We need to also understand indirect impacts, one layer removed. So back to the Uganda example, we looked at the tourism industry, so immediate impact we would have on the habitat. An indirect impact is how this would translate to the tourism industry. So we need to build our analysis in a larger scope to identify and include some of these very critical indirect impacts as well. As part of our work, we have seen that there is a 95% probability of deforestation with every road that is constructed within forests. 95% probability, that's pretty certain. So we're developing these deforestation models around these roads, and we can forecast that within a 5-kilometer buffer of the road, there will be deforestation. So this means that when we look at economic gains, we need to think about net gains, not gross. This means that once we are able to understand the revenue, we need to subtract the costs, environmental costs, social costs, financial costs, and our unit, our metric for decision makers should be a net figure. That's still my point 1. I'll go to my point 2. The second principle that we emphasize is to always prioritize avoidance before mitigation. This requires upfront planning, being able to use and forecast where there will be significant impacts and plan accordingly. This is the best way to protect ecosystems and wildlife habitat, and it's also a very cost-saving approach. Rather than having infrastructure projects full of safeguards, very costly, we can focus on avoiding these impacts to begin with. Often mitigation is imperfect. There are impacts that are irreversible, irreplaceable, and we don't want to go there. Finally, my third and last point is that we should be optimizing the design for service provision. So we shouldn't be building infrastructure projects for the sake of building infrastructure. We should be thinking about what is the service and objective of that infrastructure project and thinking outside the box. Are there better ways to provide those services? We have developed a lot of tools, algorithms, modeling that allow us to quantify and bring together all the information we can put together and optimize design for services. So these are the three things summarized in case you missed them, and that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. We definitely will remember trade-offs, avoidance, and optimize. I think those are key elements, emphasizing on where we started off with a keynote on the broad principles that we need to apply, going on to what are the application of those principles in real-world situations. And as you have questions for any of these panelists, please put them down. We will have time for discussion hereafter. And that's a great intro to our next speaker, who is Mr. Hitesh Mehta, whose world is about building infrastructure. So we should not throw stones at him, though. I think one of his strengths is trying to really look at optimizing design so that it is environmentally friendly when you need to do roads in parks, when you need to do lodges, when you need to do nature trails. How do you do that in a manner that optimizes the experience of the people who would visit the park, but also ensures that there is real benefits, hopefully net benefits at the end of that project. So Mr. Hitesh Mehta, welcome.
Thank you, Lucy. Appreciate that. Yeah, I do wear quite a few hats. Quick intro is that I'm a Kenyan protected area physical planner. I'm a landscape architect and also an architect. In the 10 minutes I have, I'm going to demonstrate to you two very important points. How holistic physical master planning is crucial in creating harmony between protected area infrastructure and environmental, cultural, and spiritual protection, and how local community empowerment through ecotourism participatory planning, master planning, ensures long-term sustainability for both local livelihoods and biodiversity. So that we are on the same table, and an important part or type of tourism I wish could have gotten much more attention at this conference, which is ecotourism. And there are three main pillars of ecotourism. One is conservation of nature, two is helping benefits local communities, and the third one is providing a rich interpretation and education experience. And what I'm going to be doing is sharing with you our office's philosophies. It was exactly 10 years ago that the UN General Assembly unanimously adopted a resolution which recognized that ecotourism, just ecotourism, no other types of ecotourism, tourism, but just ecotourism, creates significant opportunities for the conservation, protection, and sustainable use of biodiversity and of natural areas by encouraging local and indigenous communities in host countries and tourists alike to preserve and respect the natural and cultural heritage. So I'm going to share with you some of the techniques that we use around Africa in empowering local communities during the planning and design processes. So one philosophy we have is an approach that is called ego less but eco more, which means that the Homo sapien is not at the center, is not the superior species, but the Homo sapien is as equal to all other species. The other approach is a quadruple bottom line philosophy, a win, 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 win for financial, environmental, social, and spiritual aspects of every infrastructural project that we work on in protected areas. So one of the techniques is called collective creativity. What does this mean? Depending on where the project is and what is required, we bring in some of the top experts in the world, a few of them, just 2 or 3, And then we connect and we bring local experts and local consultants onto these projects. And then we marry this whole creativity with ancestral wisdom, with local indigenous knowledge. So when we have this, we've got the perfect fit. And whether it's Kenya, or whether it's Ethiopia, or it's Liberia, where we are working, we bring the local knowledge from the wardens and the rangers, or it's the guides, like here in the Virungas, or it's the women, very important. They're an extremely important part of the process. This is the Himba women in Namibia and Gabon. And it does help that one of the consultants that we brought in was a certain young Kadu Sebunya. Another technique is listening. No matter, you could be the top expert on the planet, you could have had 40 years experience, but what we do is we just take our years first, just the years, in a notebook. And we started this practice 27 years ago in the Turkana area of Kenya with the Pokot people. And you want to make sure you include the women and the children and all stratas of the community, especially handicapped people. And in this case, in Uganda, we even had a local, well, they're calling her a witch, but she was just like a shamaness, we would call. And it's very important to make sure that when you sit down with them at almost the same level. With the Batwa people, it's not always that easy to sit at the same level. But you want to be right there with your ears, taking notes, and it's all about getting their wisdom. And the next process is immersion, is to immerse yourself as the consultant, as the planner, into the local livelihoods, the local lifestyles, and everything that goes with it, whether it's what medicinal plants that they take, what kind of food that they eat. This is the Batwa in Uganda, or the Himba and their livelihoods and how they do their cooking and what kind of ingredients they use. And if you get invited, then you go to their houses to see how their spaces are being used, what kind of challenges they are facing, or what kind of practices they have. And in Kenya, you know, they've now banned hunting since 1978, but this is still a sacred site for them. So we wanted to make sure we understood that. Food is a very important way to immerse yourself into the local community. And it means eating with your hands, in this case, the injera and the shirowat. And another really great technique we have found of building trust with local communities, especially in Africa, is the dancing. I think Lucy just mentioned about it, is to go and dance with them and really enjoy it. This is the Batwa, that was Uganda, this is DR Congo, this is in Liberia just about a month ago, Cote d'Ivoire. And then the next process is what we call information gathering, where you go onto the site, the protected area, and you walk, or you go by car. And this is where the wardens and the guides are very important part. This one here is the Virungas, when we did the Virunga Sustainable Tourism Plan. And this is up in Simeon Mountain National Park. In fact, the gentleman who is doing the drawing is sitting right here with us. He's the chief warden, Mr. Ababa, as he's giving us a lot of very important information. And this is what we do. We start writing it down and drawing it down and putting it into a map. And it's the indigenous knowledge, the Maasai, their connection to land is unbelievable. And the women as well. This is in Tanzania, Ethiopia, Himbaland, Namibia. And it's after all that you bring them onto the table and then you give them the drawing pencils and you get them to start drawing. So you just supervise. And the drawing may not look sexy. It doesn't have to be sexy. But you can see here what they have done. They've identified their sacred hills, the Maasai, the Koyaki Maasai. They've identified their places of spiritual ceremonies. They've identified where the males do their bonding. And this is what we then do, is we'll take it to the next stage. But in Uganda, when we were involved in that project, was the first time ever that the Batwa were brought to the decision-making table. You can see the Batwa women here. And this is one of the gentlemen. And it was really amazing. I'll never forget this. This gentleman was asked to introduce himself. And what he does, he stood up and he said in Swahili, he says, I only want to survive. They'd been taken out of the national parks and put into an urban location, and he just wanted to survive. And this is Prosper, who is the Virunga Mountains National Park warden right now, and Sylvie Baki. Some very crucial people were involved. Even tour operators are involved in this process. It's very crucial. And finally, we come to the empowerment planning, and I'll end with this one, where as planners, we do some base drawings. This was in Madagascar. This is in Kenya. That is Mr. Mr. Dixon Coelho right next to me. And then we empower the local community. We ask them to become the co-planners. And we get them to start really going onto the drawing table to start drawing. And this is all over Africa, Kenya, Uganda. This is all the districts. And then we ask them to do the presentations, like as if they themselves are the planners. We want them to start taking ownership. And once local communities start taking ownership is when they're going to start taking care. And that's when sustainability takes place. Again, as I said, the drawings don't need to look really great. That's fine, because we will then take these drawings to our offices, and we have got some experts that will now do some really beautiful illustrated drawings, like a Van Gogh painting. This is the master plan for Naboisho Conservancy, which is a community conservancy in Kenya. And it was the first one that ever did a master plan of that conservancy. You can see in the legends, the cultural sites that the Maasai gave us have been identified. And then you have a whole detailed information of all the infrastructure that will be in that particular conservancy. And then you have a first phase development, which is the Eagle View Camp in this case, 100% owned camp by the local community. And we helped them resurrect the camp. It's now up and running and has won now quite a few different awards. In fact, it's the only project in Africa that has been recognized by the American Society of Landscape Architects. Just an amazing experience. And I'm going to end with these two quick projects. We also worked on the Virunga Transboundary Sustainable Tourism Plan that covers the whole region here. When we started this plan, there were only 300 gorillas. Now there are over 600, twice, in this Virungas. But we also did the plan for the Sabinio Eco Lodge, which now eventually has been built. It's now called the Silverback Lodge. And we are talking about local benefits to communities. In just the last 3 years, $1.3 million have been pumped or has been shared by this lodge to the local community. And I think I want to talk to IUCN and everyone. I don't know why ecotourism or just tourism is not a stream at these conferences. Because if you look at how much tourism has helped communities and to help protect areas in Africa, it's unbelievable. This is a classic example, Nungwe Forest, which is just south of here, 4.5 hours from here. 13 primate species. The only 2 parks in the whole world have 13 primate species. And when we went there, there were only 3 rooms available in the whole park. I visited this 4 days ago, and this is one of the projects we did, which is the Nungwe Eco Lodge at that time. and now is the Nungwe one and only, which just a month ago was recognized as the #3 safari lodge in Africa. #2 or #1 was Bisate in Virungas. So again, this shows where you start with the master planning and what the end result is, and how communities are empowered not right from the planning and design phases, and then at the end, when the lodge is already built, and they're already getting a lot of help. So thank you so much, Lucy, for that. And just one quick note, tomorrow from 4 to 8, I'm conducting, and the others as well, conducting a masterclass workshop on how to go about doing infrastructure master planning in Africa. So.
Thank you very much, Hitesh. Very inspiring, isn't it? And to see that benefits are not just defined by the money at the end, which is good to see, but also benefits through the process. I think that's one of the big takeaways here, that as we think about infrastructure development, to what extent are local people getting involved in the design and the planning, which really enables the ownership of that product. Thank you very much, Hitesh. We now want to move to West Africa, and I would like to welcome Mamadou Diawara, who is from the Society Ecologie in New Guinea. And we would like you to come and give your perspectives from where, as a community that's working in that area, and your interaction with infrastructure. Do you speak French or English? French. Okay, so he'll be presenting in French, so make sure you tune to the right channel. Thank you.
Allez, merci beaucoup. Bonsoir à tous. Je suis Mamadou Diawara. Je viens de la République de Guinée. Je travaille pour Guinée Écologie, une ONG environnementale. Donc, je vais vous présenter ce soir un travail que la société civile a pu réaliser en Afrique de l'Ouest dans le cadre de la réduction des impacts des infrastructures sur l'écosystème côtier. Voilà. Donc, avant de rentrer dans les réalisations, il faut parler du contexte en Afrique de l'Ouest. Les prédécesseurs ont déjà parlé de cette question. Nous sommes dans un moment de développement intensif, donc il faut prendre avant les dispositions nécessaires par rapport à ça. Donc lorsque vous regardez en Afrique de l'Ouest, il y a le déploiement de grandes infrastructures, que ce soit les routes, que ce soit l'énergie, que ce soit les mines, avec l'installation des ports de transport de minerais, mais aussi l'exploitation ou l'exploration du pétrole. Donc ce sont des infrastructures qui ont de grands impacts sur l'écosystème côtier, qui est essentiellement dominé par la présence d'un écosystème très sensible, notamment les mangroves, mais aussi dans lesquels il y a également des espèces très importantes, comme les tortues, il y a également aussi les herbiers marins. Donc c'est en ce sens qu'un projet a été développé et qui a été financé par la Fondation MAVA. Donc ce projet PRISE essaye de mettre les acteurs ensemble et de trouver des solutions par rapport au développement des impacts des infrastructures en zone côtière. Donc c'est sur 5 pays, la Mauritanie, le Sénégal, la Guinée-Bissau, le Cap-Vert et la République de Guinée. Donc, pour ce qui concerne la société civile, parce que c'est un projet de plusieurs acteurs, il y a les acteurs du gouvernement, mais aussi il y a aussi la société civile. Donc, concernant la société civile, il était question de pouvoir mobiliser cette société civile, mais aussi de renforcer leur capacité à pouvoir faire face au contexte ou au développement des infrastructures en zone côtière. Donc, c'est ce travail-là que la société civile ouest-africaine, notamment des 5 pays, qui étaient concernés par ce projet. Donc, pendant ce projet, il y a plusieurs travaux qui ont été réalisés autour notamment du dialogue, de mettre ensemble tous les acteurs, que ce soit de l'État, que ce soit du secteur privé, mais aussi de la société civile elle-même, y compris les médias, que ces acteurs puissent travailler ensemble et de pouvoir voir dans quelle mesure il faut gérer ces infrastructures. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, la vitesse par laquelle l'installation de ces infrastructures se met et le besoin de développement, il est difficile de freiner l'installation des infrastructures pour ne pas dire qu'il est impossible de les éviter. Donc il faut voir comment est-ce qu'il faut non seulement prévoir, mais aussi pouvoir gérer lorsque ces infrastructures sont là et de voir dans quelle mesure tous les acteurs peuvent jouer leur rôle. Donc, pour les questions de la société civile, il y a eu d'abord de renforcement de capacité, de la sensibilisation, ce qui a amené les acteurs à s'engager autour de plusieurs réseaux, notamment que ce soit des cadres de concertation au niveau des pays, que ce soit des réseaux au niveau sous-régional. Donc cela a permis de mettre ces acteurs-là ensemble et de discuter sur ces thématiques. Donc ça a amené au niveau de la Guinée à organiser des ateliers de sensibilisation, mais aussi, comme je l'ai dit, des formations sur les thématiques, par exemple, de plaidoyer. Donc la société civile a un rôle sur le plaidoyer. Donc il fallait être outillé par rapport à cela, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'organisations qui ont la volonté de travailler dans ce sens, qui ont des idées à pouvoir faire passer auprès des décideurs, mais il y a des approches, par exemple, de plaidoyer qu'il fallait les mettre à leur disposition pour renforcer leurs capacités. Il y a aussi au niveau des écoles, nous avons fait de l'éducation environnementale. Donc, pour non seulement les enseignants, à ceux qu'ils intègrent dans leurs cours les notions de prise en compte des questions environnementales, en particulier en zone côtière, mais aussi aux élèves de pouvoir déjà à ce débit les éduquer à prendre en compte dans tout leur comportement les questions environnementales. Donc c'est pourquoi il y a eu les questions d'éducation environnementale, mais aussi des outils ont été mis à leur disposition. Il y a beaucoup d'outils, par exemple, qui sont disponibles, mais qui sont méconnus par les acteurs de la société civile. Donc il fallait mettre à leur disposition ces outils pour qu'ils soient capables de pouvoir renforcer leur réflexion dans le cadre de leur action en matière de gestion des impacts des infrastructures. Il y a également la mise en place des cartes de veille. Donc les cartes de veille au niveau des sites sensibles qui regroupent les communautés locales, mais aussi les services techniques des ministères concernés par rapport au développement de ces infrastructures. Alors, il y a eu également au niveau de la Guinée un réseau qui a été mis en place, notamment le réseau des journalistes pour les questions du littoral. Parce que le constat qu'on avait fait, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de médias, il y a beaucoup de journalistes, mais qui ne sont pas spécialisés sur ces questions, mais qui ont la volonté de travailler dans ce sens. Donc, il fallait aussi renforcer les capacités de ces réseaux de journalistes, et ça a été fait. Nous avons fait beaucoup d'émissions médiatiques pour pouvoir sensibiliser tout le public dans ce sens. Alors, il y a au niveau du Sénégal également beaucoup d'autres travail qui a été fait. C'est juste un résumé des actions fortes dans le cadre des dialogues. Nous avons fait un travail de 4 ans et nous avons 8 minutes pour présenter cela, donc il faut résumer cela. Donc au Sénégal également, il y a une ONG qui a travaillé dans ce sens et qui a mis en place un cadre de dialogue qui a regroupé l'État, mais aussi la société civile du Sénégal. Donc, notamment toutes les parties prenantes au niveau du Sénégal concernant les infrastructures. Au niveau de la Mauritanie également, ce même travail a été fait, en plus de la formation, de la sensibilisation, mais aussi à la création, comme en Guinée, des plateformes et aussi de la formation de la société civile, mais sur l'engagement de l'État en matière de prise en compte des infrastructures dans le développement ou la planification du territoire. En Guinée-Bissau, au Cap-Vert également, il y a eu un travail sur l'engagement avec les entreprises pour promouvoir les projets verts. Donc, comme je le disais, il y a plusieurs acteurs autour des infrastructures. Donc, il faut que tous ces acteurs-là puissent jouer leur rôle. Donc, c'est dans ce sens que aussi le secteur privé a un rôle essentiel dans le cadre de la prise en compte des infrastructures, parce que c'est ce secteur privé qui fait de l'investissement. Donc, à l'État également de pouvoir anticiper les investissements dans le cadre de l'implantation des infrastructures. Donc, voilà ce qui a été fait par la société civile par rapport à son rôle de dialogue, de formation, mais aussi de sensibilisation des acteurs pour la prise en compte des impacts des infrastructures en zone côtière. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Mamadou. You've highlighted different angles of engaging the local community, but now looking at beyond the private sector, beyond the state itself, beyond the construction agencies, the civil society group. And I think you're highlighting the need for building capacity, the need for establishing networks, and especially your point on having multi-stakeholder dialogues. I think those are going to be critical in having civil society play that role of equipping the society with tools, being the advocacy voice that is able to promote the right principles, the required guidelines, and enabling the platform that gives them a voice to air these concerns. The aspects of training, we're finding that in this whole new discourse on infrastructure, there isn't enough capacity. So again, a very critical role of civil society being able to train people in country, both to better inform development, but also to equip those who are meant to speak into the guidelines and also who are concerned about the impacts. Thank you very much. We now have Ms. Fatima, who comes to us from the Conservation Society, government. Let me just get her title right. Welcome. Ms. Fatima is with the National Park Service, working in the marine area in Western Africa, and she'll also bring perspectives from where they sit as government and how they support these programs in relation to benefits to people. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Donc, moi, c'est Madame Fatima Taba. Donc, je suis sénégalaise. Je travaille au niveau de la direction des aires marines communautaires protégées et je suis au niveau de la division partenariat. Donc, par rapport à ma présentation, je pense que moi, je vais surtout m'accentuer sur les impacts potentiels des infrastructures, sur les écosystèmes marins et côtiers, et aussi les mesures d'atténuation. Je pense que ma présentation sera axée surtout par rapport aux activités que nous avons eu à mener dans le cadre du projet de réduction des impacts sur les infrastructures qui a été financé par la MAVA. Donc, le plan de présentation est composé de 5 points. Le premier point, c'est une introduction suivie des types d'infrastructures, les impacts potentiels, mais aussi les mesures d'atténuation, et enfin, pour terminer, avec des recommandations. En guise d'introduction, je pense que les gens l'ont dit tout à l'heure, l'espace marin ouest africain quand même abrite plusieurs écosystèmes originaux tels que les mangroves, les herbiers marins, mais aussi de nombreuses espèces de faune aussi et de flore. C'est une zone aussi vraiment à fort enjeu stratégique, surtout sur le plan économique, donc qui fournissent aussi un éventail vraiment très large de biens et services. Ce qui fait qu'actuellement, il est vraiment menacé par d'importantes mutations qui sont dues surtout au développement des infrastructures, surtout des infrastructures touristiques, urbaines, hydrauliques, minières, pétrolières et de transport. Je pense que ce matin, on a eu quand même un panel assez important, surtout par rapport au développement de ces infrastructures pétrolières et gazières. C'est pour cela que le Sénégal a très vite compris et vraiment nous avons mis en place un réseau composé vraiment d'aires marines protégées, vraiment, qui constituent souvent des sites, pour la plupart de pontes, mais aussi des couloirs de migration, mais aussi des sites aussi de nourriture. Je pense que, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, nous, au niveau du Sénégal, ce qu'on a mis en place déjà, c'est au niveau des aires marines protégées, c'est un réseau vraiment d'aires marines protégées. Et la particularité de ce réseau, c'est vraiment que c'est un réseau qui a vraiment, si je peux m'exprimer ainsi, qui a un fondement communautaire. Parce que hormis les 5 aires marines protégées qui ont été créées au lendemain de Durban, c'est-à-dire en 2004, tous les autres aires marines protégées viennent des initiatives communautaires de conservation. Donc, c'est les communautés elles-mêmes qui se sont engagées, qui ont vraiment identifié des zones sensibles, des zones à forte potentialité de biodiversité et qui ont vraiment demander l'appui du ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable à travers la direction des aires marines communautaires protégées pour vraiment ériger ces zones-là en site, en zone protégée. Donc, ce qui fait que vraiment ce réseau est constitué de 15 sites, dont 13 aires marines protégées, une réserve urbaine et une réserve communautaire. Et ce site aussi constitue presque 23% de la côte sénégalaise qui est de 700 km et aussi constitue 3,63% par rapport aux objectifs d'Aichi. Maintenant, au niveau toujours de ce projet infrastructure, une étude a été menée qui nous a permis vraiment d'avoir la typologie des infrastructures au niveau du delta du Saloum. Parce que le site pilote, c'était le delta du Saloum. Donc, l'étude s'est vraiment focalisée sur la petite côte et le delta du Saloum. Et différentes infrastructures, quand même, ont été inventoriées. Il s'agit des infrastructures de transport qui constituent vraiment qui sont constituées par les routes, les ponts, qui vraiment souvent constituent vraiment un phénomène, quand même, par rapport à la conservation des écosystèmes marins et côtiers. Nous avons aussi les infrastructures de pêche qui sont constituées par les quais de pêche, les sites de transformation et autres, et vraiment aussi qui ont des impacts très négatifs pour la conservation de la biodiversité. Nous avons aussi les infrastructures pétrolières et gazières, d'autant plus qu'au niveau du Sénégal, je pense que c'est une nouvelle donne qui est venue vraiment s'ajouter à la conservation et on est obligé de faire avec, parce qu'actuellement, on est obligé vraiment d'allier développement et conservation. Donc, vraiment voir par rapport à ces infrastructures-là, vraiment comment faire vraiment pour pallier à ces différents problèmes. Maintenant aussi, on a les infrastructures hydro-agricoles aussi qui ont été identifiées, mais des infrastructures aussi de protection contre l'érosion côtière, à l'image des brises-lames, des épis et autres. Nous avons aussi les établissements humains avec la démographie, l'explosion démographique actuellement que nous notons au niveau de nos côtes. Nous avons aussi les infrastructures minières avec l'exploitation du zircon, qui peut-être n'est pas au niveau du delta du Saloum, mais qu'on retrouve au moins au niveau de la côte sénégalaise. Par rapport à ces infrastructures aussi, on note vraiment des impacts potentiels. Peut-être au niveau de l'ensemble des infrastructures que j'ai énumérées, chaque type d'infrastructure a des impacts potentiels, mais aussi des mesures d'atténuation. Mais j'ai essayé de faire peut-être un résumé de l'ensemble des impacts potentiels pour l'ensemble de ces infrastructures-là. Donc, la plupart des impacts qu'on note, c'est souvent la pollution. Elle peut être liquide ou solide, surtout avec, je pense, les photos que vous voyez, ça, c'est des photos au niveau de Joal, au niveau du quai de pêche de Joal, d'autant plus que déjà il y a la pollution avec les sachets plastiques et autres vraiment, qui constitue une pollution vraiment avec les solides qui risquent souvent de se retrouver en mer. Nous avons aussi la fragmentation surtout et la destruction des habitats. Parce que vous savez que souvent avec les ponts et les autoroutes, on a souvent la fragmentation des habitats qui font disparaître une partie peut-être de l'écosystème. Je prends l'exemple de la voie qui se trouve, le pont de Ndahoga, ou bien même, excusez-moi, c'est le pont de Joal, qui vraiment, une partie de l'écosystème de mangrove presque a disparu de l'autre côté, d'autant plus qu'il y a vraiment des remblais et des déblais vraiment lors de la construction de ce pont-là. On note aussi une perturbation de la migration, qui est surtout due à la sédimentation des zones humides. Parce qu'avec l'urbanisation, souvent les zones humides ont tendance à disparaître. Donc, ce qui vraiment constitue un impact potentiel pour ces infrastructures-là. Nous avons aussi la modification morphologique de l'hydrologie et des sédiments. Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, souvent les infrastructures, s'ils ne sont pas bien faits, ou bien si les études ne sont pas bien faites au début, donc souvent ça conduit souvent à plusieurs problèmes. Nous avons aussi une accentuation du phénomène, surtout de l'érosion côtière, qui est souvent due à des installations qui sont installées en amont, souvent qui causent beaucoup de soucis en aval. Donc ça aussi, c'est des problèmes qu'on a notés au niveau peut-être du delta du Saloum. Maintenant, par rapport à ces impacts-là quand même, on a des mesures d'atténuation. Je pense que dans le cadre du projet PRIS, on a eu quand même à mener quelques actions, surtout c'était par rapport aux mesures physiques de conservation des zones des aires protégées. Donc, on avait vraiment, comme je l'ai dit au début, déjà le Sénégal, ça a acquis, c'était déjà de mettre en place un réseau d'aires marines protégées. Parce que je pense que tout à l'heure, doyen, je pense qu'il a eu à montrer vraiment la manière dont les gens, travaillent au niveau de, j'ai oublié le pays, mais quand même c'est le même cas au niveau du Sénégal. Parce qu'au Sénégal, le réseau des aires protégées, c'est un réseau vraiment communautaire. Donc c'est les communautés elles-mêmes vraiment qui sont là, qui veulent mettre en place des aires protégées, vraiment pour protéger leurs ressources. Donc ça déjà, au niveau de chaque aire protégée, il y a un plan d'aménagement et de gestion qui est là. Donc qui réglemente toute activité qui se fait au niveau de la zone. Que ce soit des activités économiques, que ce soit des activités de conservation. Et le plan d'aménagement, ce n'est pas un plan qui a été concocté ou bien élaboré par un consultant. C'est un plan qui est élaboré souvent de façon participative avec les communautés locales. Du début à la fin, de l'identification jusqu'à vraiment, de l'identification jusqu'à vraiment à la validation du plan avec l'ensemble des communautés. Donc, c'est les communautés, ils sont à la base et aussi ils sont à la fin. Donc, c'est eux vraiment les vraiment porteurs de ces projets de création d'AMP. On a un autre problème aussi qu'on constate, c'est souvent les études d'impact environnemental. Donc, vraiment, je pense que pour pallier à ces problèmes-là, la solution, c'est de vraiment systématiser les études d'impact environnemental pour l'ensemble des projets. Parce que souvent, il y a des études qui sont menées, ou bien il y a des projets, peut-être que les études ne sont pas menées, mais vraiment systématiser pour l'ensemble des projets les études d'impact environnemental. Mais aussi, cela ne règle pas le problème. Quand les gens font des études d'impact environnemental, souvent, il y a des plans de gestion environnementale. Donc, c'est le suivi de ces plans-là, souvent, qui pose problème. Parce qu'on peut faire une étude d'impact environnemental, faire un plan de gestion environnementale, mais quand ce n'est pas suivi souvent, ça pose problème. Parce que toutes les recommandations qui ont été faites ne seront pas, peut-être faites à la règle. Donc, vraiment, c'est un problème par rapport vraiment à la mise en œuvre de ces plans de gestion environnementale, qui constitue surtout un problème au niveau des aires protégées. Nous avons aussi eu à mener quand même la mise en place des mesures physiques de conservation. Parce que vous le savez, avec le projet PRISE quand même, on participait à l'atteinte de la stratégie 1 au niveau de l'activité 126, je pense. Donc, ça, on avait des mesures physiques de conservation à mettre en œuvre. C'était surtout par rapport au balisage. Parce que vous savez, une aire protégée aussi, qui n'est pas balisée aussi, c'est source de problème. Mais aussi, une fois que l'aire est balisée, ça vraiment règle le problème. Non seulement, ça règle le problème des empiètements, mais aussi le problème de... Ça réduit en tout cas les conflits entre les gestionnaires et les usagers. Parce qu'une aire qui n'est pas balisée quand même, souvent c'est facile de dire que non, je ne savais pas que là c'était une aire protégée. Mais quand c'est bien balisé vraiment, là vraiment ça diminue un tout petit peu les problèmes. Donc ce qu'on a eu à faire au niveau de Joal Fadiout, il y avait des balises qui avaient échoué, qu'on avait refait installer encore au niveau de Joal. Et aussi, il y avait aussi la reconstitution de l'écosystème. En faisant quoi? À travers des reboisements de mangroves, mais aussi des pépinières, faire des pépinières d'Avicennia et autres. Mais il y avait aussi des problèmes, des actions, je dirais, par rapport qu'on avait menées aussi au niveau de Palmarin, surtout par rapport à la reconstruction de l'habitat et autres. Mais surtout, je pense que ce qu'on doit privilégier dans le cadre de ces infrastructures-là, c'est vraiment les mesures basées sur la nature. Souvent, au niveau des aires protégées, j'ai tout le temps l'habitude de donner un exemple, surtout par rapport aux mesures douces, par rapport aux... Je pense qu'on a un exemple vraiment très illustratif au niveau de l'AMP de Saint-Louis avec les tifavelles. C'est des mesures très simples que les populations elles-mêmes peuvent utiliser et qui leur permettent de récupérer vraiment des plages, mais aussi qui permettent en même temps de récupérer les cuvettes maraîchères, pour pouvoir vraiment développer des activités socio-économiques au profit de ces communautés locales. Donc, ça a été testé au niveau de Saint-Louis et ça a vraiment réussi. Je pense qu'il y a peut-être d'autres AMP qui vont peut-être tenter cette solution-là. Mais vraiment, il y a d'autres solutions aussi basées sur la nature qu'on peut toujours utiliser vraiment pour éviter les solutions mécanisées qui souvent coûtent très cher et souvent qui ont aussi des impacts très négatifs au niveau de la conservation de la biodiversité. Maintenant, je vais en venir au niveau des recommandations et les perspectives. J'ai mis renforcer le balisage des AMP pour réduire la pression sur la ressource. C'est vrai que souvent les AMP, on a quand même un programme, tous les AMP disposent de plans d'aménagement et de gestion, mais souvent le financement des AMP quand même pose problème. D'autant plus que les fonds pour vraiment assurer le balisage de l'ensemble des AMP, souvent, ce n'est pas évident du tout. Donc, on aimerait vraiment dans l'avenir, peut-être avec le projet PRISE, vraiment pouvoir baliser au moins l'ensemble des AMP pour réduire vraiment la pression sur la ressource, mais aussi réhabiliter les habitats. Parce que vous n'êtes pas sans savoir qu'avec les activités pétrolières et gazières, avec aussi les flux peut-être du transport qui sera là, beaucoup d'habitats seront peut-être dégradés. Donc vraiment, ce serait bien de mettre en place un programme d'immersion de récifs artificiels pour vraiment restaurer les habitats qui sont dégradés. Mais aussi appuyer les initiatives communautaires de conservation. Comme je l'ai dit au début, des initiatives communautaires de conservation, ça ne manque pas au niveau du Sénégal en tout cas. D'autant plus que je pense que sur 15 aires marines protégées, plus de la moitié, c'est des initiatives communautaires de conservation. Et on a encore d'autres initiatives de conservation qui sont là et qui nécessitent vraiment uniquement un appui pour vraiment les concrétiser, la mise en place de ces aires marines protégées là-haut. Mais aussi mettre en place un partenariat favorable, surtout pour favoriser les échanges d'expériences. Parce que aussi, comme on a l'habitude de le dire, nous gérons des espèces qui ne sont pas peut-être fixes. Donc, il y a une connectivité. Donc, pour gérer, si une espèce est gérée au Sénégal alors qu'elle ne l'est pas en Gambie, ou bien elle est bien gérée en Mauritanie, et ce n'est pas le cas au niveau du Sénégal, toujours ça pose problème. Donc, ça nécessite vraiment un cadre de partenariat vraiment, ou bien où on va organiser des visites d'essence sur les bonnes pratiques. Je pense que le projet PRISE avec la Guinée quand même, les jalons ont été déjà lancés, d'autant plus que la semaine dernière, on avait vraiment une équipe de la Guinée qui était venue au niveau du delta du Saloum, surtout par rapport aux bonnes pratiques, mais aussi surtout par rapport à la gestion communautaire d'une aire marine protégée. Ils étaient au niveau de Joal, vraiment pour s'enquérir de ce qui se fait au niveau de Joal, mais aussi surtout avec le suivi des herbiers marins au niveau du parc national du delta du Saloum. Mais aussi, au moment de la conception des projets, surtout prendre en compte les dynamiques hydrologiques et sédimentaires. Parce que souvent, la plupart du temps, si ce n'est pas pris en compte au début, c'est très difficile après de corriger. Donc, vraiment, c'est des choses à prendre en compte dès le début de la conception même du projet. Mais aussi, je pense qu'on ne peut pas réussir dans la vie sans avoir une base, sans communiquer avec les communautés, mais aussi mettre en place un important volet sensibilisation et éducation environnementale. Quand je mets éducation environnementale, c'est surtout par rapport à la relève. Parce que peut-être que les gens seront sensibilisés, mais si dès le début, l'enfant déjà, il acquiert déjà les bonnes manières, les bonnes pratiques, je pense que dans l'avenir, on aura moins de problèmes par rapport peut-être à la gestion de ces aires protégées-là. Donc, je pense que c'est les quelques éléments que je voulais partager avec vous, surtout par rapport à l'expérience qu'on a eue dans le cadre du projet PRISE. Maintenant, c'est juste un début. On n'avait pas beaucoup d'activités à mener, mais c'est juste un début. Peut-être que dans l'avenir, on aura plus d'activités. On pourra aussi peut-être nous étendre au niveau du réseau, vraiment, avec l'ensemble des activités que nous comptons mener au niveau de ces aires protégées-là, vraiment pour protéger les ressources marines et côtières, mais aussi pour vraiment venir en aide aussi les communautés locales avec des activités génératrices de revenus qui leur permettront vraiment de bien gérer la ressource. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Thank you for those perspectives on the marine coastal areas, a great emphasis on nature-based solutions, a great emphasis on having networks of the communities that are working in these marine areas. I think those are very important components of how we can have success in marine areas. And also not to forget connectivity, which you mentioned, so that one coastline strategy is also applied in the neighboring coastline strategy. Thank you very much. So I hope you're putting your questions. We began a few minutes late, so we are going to run for a few more minutes. We will have one short pre-recorded presentation from Dr. Innocent Ona, who's from the African Development Bank. And after that is played, and he'll be sharing what the bank puts in place as guidelines for the projects they fund on the infrastructure, on ensuring that the elements of the local people and the citizens are taken into account. So I'll ask the IT team to have that recording played, and then we will come and take maybe one or two questions for discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Innocent Ona. I work for the African Development Bank as Chief Natural Resources Officer. It's a great pleasure to present this keynote statement on behalf of the African Development Bank on designing, financing sustainable infrastructure for sustainable development of local people. I'll be sharing some experiences from the African Development Bank with you delegates today. First of all, let me express our profound appreciation to the IUCN APAC organizers for inviting the African Development Bank to this very important session. According to the African Development Bank's economic outlook for 2018, Africa infrastructure needs about between $130 to $170 billion a year, with a financing gap in the range of $68 to $108 billion annually. One key factor retarding the industrialization of Africa has been the insufficient stock of productive infrastructure in power, water, transport services that would allow the private sector to thrive by creating industries and creating jobs in areas of comparative advantage. This deficit has further widened by the impact of COVID-19. What we are seeing is a diversion of infrastructural financing into other social sectors like education, health, and there is need for us to be innovative in the way we design our projects, in the way we finance our projects, and to ensure that the over 12 million young people who join the labor force every day in Africa are able to be provided for. So the bank gives priority to nature's contribution to people through our investments in the agricultural sector, various food production projects all over the continent. We also invest in transport sector. We ensure that all of these sectors coexist sustainably without resulting in ecological changes that could reduce the viability of other sectors. You will agree with me that poorly designed infrastructure project has implications on sustainable use of natural resources and also long-term degradation of ecosystem services that could support the livelihood of billions of local people who are usually very close to nature. They live in rural areas and they tend to support conservation efforts and protected areas more than urban areas. It is estimated that more than half of the world's domestic gross product or gross domestic product is generated in industries that are linked to nature and its services, with local people at the center of this. So while we design our project, we always ensure that it has local people as part of our outcomes. We ensure that our clients for sovereign operations, that's the government, incorporate some environmental conditions in the design of infrastructure using a life cycle analysis to ensure that we promote positive impacts and reduce negative impacts on ecosystem and biodiversity. We do this by analyzing possible positive and negative environmental impacts on our infrastructure. We ensure that we deploy safeguards tools. In this case, we have the integrated safeguard system, which is a tool that helps to manage some of the negative environmental externalities of our projects with the aim of integrating mitigation measures that will help to reduce the negative impact of this project on local people and also project beneficiaries. The integrated safeguard system not only promotes best practices in this area, but it also encourages greater transparency and accountability, where we are able to uphold the voices of people who are affected by bank-funded projects, especially the most vulnerable communities, particularly women and youth, by providing, first of all, some project-level grievance and redress mechanisms, which is a structured, systematic, and managed way of allowing the voices of and concerns of affected people to be heard and addressed during project planning and implementation. Therefore, the AFDB's integrated safeguards system ensures that local people participate and benefit from our infrastructural investments by ensuring that all the required environmental assessment instruments are deployed in a participatory manner, inclusive of local people. By so doing, we ensure that we disclose information about our projects as well, because we believe that this is the best way to be accountable to both our donors as well as the beneficiaries of our investments. Just last year, in December 2021, during COP26 in Glasgow, we launched our climate change and green growth framework, which the first of its kind in any multilateral development bank, because it is very robust. It strengthens banks' ambition and vision to address climate change and green growth on the continent. We also, in 2020, have approved over $1.93 billion as climate finance, representing 34% of the total project approvals in 2020. Due to COVID-19 impact, this is marginally lower than other years because our overall aim is to achieve at least 40% of our project approved as climate finance by 2025, and we are on the road to meeting this target. We are building resilience in the Sahel zone, which comprises of a lot of vulnerable local people, where we've pledged to support mobilization of investments of over $6.5 billion in the Great Green Wall Initiative to build the resilience of human and natural resources to end desertification, biodiversity loss, and improve food security, building resilience to climate change, and also supporting the livelihood of local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the bank is building the world's largest solar production zone, which will generate up to 10,000 megawatts of solar generation capacity in the Sahel region of Africa, called the Desert to Power Project. This project will speed up economic development through the deployment of solar technology across 11 Sahel African countries, including Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sudan, and Chad. This project will connect more than 250 million people with electricity by tapping into the region's abundant solar resources. Also, we have a project that is targeting local community resilience. It's called the Program for Integrated Development and Adaptation to Climate Change in the Niger Basin, PDAC. This project is covering 8 West African countries. And I think Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, Mali, Niger, and Nigeria. The overall objective of this project is to contribute to improving the resilience of the people and ecosystems of the Niger River Basin, which is one of the most important river basins on the African continent. The main expected outcome of this project, which is currently in its implementation phase, is to recover over 140,000 hectares of degraded land, to construct 209 water infrastructure systems for agro-pastoral and fish farming activities, to implement 450 sub-projects targeting the agricultural value chain that will benefit more than 184 youth-led SMEs. It also has a gender focus, where a policy targeting gender and climate change will be developed, promoted to build over 1 million households resilience. We also hope that at the end of the day, this project will provide a sustainable financing mechanism for sustainable natural resource management activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that there are challenges. The bank has experienced a lot of challenges when implementing projects across Africa. Some are because of the low capacity of project beneficiaries to, first of all, even appraise the project during the planning phase, because you must see yourselves in the project. You must be able to take ownership of this project. We also had challenges supervising properly, particularly during the COVID-19 lockdown, where it was very difficult for us to reach very remote places, but with the use of satellite-based technologies, we are able to deploy some specialized drones which is being tested to monitor our project implementation remotely. Another key challenge is the absence of a globally accepted framework and model for valuing natural capital, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem services. These are processes that benefit local community a lot. And the absence of a globally accepted framework is also reducing the effectiveness and efficiency of our interventions within the infrastructure space and how it benefits local communities. But we are hopeful that the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework may offer some solutions, especially when properly funded and where there is country ownership of the process. There are also challenges in institutional capacity, which I've mentioned. For green projects, we recommend that we start, designing projects that are more of a corridor development approach as against site-specific projects. What I mean is we want to move towards more multi-sector integrated projects where we are designing a road infrastructure. This road infrastructure is cutting across rural communities, and we are also developing the agricultural value chains along that linear project to ensure that farmers not only have access to good roads, but are able to move their farm produce from farm gate to markets. This will be able to facilitate their local economies while also leveraging the road infrastructure that has been built. So this is a practical way of how our infrastructural investments are really benefiting local people. Finally, we must develop innovative financing mechanisms. According to the UNEP's State of Nature Finance Report of 2021, if the world is to meet its climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation targets, it needs close to $4.1 trillion financing gap in nature activities by 2050. The current investments in nature-based solutions is a far cry from these numbers. As a bank, we are working on a study that will help to recommend debt for nature swaps to help to provide sustainable financing options that are designed to exchange African countries' debt forgiveness for conservation actions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, our deliberation today in the different subtopics under the moderated panel will touch on various aspects of our infrastructure value chain. Let us remember that our goal is to share ideas, best practices, and recommend actions that could reduce the impact of physical infrastructure on ecosystems, biodiversity, and local people. And I believe with the caliber of people on the panel, as well as the participants, we will be able to come up with very practical solutions and recommendations that will live beyond the Africa Protected Area Congress 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a wonderful deliberations.
Thank you. Let's give Dr. Innocent Honor a clap, even though he cannot hear us. Thank you for that great, insightful remarks and presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow, even before I finish my sentence, hands are up. I will allow 2 questions, but if, on condition that with your question, can you also highlight the one recommendation that comes out of everything you've had today that you think we must take forward? So we will start with you, if you can give her a mic. Anyone else? Maybe we can take the 2 questions together, have the panelists respond, and then we will wrap up. Anyone else? So, Madam, and then we will have him also make a comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the information and sharing. I'm Caroline Aguti. I work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in Uganda, but I'm also a chairperson of Uganda Association for Impact Assessment. Having listened to the information that you have shared, what keeps lingering in my mind is how we are going to change the narrative. We are happy that UNEP has given us some principles on what we should be able to base on as Africa to develop our projects. But certainly, I think we need to be able to promote environment assessments as a tool for sustainable development. But having listened to Tanya presenting, we certainly realize that I think as Africa, we have a challenge. Because if we are emphasizing the aspects of evidence-based information, I think here it is still very challenging for us, right from the way we do our own analysis, we don't involve modeling, the type of technology that we actually use to collect the information itself is very wanting. So I think we need to focus on the aspects of technology dissemination, but also certainly when we are talking about strategic environment assessment, have we done an assessment as Africa? How many countries actually have embedded strategic environment assessment as part of their laws in these countries? Because certainly we realize that most of the strategic environment assessments that were being done were donor-driven. But we need to make these country specific such that it is in our laws. But also when we do that, have we built the capacity? Because certainly when we talk about strategy, when we talk about environment and social impact assessment, we have practitioners doing this. Strategic environment assessments are actually institution-led. So if I'm coming from Ministry of Energy, what is my capacity to actually be able to do a strategic environment assessment? So I think we need to do more of capacity building. When we talk about the aspects of cumulative impact assessments, how many people actually know how to do a cumulative impact assessment? So I think we would really request that UNEP supports Africa to build their capacity along some of those areas. But also when you talk about environment economics, how many African universities actually teach environment economics? Actually, when Tanya is talking, I say that lady is very knowledgeable, but mainly because the way we have equipped ourselves to be able to come up with evidence. I go and do a project in the national park, but I am not able to calculate how much we have impacted on the national park and be able to come up with economic values that we can be able to pay as part of the compensation. So I think we need to change this narrative as Africa. How can we actually be supported? How can we benefit from the institutions that are actually being able to do that? The concept of integrated management plans, I think normally these ones are overtaken by events. Can we be able to build capacity on how we can be able to do integrated management plans as part of our process? The aspects of risk management, how many institutions, how many companies are actually able to do risk assessments of their projects? But even when we are developing these projects, are we really able to appraise our projects for the risks and all these aspects of climate change and whatever we are doing? I think, but also, we talked about the aspect of stakeholder engagement. When I looked at the presentation from the gentleman seated next to Tanya. It was what he really talked about is very important for us in terms of stakeholder engagements. Because you realize that when we go to do our environment impact assessments, we never do any of these mappings. We don't actually engage the communities to really give us their indigenous knowledge, even when we develop these environment impact assessments. So I think really we really need a lot of support. But also I can hear us talk about the aspects of promotion of solar as Africa. But I think it is very important that we focus on the aspects of the waste management. How are we dealing with the end of life batteries and the solar panels? Because certainly you realize that this is still technology that is lacking, and we need to do a lot of research even when we accept to promote some of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Very useful remarks, very important areas of focus. We'll take the second person, and then I'll give all the panelists 1 minute to respond or give a final comment on any of the matters that have been raised. Yes, thank you. Yep, we can hear you.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis le Jacques Gomis, conservateur du Parc national du Nyokolokoba. Je remercie les panélistes pour ces présentations. Je voulais faire une contribution militant qui nous a imparti est très faible. Sinon, je vais faire une proposition. En fait, les infrastructures sont très importantes, autant les aires protégées sont importantes. C'est vrai que la mise en œuvre des infrastructures conduit à des impacts soit négatifs ou positifs au niveau de ces aires protégées et sur les populations locales. Et dans les études d'impact environnemental et social, souvent les mesures compensatoires sont prises, notées, budgétisées. Mais il arrive qu'au cours de l'évolution du programme, que les désirs des populations changent. Je donne un exemple. Au cours du projet, les populations peuvent dire que nous, au début, on avait besoin d'un forage. Mais après, dans l'évolution, ils disent que non, ce n'est plus un forage, mais nous avons besoin d'un poste de santé. Donc, pour moi, il est important que ces programmes mettent en place un fonds d'orientation ou de réorientation pour les changements des besoins, des désirs des populations. À mon avis, c'est extrêmement important. Il ne sert à rien de dire que non, au début, vous avez dit que vous avez besoin d'un poste de santé, donc c'est un poste de santé que nous allons construire. Donc je pense qu'il faut s'adapter aux nouveaux besoins des populations avec ce fonds de compensation qui permettra en fait, d'intégrer les besoins des populations dans la gestion de ces programmes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well noted. Okay, thank you. So now I would like to, maybe we'll start that way and end with UNEP, where there was a very direct question for them. Just a statement, either in response to one of the comments or a closing remark based on all the things we have heard. But actually, I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead. Can you hear her?
Is this working now? All right. So very quickly, thank you for your comments. I think basically we're on track with the focus on capacity building that needs to be the approach, particularly in Africa. We need to build a new generation of environmental economists here. That's our mission as an organization, as well as building tools that are publicly available, accessible, in order to enable the use, the widespread use of environmental economics. There's no point in talking about it if there is no accessibility. So I'm with you 100%.
Thank you, Tanya. Hitesh?
Yeah, I'm going to just address two quick things from my Ugandan sister there. I think there is some hope when you talk about technology and local knowledge. When we worked on the Virunga Sustainable Tourism Plan that included Ngahinga area in Uganda, at that time in 2004, we were actually using GIS systems and local knowledge together, especially the Batwa. So we have been doing this, so there is hope. It just needs to be done more. And I think the other point she raised, which is really important, is that the environmental impact assessment document, which is a required document, ends up being a lot of the times a formality. And there's a lot of corruption happening all over Africa regarding that. And I totally agree with you that we should, in that EIA process, actually put down a rule that the consultants need to make sure that they consult with local communities, even at the EIA level. I think that's a very important point.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hitesh. Mamadou?
OK, merci. Je vais juste intervenir sur la question de Madame concernant les évaluations environnementales. En fait, en termes des infrastructures, je pense qu'avant les évaluations environnementales, il faut mettre en place un cadre juridique qui encadre en tout cas l'implantation des infrastructures dans le pays. Et après ce cadre juridique, il faut aller vers l'évaluation environnementale stratégique qui permet d'anticiper les impacts parce que ça permet de contribuer à la planification du territoire et à dégager les zones de conservation, les zones sensibles, mais aussi les zones propices au développement des infrastructures. Donc, avant d'aller vers les études d'impact environnemental et d'établir les conditions de ces études d'impact environnemental. Donc, les directives, dans ce sens, doivent être élaborées et aussi les approches qu'il faut par rapport à ces études d'impact environnemental, surtout le choix également des consultants et l'approche des consultants sur le terrain, à ne pas exclure une partie prenante, essentiellement les communautés qui sont aux alentours de ces zones de développement des infrastructures. Merci.
Thank you, Mamadou. And I think the point is well taken about having probably standards. So we don't just use EIA as a broad statement, but that legal framework has guidelines that are followed across the board. Thank you. Madam Fatima.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Lucie. Donc, merci pour les suggestions, surtout par rapport aux études d'impact environnemental, mais aussi par rapport à la mise surtout d'un fonds de réorientation par rapport aux besoins des communautés. Mais moi, je vais revenir juste par rapport au partenariat. Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, je pense qu'il est fondamental que les gens travaillent ensemble. Donc, de nous, il y a vraiment des partenariats entre les différents acteurs au niveau de l'ensemble des pays. Mais aussi surtout le développement, le financement durable, excusez-moi, surtout des aires protégées en général et des AMP en particulier. Je pense que ça constitue vraiment un problème fondamental pour la gestion durable de ces aires protégées-là. Merci.
Thank you, Fatima. And again, emphasizing the need for this fund that was proposed, but also, as the gentleman from AFDB pointed out, as financing mechanisms need to be more innovative so they are able to capture the broad aspects of the adaptation of the infrastructure on the ground. And finally, but not least, our UNEP panelist, Mr. Frank Turiatunga, you could respond to her direct question, but also broadly your closing remarks.
Thank you, moderator. I mean, you are spot on. We need to continuously build capacity in social and environmental assessment, as well as the environmental impact assessment. The biggest problem is the environmental impact assessment is usually between the regulator and the developer. And the problem here is that the regulator lacks the capacity to understand, one, whether the environmental impact assessment is really robust enough, and has also no capacity to monitor compliance, as well as enforce the capacity to enforce implementation of the recommendations from the environmental impact assessment. So that capacity needs to be continuously built. And yes, UNEP it had dropped the ball on EIA and SEA, but we are getting back to that. So we'll be developing new programs to support countries to strengthen this capacity, including through the universities, because we want to churn out people as part of their studies who know how to conduct SEAs and EIAs. Moderator, let me make two quick comments. One is about value. If communities don't know the value of their biological diversity, of their ecosystems, they will not seek to protect them. What we have seen in the presentation from the panelist architect, the local communities were able to identify their own spiritual and cultural sites. So if they don't know the importance of those sites, they can't seek to protect them. So similarly in biodiversity, that's the same. So there must be an understanding of value, and then the economics also must come in to compete with the well-known metrics of dollars that is assigned to the economic value. Secondly, I think we didn't talk about proper representation. In Africa, there are many pretenders who come to represent a community, and they probably do not know what that community wants. I think we need to be very careful to make sure that those who purport to represent communities are actual representatives. Lastly, we need to continue looking at poverty. What we have seen recently is that poor people prefer to lose their biological diversity resources in favor of monetary compensation. Because they are poor, they want money. And when you ask them, they say, well, we can't eat this wetland, or we can't eat this forest. We need to continue interrogating how, compensation issues, poverty, and the conservation of protected areas interact and find solutions to address this. My takeaway from this meeting is what the lady said: let us focus on avoidance before we think of mitigation.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And a great note to close on: let us focus on avoidance before we get to mitigation. And also let us focus on capacity. I think if there's anything that could move Africa forward. It's having the skills, capacity. As you improve capacity for SCAs and EIAs, let's throw in economics in our universities. I think that's going to move us all as individuals and as a continent much further forward. We are out of time. We want to thank you so much for your patience in being through this session. We want to give a hand of applause to our panelists. Could we do that? We've had a great interaction with them. Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Very useful perspectives, very many points of synergies, connecting with climate, with financing, with poverty. And we would want to continue these discussions. So tomorrow at 10:30, we are going to be in AD 12 for the last session around infrastructure, looking at what are the safeguards that have been put in place, social and environmental, and how are they working? What are the gaps? Then in the afternoon at 12, we want to have a concluding discussion. No presentations, just a discussion. How can we, as a community of practice, take what we've brought out of APAC to the next level? How do we connect across sectors, across institutions, across parts of the country, and keep this conversation going beyond this conference? So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you once again. Thank you, panelists, and everyone have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you, interpreters. Thank you, IT team. Thank you, everyone, for all your support. The camera people, we're very grateful. And we'll have one photo here with the panelists as we leave, and we wish you all a great evening. Thank you. All right, correction, everyone. The meeting, the last session tomorrow is AD 11, the room. Not AD 12, but AD 11 tomorrow at 10:30. But then a dialogue at 12 in this room on carrying this forward beyond APAC. Thank you.
Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Je m'appelle Thomas Bachat et je voudrais commencer en remerciant ceux d'entre vous qui ont fait l'effort d'être là pour cette dernière session dans cette grande salle à l'heure des cocktails de fin de journée. Donc merci beaucoup à ceux qui ont pris le temps de venir nous regarder ce soir. Donc je me présente, je m'appelle Thomas Bachat et je suis le coordonnateur en Afrique centrale d'un programme qui s'appelle le programme de petites initiatives qui existe depuis 2006, donc depuis plus de 15 ans à présent, et qui vise à soutenir la société civile environnementale africaine dans une vingtaine de pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest et d'Afrique centrale, qui développent au jour le jour des approches communautaires de conservation de la biodiversité. Et l'idée ce soir, devant cette grande salle, était de vous présenter l'approche de deux de nos partenaires dans ces deux régions, l'approche d'un partenaire de notre programme au Ghana, à travers le travail de l'association WAPCA, qui est représentée ici par Andrea et Martin, et à travers le travail d'une association qui travaille en RDC, pas très loin d'ici, enfin quand même à quelques milliers de kilomètres, qui s'appelle Boumontour, et qui a développé depuis une vingtaine d'années une approche assez extraordinaire de conservation communautaire des bonobos dans les plateaux batékés. Donc le déroulé de la présentation ce soir va être assez rapide et comme c'est la fin de la journée, ça va être essentiellement des vidéos qui vont vous permettre de comprendre l'approche qu'on a développée pour accompagner ces organisations de la société civile au niveau programmatique et deux, évidemment, l'approche développée par ces associations sur le terrain au jour le jour pour travailler dans des territoires à haut enjeu de conservation de la nature avec les habitants de ces territoires et citoyens de ces pays où ces associations interviennent. Donc on va commencer par vous projeter un film d'une dizaine de minutes qui présente l'approche globale de ce programme, qui s'appelle à nouveau le programme de petites initiatives et qui vise à soutenir des associations locales qui travaillent sur des approches communautaires de conservation de la biodiversité. Au film, voilà, merci.
Les pêcheurs sont revenus de la pêche et ils sont revenus avec des prises. Et l'idée, c'est de voir dans quelle mesure en fait, c'est bénéfique pour les stocks de poissons du lac. À la fin de l'exercice, vous aurez une vue sur les pêches du jour. Plus on est dans le vert, ça veut dire que les stocks de poissons, les stocks naturels ne sont pas en train d'être impactés. D'accord, mais plus on va tendre vers le rouge, plus c'est dangereux pour l'avenir de la pêcherie et donc de la biodiversité. On est là, ici, super. Donc on est bien encore dans le vert.
C'est un père qui passe par
Pour nous, les succès de la conservation, ça passe par l'adhésion des communautés locales, parce que c'est ce qui va assurer la pérennité des activités entreprises en faveur de la conservation de la nature.
Il faut que les solutions et les actions proposées soient très locales, parce qu'en fait, ça va être les solutions les plus adaptées à une problématique environnementale, sociale. Et donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle plus on est proche du terrain, plus on est proche des problématiques de terrain, et plus on est à une action ciblée, meilleurs seront les résultats.
Une des caractéristiques principales du PPI, c'est qu'il focalise sur les jeunes associations, les associations émergentes. Donc le PPI, pour eux, c'est une opportunité pour qu'ils aient leur premier projet de terrain.
Le dispositif de gestion du programme comprend deux directions. L'une, représentée par le Centre de coopération pour la Méditerranée de l'IUCN, situé en Espagne, est en charge de la gestion des projets en Afrique du Nord. L'autre, représentée par le Comité français de l'IUCN, gère les projets subsahariens. Le PPI a financé plus de 300 projets à ce jour. Il apporte des subventions d'environ 30 000 à 40 000 euros et destinées à des organisations locales, récentes et ancrées dans un territoire. Pour la plupart d'entre elles, ce sont leurs premiers projets. La philosophie du programme est particulière. Elle pourrait être résumée par « former en faisant ».
Notre projet, c'était vraiment un projet de création d'une réserve naturelle communautaire. Et donc, avant ce projet-là, on était tout jeunes. On n'avait aucune expérience en matière donc, de conservation des ressources naturelles. Je continue à être un peu surpris de qu'est-ce qui véritablement a permis à notre partenaire de véritablement nous faire confiance. Mais je pense qu'en nous, il y avait quelque chose de profond, c'est-à-dire qu'on était peut-être pas très expérimentés, mais on était quand même passionnés. On avait une vision, peut-être qui n'était pas facile à transcrire, mais qui était perceptible quand même sur le terrain.
Naturellement, ce sont les grandes organisations qui vont capter les financements et il n'y aura plus assez de financements qui pourraient bénéficier aux petites et jeunes organisations de la société civile. D'où l'idée d'avoir des guichets de subventions spécifiques dédiés à ces jeunes petites organisations de la société civile. Elles sont bien ancrées localement, elles ont une certaine légitimité, une efficacité que n'ont pas ou pas toujours ces grandes organisations.
Un des objectifs est donc de soutenir ces jeunes organisations locales afin qu'elles soient en mesure de porter des projets en dehors du financement du PPI. Le programme consacre environ un quart de son budget au renforcement de l'organisation elle-même. Et avec une innovation importante, cet appui commence dès la rédaction de la proposition pour obtenir la subvention.
Il y a une première étape où il y a eu la proposition brute, l'idée de projet elle-même, ce que nous avons soumis. Et quand le bailleur s'est dit attention, ça c'est quelque chose d'important, qu'il a envoyé alors un expert pour nous aider donc à toiletter, à en faire un document assez potable.
Le coordonnateur nous a appuyé à élaborer un bon cadre logique, les objectifs spécifiques, les résultats. Donc c'était aussi un appui. Et nous, ça nous a aidés, puisque maintenant, nous sommes capables d'élaborer n'importe quel projet et de pouvoir respecter les normes en la matière.
Au sein de notre équipe, on a une répartition des rôles extrêmement claire. On a la chance de bénéficier de l'appui de 3 coordinateurs qu'on appelle les coordinateurs régionaux. Leur objectif, c'est vraiment l'accompagnement, mais ils ne font pas partie du processus de sélection des projets.
Un des enseignements de cet appui à la proposition est qu'il installe une relation de partenaire plutôt que de bailleur à bénéficiaire entre l'organisation et le PPI. Les coordinateurs PPI sont au cœur de cette relation. Ils sont installés sur place à proximité des projets. Il y en a un dans chaque pays pour l'Afrique du Nord et un par région pour l'Afrique subsaharienne.
Il faut que les activités soient réalisables en fonction du budget et en fonction de l'agenda. Donc souvent, il y a beaucoup d'échanges lors de la première année pour le choix des activités, pour l'exécution, pour l'agenda et ainsi de suite.
Nous coordonnons le programme de façon verticale, bien entendu, donc entre l'échelle programme et l'échelle pays, mais nous travaillons aussi de façon horizontale, donc dans nos propres pays, où nous jouons ce rôle donc de trait d'union pour faciliter les appuis institutionnels localement.
Mon positionnement a très rapidement été de se mettre dans un rôle de facilitateur à qui, et c'est important, les organisations font confiance. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a toute une dimension qui ne relève pas du technique, qui relève bien de l'attitude et des caractéristiques de notre relation entre les organisations et moi.
On est passé par là aussi.
C'est sans doute un des enseignements principaux. La réussite du programme et des projets repose en bonne partie sur la qualité relationnelle, particulièrement entre les organisations et le coordinateur, mais également entre les coordinateurs et le siège. Proche des ONG, le coordinateur les conseille et les aide à leurs demandes. Et cette philosophie de former en faisant s'accompagne également de renforcement de capacités tout au long de la mise en œuvre du projet.
Mais la différence avec le PPI, c'est qu'on met l'argent à disposition et il y a tout un pan, n'est-ce pas, où on discute avec le PPI pour savoir, pour identifier, n'est-ce pas, les points sur lesquels nous aurons besoin, n'est-ce pas, de renforcement de capacités.
Dès le démarrage du projet, un diagnostic est effectué sur les capacités et les compétences des organisations et elles sont invitées à suivre des formations spécifiques.
Dans le cadre du PPI2, nous avons 4 formations. Nous avons déjà fait la formation en gestion administrative et financière. Nous avons fait une deuxième formation en communication. Troisième, elle va être une formation en planification stratégique. Donc, toutes ces stratégies d'accompagnement des associations est très importante puisque ce sont des formations thématiques qui assurent tant à la fois la durabilité de projet, mais en même temps la durabilité de l'association dans le sens où ces formations, elles leur sont bénéfiques même après dans leur vie quotidienne en tant qu'ONG.
Au fil des ans, ces appuis se sont affinés en fonction des besoins des ONG. Ce sont désormais des outils indispensables à la prise d'autonomie des organisations et de leur pérennité. De plus, le PPI a su faire preuve de flexibilité pour mettre en place cet accompagnement sur mesure. Selon les contextes et les acteurs en présence, l'engagement des citoyens va de la simple consultation à une véritable implication dans les projets. Dans tous les cas, leur adhésion au projet est une condition indispensable à sa réussite.
La communauté fait partie intégrante de la réserve. Pour pouvoir réussir le défi de la conservation, essentiellement c'est les communautés. Elles doivent participer à la conservation. Et le travail que nous faisons, c'est d'arriver à les responsabiliser pour la conservation, afin qu'elles comprennent que les richesses naturelles, c'est pour elles, c'est pour la communauté et elles doivent travailler à sa conservation.
On n'était pas vraiment acceptés, donc au début il n'y avait pas une tolérance des agriculteurs, ils n'ont pas apprécié l'idée de travailler avec les associations, mais petit à petit avec la communication et grâce à l'enquête qu'on a fait, donc on s'est introduit dans la zone. Donc on a 3 agriculteurs qui sont des anciens partenaires à l'association. Petit à petit, lorsqu'on a commencé les activités chez ces 3 agriculteurs, l'information elle se propage et donc on a réussi de commencer le travail.
La capitalisation a mis en évidence l'impact positif de ces projets sur la prise de conscience des enjeux environnementaux par les citoyens. Les actions de conservation nécessitent la coopération des autorités publiques, qu'elles soient locales, nationales ou régionales. Mais les relations des ONG avec les autorités sont différentes dans les pays d'Afrique du Nord et les pays au sud du Sahara. Pour le PPI OSCAN, la coopération avec l'administration est presque systématique.
Il faut savoir que le PPI OSCAN, nous avons 2 partenaires publics clés, le ministère de l'Environnement et aussi la Direction générale des forêts. Nous exigeons même parfois la signature de conventions avec les autorités publiques locales.
Et parfois, comme en Libye, les actions de conservation portées par les ONG du PPI sont un des rares domaines de dialogue entre la société civile et le gouvernement.
اللي جينا حاضرين في ما اثرش بالعكس زاد ائتلاف وزاد ربطنا مع بعضنا يعني الموضوع هذا يعني موضوع ليبيا يعني موضوع كجهات متحاربه مثلا قوات عسكريه لكن ماليش علاقه بالموضوع اللي هو البيئه ما ياثرش بالعكس الاجراءات كلها تمام السفر المشي الشغل ما فيش تعطيل بالعكس يقدمونا في المساعده يقدموا في المساعده بالعكس احنا معانا طياره عموديه تطلع من للتصوير يعني ما فيش في المغرب العربي كامل ان الناس يعطوك طياره مروحيه هليكوبتر باش تمشي تصور بها في مشروع PPI OSCAN يعني باش تمشي تصور بها.
En Afrique centrale et de l'Ouest, les autorités publiques sont généralement en retrait.
Il faut dire qu'il y a une certaine démission des autorités vis-à-vis de la conservation. Déjà démission vis-à-vis de la réserve de biosphère, puisqu'elle a été créée avec elle, mais abandonnée tout autant par ces autorités locales.
En revanche, le point commun aux deux zones est que la puissance publique dispose de très peu de moyens pour l'environnement et l'intervention de l'ONG tend parfois à se substituer à elle pour organiser l'utilisation des espaces publics. Le PPI encourage les liens entre les ONG. La plupart du temps, les relations s'établissent de manière informelle, d'une organisation à l'autre, assez souvent impulsées par le coordinateur.
Il y a des coalitions qui s'organisent, il y a une entraide aussi, un partenariat donc, entre les associations qui sont proches géographiquement et aussi entre des associations qui travaillent sur la même thématique.
Occasionnellement, le PPI organise des forums auxquels elles sont toutes conviées, comme au Cameroun en 2016 ou ici au Maroc en 2019.
L'atelier actuel, donc, pour lequel on a invité toutes les associations bénéficiaires au niveau des 4 pays, donc ça sera une occasion pendant ces journées aux associations pour s'échanger sur leurs projets, sur leurs thématiques et identifier des cadres de collaboration futurs.
Les associations, encore sans grande expérience, sont demandeuses de contacts et d'échanges avec les autres ONG. L'échange de bonnes pratiques entre pairs et la construction de communautés de pratiques relèvent pleinement de la philosophie du PPI. L'appui du PPI dure en moyenne de 15 à 20 mois et le renouvellement régulier des aides ainsi que le renforcement de capacités permettent à ces organisations d'être pérennes et d'inscrire leurs interventions dans la durée.
En tant qu'ONG, parce qu'on a un objectif derrière et qui a un soutien aussi, un accompagnement.
Formerly, it was all about Emmanuel. But now I see that even tomorrow I'm not there, the organization will never die. And that is something that I'm so proud of.
Le Lamentin doit sortir combien de temps, après combien de minutes pour respirer? 15 à 20 minutes.
Aujourd'hui, le PPI a montré qu'il était efficace et méritait d'être poursuivi. 15 ans après son démarrage, près de 8 ONG sur 10 continuent leurs actions de conservation avec d'autres moyens financiers.
Au moment d'envoyer la mesure hors de l'eau et que le tapis s'y bloque, ça va les empêcher de respirer.
Donc l'idée à travers ce premier film était de vous montrer, on part de l'angle programmatique et petit à petit on va continuer à descendre. Comme vous le voyez, donc ce programme soutient des acteurs de la société civile d'Afrique de l'Ouest et centrale avec une dimension et de Méditerranée, avec une dimension de renforcement de capacité. Et petit à petit on va continuer à vous projeter quelques films plus courts que celui-là pour vous montrer plus précisément les approches développées par nos partenaires. Donc on va vous projeter là rapidement un documentaire sur la conservation communautaire qui dure 7 minutes et qui vous permet de montrer un peu plus en détail les approches développées sur le terrain par ces acteurs de la société civile, plus particulièrement en Afrique de l'Ouest et en Afrique centrale.
Que notre approche de conservation au début, c'était vraiment une approche répressive, avec une interdiction stricte de mener des activités dans ces forêts-là. Mais on s'est rendu compte qu'avec le temps, malgré un peu cet arsenal répressif-là, les forêts ne faisaient que se dégrader. Et on s'est rendu compte qu'on avait mis de côté un acteur particulier très important, qui était la communauté périphérique à ces forêts classées. Notre zone d'intervention se situe à l'ouest du Burkina Faso. Nous avions 2 forêts classées. Donc, la forêt classée de Logonigué et la forêt classée de Diefoula. Vous avez des communautés qui mènent l'agriculture, l'élevage, mais également avec aussi l'existence des chasseurs traditionnels d'oiseaux. Donc nous avons un espace qui est là, qui a un potentiel, mais actuellement soumis à des agressions multiformes provenant des populations qui sont autour. Sans plan d'aménagement, c'est comme un véhicule sans conducteur. C'est comme si on naviguait à vue. C'est d'abord un outil consensuel, parce que nous sommes dans une démarche communautaire. Voilà. Et donc, il faut qu'il y ait un document de référence. Lorsqu'on s'assoit pour discuter, qu'on dise, bon, voici ce sur quoi nous étions convenus. Dans la mise en œuvre, voici ce que nous avons eu comme acquis, voici ce que nous avons eu comme difficulté.
L'AGRF, c'est une association fêtière. L'AGRF est composée des 17 villages. Avant l'association, on partait à la recherche du miel ou du poisson, mais c'est chacun pour soi. On recueillait le miel dans les arbres. Mais pour pouvoir recueillir ce miel, il faut abattre l'arbre complètement. C'est la destruction. Quand on prend la chasse, il y avait des braconniers dans le temps. C'était individuel. Mais aujourd'hui, nous avons des chasseurs qui viennent. Il faut payer les taxes. Et il y a des méthodes d'abattage. Il fallait une association parce que nous ne sommes pas regroupés. Nous sommes des deux rives. Il y a un fleuve qui nous sépare. Donc, il fallait nous réunir, il fallait nous unir pour pouvoir faire quelque chose de bon. Il y a un proverbe africain qui dit que le doigt, un seul doigt, peut goûter la sauce, mais ne peut pas ramasser un caillou. Cela voudrait dire que tu peux tout faire toi seul, mais sans un ensemble, tu n'es rien.
We always believe that resources has been given to people, but it's the same people that can help preserve and conserve resources. That came in. We've used different strategies, notably in wanting to secure the various catchment, the immediate catchment, through the established CREMA.
When we talk of CREMA, it is a community resource management area. So all the resources and then the communities around the lake come together, including the human beings itself. We've come together to protect the biosphere itself, that is Lake Bosumtwi. Before the CREMA, most of the communities used to do a lot of things that was not good for the lake. For example, most of them used to wash their clothes in the lake. They used to farm along the shores of the lake, and it was not giving the hygienic aspect of the lake. But for now, since the introduction and then the use of our bylaws, it is becoming gradually becoming cleaner and cleaner. We have 24 communities around the lake. And then since the inception of the CREMA, we've been able to visit all the 24 communities, educate them on the bylaws of the CREMA. So I think the insertion of the CREMA has brought a lot of sanity along the shores of the lake.
It's always so difficult to bring a lot of people together because people have different interests. They have different and diverse views. But what is also so interesting is the fact that when you bring people together to understand what they tend to gain from a particular activity, then they come on board. And people are better getting to appreciate the whole concept of CREMA.
Le premier facteur de destruction de la faune, c'est l'homme. Tant que l'homme ne sera pas au centre de prise de décision, tant que l'homme ne sera pas impliqué dans la gestion de ces réserves-là, c'est sûr qu'on a beau avoir les meilleurs experts du monde, on a beau avoir les meilleurs agents pour les patrouilles, tant que les communautés qui sont en périphérie ne sont pas impliquées ni adhèrent pas à la gestion, c'est sûr que le système n'est pas durable.
Et on continue à descendre jusqu'à l'échelle des projets avec deux partenaires à nouveau qui sont là ce soir, deux partenaires du PPI en Afrique de l'Ouest et en Afrique centrale qui vont pouvoir dire un mot sur leurs approches développées concrètement sur le terrain en termes de conservation communautaire. Donc les deux associations qui sont là ce soir sont Boumontour en RDC, représenté par Valentin à gauche, et WAPCA, représenté par Andrea et Martin. On va avoir une présentation à la fois en anglais et en français d'une 15aine de minutes chacun. Pareil, on va vous projeter un petit film pour commencer sur WAPCA. Je vais laisser Andrea avoir un mot à propos de l'histoire de cette association en quelques minutes avant de projeter le film qui vous présente plus en détail l'approche sur ce qu'on appelle les crémas au Ghana, un modèle de conservation communautaire spécifique à ce pays. Et Martin rentrera un peu plus en détail ensuite sur les aspects relatifs à la gouvernance et à la gestion quotidienne de cet outil de conservation communautaire que sont les crémas. Andrea. Yes.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, PPI. I just want to give you a brief overview of WAPCA. WAPCA is the West African Primate Conservation Action. We are an initiative of Heidelberg Zoo in Germany, but we are actually a local non-government organization working in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire to safeguard the future of threatened primates. We do this through a holistic, community-based approach, whereby we recognize what is needed to protect the primates, but also the needs of the local people, and we find harmony and benefit sharing in our projects. I'd like just to introduce a short video that explains one of our projects which was supported by PPI in the Ankasa Tanoi Crema, and we've been very fortunate to be able to replicate this work in another area thanks to the support of PPI. So if you'd like to play the video.
Biodiversity is crucial for the well-being of human beings, yet it is under threat and heavy pressure in many parts of the world. Although many cultures and governments recognize the importance of conserving their natural resources, there's often limited sustainable development approach to ensuring rational exploitation. Noé is a French NGO working to safeguard biodiversity around the world. Noé works with civil society organizations, CSOs, and local communities to develop sustainable value chains around protected areas through private sector partnerships. In Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, Noé is providing support to 5 CSOs towards the empowerment of community-based organizations called Cremas in Ghana. Arocha Ghana and North Code are working with Cremas to develop the shea butter and honey value chains. NCRC is supporting the establishment of a climate-smart landscape and improving the cocoa and combo nuts value chains. WAPCA and CSRS are developing the cocoa, coconut oil, and cassava value chains with the communities. But what is a crema and how does it work? Each day, local communities are faced with challenges that affect their environment and livelihoods. Although they depend on the natural resources, they lack the incentives and long-term solutions to address these challenges. So, how can communities protect their environment and at the same time benefit from it? The solution is the CREMA, Community Resource Management Area. It is a community-based natural resources governance and management tool. The CREMA boundary is defined by the communities. The CREMA is established by a democratic process. The communities elect representatives involving different categories of actors who form a Community Resource Management Committee, CRMC, in each community within the CREMA. Representatives from each of the CRMC are elected to form a CREMA Executive Committee, CEC, which oversees the CREMA operations. With the support of external stakeholders, the community members draft a constitution and a bylaw which is gazetted by the District Assembly. the Crema receives a certificate of devolution from the government, giving them the legal right and power to manage their natural resources. The Crema develops a management plan. A patrol team is formed in each community to monitor activities and enforce the Crema regulations. The Crema gives consent for logging and hunting, restores the forests, supports farmers and improves their agricultural practices, and undertakes environmental awareness raising and campaigns. Producers are linked with businesses supporting sustainable community enterprises and buying products at fair prices. A conservation agreement can be signed, and the company can contribute to the conservation fund to support Crema activities. With all these actions, the forest and wildlife will be restored. This will contribute to a healthy ecosystem, sustaining nature and people. Let's take a closer look at the coconut oil value chain developed in the western region of Ghana. Since 2014, WAPCA has been working with the Ankasa Tunnel Crema to protect their forest and wildlife resources.
Crema ye communities a yaka ye ho abom a ye boa aboye japade efa nnua ene mmoa ene niema atwa ye ho ahia obade de ache ye no. Crema no mo ye monitor team leader a me boa ama nkrofo ye corporations niema amanfo ese no wo emu no ye boa ama mo agya eyo.
In partnership with Noe and the Savannah Fruits Company, WAPCA is working with the Crema to develop an organic virgin coconut oil community enterprise.
And a kubi by from WAPCA. And on Weka say kubi net some boy na omubi a kubi namo a year and wo.
Farmers and producers are supported with equipment, trainings, and market access for their certified products.
Vitiasiano or much the way I bet me organic. Enti organic no omochire ye se ema obia enye emfa widi site enwunafum efi efu no obi so bo hyen enti nipa na wona no boundary no ete se wunya some meters bia kubesi wa ni kwansa wodi gu organic kubi no mu
obo chire ye se adwuma no ye ye ro kubeda ase a baba ye fa nkoda enye adwuma eche se nkoda no obepira ye fa mpenufo fa enye adwuma no Eda Robert ebe no numsi owum no bebe ye ntotungu kube na se eda kube na ho no ye tungu kube na se abada ye fertilizer amai
ekume ye ma na yo me nam 30 na ye che ye mu group na 6 na ye adwuma ye ne Savannah Food Company for na ye adwuma omo no mo bie adwuma no ho no kuro no so ede ma ye no monso no omo freye e de chire sine be ya e be ye adwuma no na yanya mfaso so afru.
Giving local population, especially women, the means and opportunity to improve their income empowers them economically and offers them the power to come out of poverty and to better support their families.
Biya faso wo say obo beto mi kube no etu aka mame e chire so mo wo bonus so a omo de be mame. The
opening of a new processing center in Elenda will further increase the benefits to the community members of the Crema.
Ama sisi adwuma no mo abebie no boys ne mayo mo ha no ye benya adwuma aye ebinum baba ba ye adwuma mo anya sika ama de omo pese omo de sika ne ye no betumi ade aye ama ho kire na aba no so atwa ama ye nti na ye so ya ba factory no mu bi.
The development of the coconut value chain also benefits the Crema. A conservation agreement was signed between the Savannah Fruits Company and the Crema with a contribution of the company to the conservation fund.
No kre yenya mpaso wom esan say kube duduo bi ombeto no ye to kube ba ku bi aye ma 1 peso the communities no ya form nyina no omoso e ma esika a ye de ebo Crema no ho ban.
As a result, the Crema becomes more autonomous and less reliant on external support. Solutions to eco-degradation and biodiversity loss require community-based management of natural resources and sound economic alternatives. Developing sustainable value chains offers local communities an economic and social stepping stone while empowering them to protect and sustain their forests.
Thank you. So now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Martin, who works directly with the CREMA, the Nkasa Tanoi, who's going to tell you a little bit more about the project and the details of it.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Thomas. And greetings to our co-panelists. Greetings to you all. We've seen from the video has shed more light on most of the activities that the CREMA does. But I'll only touch on few things that the Nkasa Tanoi CREMA is doing. Now, the Nkasa Tanoi CREMA was born out of the communities agreeing together to protect and conserve their own forests. So this is a community-owned forest, which is about 2,500 hectares. And it shares boundaries with that of Ivory Coast, which is also about 12,000 to 14,000 hectares. So these communities bordering the Tanoi and the Nkasa River come together to protect the forest. And they use the traditional method of settling things, or the traditional system. So WAPCA, we are only facilitators. So we don't take lead in all the activities, no. The CREMA take lead in the activities. As we saw in the video, they have the CEC and the CRMCs. And some of the activities that they embark, I would say that, which has been very good in helping conserve these community forests, that the CREMA executives and the communities are embarking on conservation awareness. They educate their own members, and they are using the community information system, they are using community gatherings, and also using the conventional radio station in the district to educate their members. And this has been a very nice tool to create awareness to all members within the 16 member communities. And we've seen a change in the Kwabre Tanoi forest, because some of the hunters, some of the chainsaw operators are now patrol team members who patrol the forest, and also to report back to the CRMC and the CEC members of illegal activity. So we see the impact. And as I mentioned earlier, they have a partnership with the Ivorian counterpart, FAIV, that seeks to protect the true forest. And just recently in January, they signed the Transborder Management Plan. And this was signed between the government entities and the two community-owned associations, the FIAV and the CREMA. We saw in the video that there has been a development of green value chains, and one that we saw was the coconut. And we realized that in the communities, they are also into cocoa farming, and most of the activities there are centered in cocoa, cassava, and coconut. So then we have to help the community develop the cocoa sector as well. So together with Norway, PPI, WAPCA, we brought in a private entity called Yaya Glover, who is also helping these farmers, about 500 plus farmers, to undertake organic farming, organic cocoa farming. And the interesting thing is that the conventional way of doing cocoa attracts just only the premiums that the government receive doesn't go to these farmers. So when you sell your cocoa, that's the end. But with the organic farmers, they sell the cocoa to Yara Glover, the private entity, and they also receive a premium. Now, to able to, for the CRIMA to continue in operation, to continue their conservation activities, Yara Glover also agreed and have signed a conservation agreement with the CRIMA to pay $10 per ton of cocoa, organic cocoa, bought from these registered organic farmers from the CRIMA. So, to cut things short, the CRIMA have been doing a lot, and currently they are raising community nurseries. Sometimes organizations will do raise nurseries at one point, and we share them to the communities. But in Ankasa Tano CRIMA, the communities themselves raise their own seedlings, plant them in the core zone of the forest, some in the buffer zone, and also give us some out to agroforestry projects or planting. So to conclude, I'll say that the Ankasa Tano CRIMA has been doing well, and in order to sustain themselves, they've been able to sign 2 conservation agreements with 2 partners, so not to be go into the dormant position as other CRIMAs. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Martin, for the presentation. So it was in Ghana, and you can see the specificity of the approach in this country where the law created the CREMAs. And if you have a few questions at the end, I'm sure Andrea and Martin could explain more about that. And we wanted to show you, because it all depends on the context. And another example, in a very different context, we are in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. And we will show you a short movie first, and then the testimony of Valentin here about an amazing, because I know it a lot, and I spend a lot of time there, and I would like to go to WAPCA, of course, one day. But I spent a lot of time, and it's one of the most amazing conservation experience I never saw on the field. It's about bonobo conservation, community conservation in DRC, 300 kilometers of Kinshasa, and a short movie first for you to understand the spirit of the initiative.
Qu'est-ce que le gouvernement veut? Il veut qu'il y ait des espaces protégés. Et c'est ce que nous avons fait. Mais nous ne voulons pas qu'on ordonne le déguerpissement des populations riveraines des habitats des bonobos. Nous, on a toujours vécu avec eux, depuis des temps immémoriaux. Mais pourquoi ne pas garder notre façon de vivre coutumier? Les bonobos ont leur terroir, nous aussi le nôtre, et on évolue. Et c'est ce que nous avons fait. Et ça marche. La forêt est considérée chez nous comme une mère nourricière. C'est dans cette forêt qu'on retrouve les espèces qu'ils consomment, les médicaments, la pharmacopée traditionnelle en dépend largement. Ils ne peuvent pas s'en passer. Elle intéresse également les exploitants forestiers qui estiment que l'exploitation de cette forêt est beaucoup plus rentable pour eux. Et cette forêt, c'est la première forêt, quand vous quittez Kinshasa, elle est vraiment très exposée. À notre avis, le modèle classique qui consiste à créer des parcs sans consultation des communautés locales, des communautés riveraines de la faune qu'on veut protéger, à notre avis, ce modèle a montré ses limites. Tout se fait comme si, dans cette partie, la nature est vierge. Les populations ont eu l'impression que l'État a préféré les animaux aux hommes. Ça sera de la conservation communautaire. C'était pratiquement une navigation à vue, un saut dans l'inconnu. Mais heureusement pour nous, nous avions quand même une sorte de repère légal, l'article 22 du Code forestier, qui, lui, donne l'occasion, l'opportunité aux communautés locales de destiner une partie de leurs terres à l'usage de leur choix. Ce que nous avons fait, c'est nous avons créé en quelque sorte des réserves qui sont gérées directement par les communautés locales. Mais malheureusement, les bailleurs ne s'y intéressent pas. Les bailleurs ont toujours tendance de financer les grosses machines. Et les petites machines sont sacrifiées en dépit du fait qu'elles font du bon travail. Les bonobos, ce n'est pas un patrimoine batéké, c'est un patrimoine national, c'est un patrimoine mondial. Et si les gens ont fait des sacrifices, il y a lieu quand même de penser à eux d'une façon ou d'une autre. C'est pour cela que nous lançons un vibrant appel aux personnes de bonne volonté, aux organismes tant étatiques que para-étatiques, de soutenir quand même l'initiative. C'est une particularité dans le domaine de la conservation.
Donc, ouais, on peut applaudir vous mon tour, et à nouveau, c'est une expérience de conservation assez extraordinaire, je pense, qui est pas assez connue, et on va laisser pour établir un peu la justice Valentin nous dire un peu plus sur le modèle de conservation de Boumontour en une dizaine de minutes pour que vous compreniez un peu plus comment le modèle fonctionne, sur quels instruments légaux est-ce qu'il se base et comment a été construit dans le temps ce modèle de conservation communautaire en RDC.
Ok, merci. Moi, je suis M. Valentin Omasombo. Je suis le responsable de la conservation et de la foresterie communautaire au sein de l'ONG Boumontour. Boumontour, c'est quoi? Parce que depuis le début de ce congrès, on a longtemps parlé des aires protégées comme outil de protection de la biodiversité, et on a essayé de décortiquer comment les aires protégées n'arrivent pas à atteindre leurs objectifs pour beaucoup d'autres raisons, dont nous pouvons citer, tel qu'il a été dit ici, l'implication des communautés locales et l'appui au développement des communautés. Alors, Boumontour, c'est une ONG, une organisation non gouvernementale congolaise qui a été créée en 1997. Et l'origine de cette organisation, c'est suite à un constat malheureux de la raréfaction de la faune, de la perte de la biodiversité et des menaces sur les bonobos dans la zone. Donc ce sont les communautés elles-mêmes qui ont constaté cela, et elles ont dit, que devons-nous faire pour sauver notre environnement? Et pourquoi il y a eu ce constat malheureux? Parce que bien avant, il y a eu la société d'élevage qui est venue s'installer dans la zone. Et la zone est une zone d'écosystème forêt-savane. La société a implanté ses cheptels dans la savane et elle a pris la communauté comme travailleurs. Malheureusement, la façon dont la société traitait les communautés n'était pas bonne, et à un certain moment, la communauté s'est désengagée. Et quand la communauté s'est désengagée, la société a dû quand même tenir compte de son exploitation et prendre les non-autochtones pour venir travailler dans la zone. Ces non-autochtones qui sont venus travailler dans la zone ne respectaient pas les traditions du milieu, et ils ont commencé à dévaster la faune et la forêt, dont particulièrement les bonobos. Dans cette zone, il y a les bonobos. Les bonobos, nos scientifiques, c'est Pan paniscus. C'est un grand singe endémique de la République démocratique du Congo. On ne la retrouve que en République démocratique du Congo. Et dans la partie nord de Kinshasa, à 300 km, dans le territoire de Bolobo où évolue Mbumutur, les chercheurs ont dit qu'il n'y avait plus de bonobos dans cette zone-là parce que les bonobos étaient chassés par la communauté locale en dépit de la pauvreté. Mais heureusement, dans cette zone, les bonobos étaient protégés par une tradition locale, une loi coutumière. Une loi coutumière qui protégeait les bonobos contre la chasse. Et cette loi est due au fait que, pour la communauté locale, les bonobos, c'était un être humain. Il vivait avec ses frères dans le village, mais à un certain moment, les bonobos s'est beaucoup endetté et il a fui dans la forêt pour aller vivre dans la forêt. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait une loi coutumière de l'époque qui faisait des débiteurs insolvables l'esclave de son créancier. Donc, les bonobos, après avoir contacté beaucoup de dettes, a fui son frère au village pour aller s'installer dans la forêt. Ainsi, pour cette communauté batéké, on ne pouvait pas tuer les bonobos, on ne pouvait pas tuer et toucher ses excréments, on ne peut rien toucher aux bonobos parce que c'est un humain. Et celui qui ose toucher les bonobos ou ses excréments est maudit. Et parmi les malédictions qu'il devait avoir, c'est de ne pas procréer, c'est-à-dire de ne pas avoir d'enfants, de se marier en retard et d'avoir des maladies au niveau de la peau. Et c'est ainsi que cette loi coutumière protégeait les bonobos. Mais à la suite de la présence des exploitants forestiers, des sociétés d'élevage et de ces travailleurs, les bonobos ont commencé à être menacés. C'est ainsi que Mbumutur a jugé utile d'accompagner les communautés à protéger ces bonobos. Et ainsi, comme vous avez suivi dans la vidéo, la communauté cherchait par que le voie protéger les bonobos et de booster son développement à partir de l'utilisation, de la valorisation des bonobos et de l'utilisation des ressources naturelles. Ainsi, la communauté a sauté sur l'article 22 du Code forestier qui donne l'opportunité à chaque communauté de posséder une partie de son territoire pour vaguer à ses occupations ou mener des activités de leur choix. Et les communautés ont décidé de créer des forêts communautaires. 6 forêts communautaires sont créées par les communautés accompagnées par l'ONG Mbumutur. Et en ce moment, 6 communautés de bonobos sont protégées. Parmi les 3 communautés de bonobos, il y a 3 qui sont habituées à la présence humaine pour qu'on puisse développer l'écotourisme et 3 autres sont suivis pour la protection et la surveillance. Alors, comment se fait la surveillance dans ces zones de protection, dans ces forêts communautaires? Cette surveillance est une surveillance communautaire participative. Surveille-moi, moi je te surveille. C'est la communauté elle-même qui fait la surveillance. Il n'y a pas d'éco-garde. Et ainsi, comme il n'y a pas d'éco-garde, la population surveille elle-même. Cette même population a dû s'organiser au travers des organes de gestion et de gouvernance un peu différentes des organes de gestion et de gouvernance qu'on trouve dans les aires protégées, là où on trouve un comité de gestion, un conseil de suivi et un conseil des sages. Tous sont pilotés par une assemblée générale qui regroupe tous les membres de la communauté. Donc c'est l'assemblée générale qui élit ses représentants et qui vont gérer les forêts communautaires. Eux, leur revenu, il y a un mécanisme de revenu mis en place pour que les communautés puissent bien gérer les ressources. Et ainsi, à partir des études qui sont faites, les bonobos habitués à la présence humaine, certains partenaires qui viennent nous appuyer, tels que PPI, nous sommes très reconnaissants envers PPI parce que pour commencer cette initiative, c'était très difficile. Les bonobos. Donc cette espèce endémique trouve un terrain où elle est très bien protégée et avec l'habituation qui se fait par les pisteurs, aujourd'hui, les touristes commencent à venir et les revenus du tourisme commencent à être investis dans les activités de développement telles que l'appui à l'élevage pour limiter la chasse, l'appui à l'agriculture pour réorienter l'agriculture de la forêt vers la savane, de telle sorte que les habitats des bonobos ne soient pas menacés. Par exemple, l'appui à l'agroforesterie pour essayer de cultiver sur un même sol durant plusieurs années. Par exemple, aussi l'appui à la construction des écoles et de centres de santé. Ainsi dit, la communauté de Bateke a protégé les bonobos, et les bonobos qui a fui la forêt qui a fui le village pour la forêt à cause de sa dette, a payé sa dette et continue à payer sa dette. Elle a payé même au-delà de ce qu'elle a pu prendre. Aujourd'hui, pour toute cette communauté, les bonobos est leur moteur de développement. Les bonobos les aident à bien vivre dans la société. L'année passée, l'ONG a pu obtenir le prix HDN, qui est un prix sur les solutions climatiques et naturelles. Et c'est grâce à toutes ces reconnaissances que l'ONG est en train d'être élargie, et les activités doivent aller dans d'autres zones dont les communautés sont en train de demander de l'appui. Les communautés sont en train de venir chez Mbumutu pour solliciter que Mbumutu puisse les accompagner dans la conservation communautaire. Et ceci induit la communauté internationale comme nationale doivent tirer attention de ces modèles de conservation communautaire qui a commencé par une culture et tradition, et aujourd'hui on a des aires de conservation légales dont sont réconciliés les trois objectifs communs de Rio, les trois objectifs communs de Rio et les objectifs du développement durable, parce que là-dessus, vous allez voir, il y a les activités de protection de la forêt et de la biodiversité, il y a les activités de lutte contre le changement climatique, il y a les activités de la lutte contre la désertification par le reboisement, et il y a aussi les activités de développement, de lutte contre la pauvreté. Donc, au sein de ces forêts communautaires, les bonobos trouvent sa part et les communautés trouvent sa part, comme vous l'avez suivi dans ce qu'a dit le président. Comment l'État ne peut pas nous laisser de vivre avec nos bonobos et que nous puissions vivre ensemble dans une société partagée où chacun utilise les ressources qui est à sa disposition, et ainsi l'homme et les bonobos sont tous protégés, parce qu'on ne peut pas faire la conservation pour la conservation pour mettre l'homme à l'écart, mais c'est l'homme qui doit faire la conservation à son propre profit et au profit de sa biodiversité, parce que si l'homme détruit la biodiversité, il se détruit lui-même. Je dis et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Valentin. Je vois qu'on a un peu de temps, et Valentin, alors comme je connais l'initiative, je voulais te demander peut-être de parler un peu de ça. Il n'y a pas de braconnage des bonobos dans la zone où vous travaillez depuis des années et des années. Il y a eu un seul cas, de ce que je me souviens, de braconnage un jour des bonobos. Et la réaction face à ce phénomène a été particulièrement impressionnante, j'ai envie de dire. Face au seul cas de braconnage de bonobos en des années et des années, est-ce que tu peux nous rappeler, nous décrire qu'est-ce qui s'est passé face à ça dans cette zone où travaille Boumontour que tu viens de décrire, s'il te plaît?
Ok, merci. Comme je le disais tantôt, au sein de Mbumutu, dans la communauté dont on est en train d'accompagner, la surveillance est communautaire participative. Certes que dans la zone, il n'y a plus de braconniers. Les braconniers ne viennent plus pour chasser. Mais malheureusement, en 2018, c'était au mois de mai, donc un monsieur qui habitait le village voisin, il n'est même pas originaire de ce village-là, il est venu rendre visite à sa belle famille, et lui étant un grand chasseur, il a appris que là on protège les bonobos. Lui s'est décidé de descendre sur le terrain, d'aller dans la forêt et tuer les bonobos. Il est allé dans la forêt, seul. Donc, il était en train de chasser, il a vu une communauté de bonobos et il a tiré sur un individu. Et quand il a tiré, les pisteurs qui sont dans la forêt chaque jour pour suivre les bonobos et les habitués à la présence humaine ont entendu le coup de feu et ils sont allés vers le lieu. Vers le soir, ils ont vu quelqu'un qui est en train de disséquer le bonobo pour le fumer. Alors, comme eux, ils ne sont pas armés, et le monsieur était armé, tout ce qu'ils ont fait, c'est comme la surveillance communautaire participative leur oblige, c'est de rentrer au village vite, informer le chef, et le chef communiquer au président de l'ONG, Et quand on les a communiqués, donc on a communiqué la police, et la police est allée dans la forêt pour prendre l'homme qui a chassé le bonobo avec le pisteur qui les accompagnait. Le problème était si grave. Pourquoi? Parce que pour cette communauté, tuer les bonobos, c'est leur tuer. Alors pour la communauté, il fallait qu'on tue le monsieur qui a tué les bonobos. Heureusement que les policiers étaient si nombreux et ils ont dû protéger l'homme malgré les difficultés qu'ils ont connues pour traverser le village. C'était vraiment terrible, terrible. L'homme a été acheminé jusqu'au parquet, il a comparé et il a été condamné à 3 ans de prison ferme avec amende. Il est rentré, après avoir épuisé sa peine, il a demandé pardon aux communautés et il est reparti dans son village, il n'est plus là. Il a eu la vie sauve grâce aux policiers, sinon il allait être léché et massacré par la communauté. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup du témoignage, Valentin. C'était juste pour montrer à quel point la tradition dans la zone vient épouser des échelons institutionnels qui permet réellement de protéger sur le terrain cette espèce-là. Et bravo encore à Boumontour pour cette initiative qui est relativement exceptionnelle. Donc je les applaudis à nouveau pour ce travail. Et c'est vrai qu'on parle beaucoup d'impact et je voudrais juste redire un mot sur Boumontour, mais moi la première fois où je suis allé voir cette initiative sur le terrain, c'était en 2012 et où j'ai eu vraiment l'honneur de vivre sur le terrain cette initiative. Juste pour donner un peu des chiffres, mais en arrivant chez Boumontour, j'ai été au milieu des bonobos pendant plus de 4 heures, je pense, à proximité directe de cette espèce, absolument pas braconnée, absolument pas inquiété par ma présence et par la présence des pisteurs. Donc on voit que la conservation communautaire peut marcher, qu'elle peut être un réel outil de conservation de la biodiversité, et notamment d'espèces endémiques, emblématiques, telles que le bonobo. Donc c'est vraiment un exemple assez exceptionnel. Dans le déroulé de cette session, qui va à mon avis bientôt finir, vu l'heure et le nombre de personnes qui ont eu le courage de rester avec nous jusqu'au bout, on proposait de laisser la place au public, évidemment, pour poser des questions avant tout aux représentants de Boumontour et de WAPCA, éventuellement, si besoin, à moi sur la partie programmatique, sur le fonctionnement du PPI en tant que programme. Sur les projets, c'est évidemment Martin, Andrea et Valentin qui sont les mieux placés pour répondre. En sachant que la moitié du public sont des organisations PPI et je vois 2 personnes qui n'en sont pas et merci à vous. Donc si vous avez des questions, c'est avec plaisir pour essayer de vous répondre. Yes, of course. So thanks.
Hi, my name is Mbaira Kamau from Kenya. I have 3 questions. I don't know if I should ask all of them. Okay. The first question is around challenges to set up the community, support system, and maybe respond to it in form of, if I was to do the same in Kenya, what should be the considerations? Or what are the lessons learned that I can consider? The second question is around, are there existing structures or plans in place to share best practices with other communities across the continent? The third one is around the challenge of navigating partnerships with authorities. I know it was alluded to in several of the videos. I'd just like to understand a bit about those challenges and how you've managed to maneuver in those cases. Yeah. I have a 4th one, but maybe I'll share it after the 3 have been responded to. Thank you.
Maybe we can begin with the last question. It's about the challenges with the authorities, and for this question, of course, you're the best placed to try to answer. So Valentin or Martin and Andrea, and maybe it could be interesting to have the 2 answers because the contexts are very different, West and Central Africa.
Merci. Le défi, oui, avec les autorités, les défis sont énormes. surtout dans les contextes de la République démocratique du Congo, où il n'y a aucune loi qui parle de la conservation communautaire et il n'y a que les aires protégées. Et d'ailleurs, par rapport à ce défi, il y a eu un problème très sérieux lorsque Mbumutur a commencé cette activité, parce que pour les autorités, il fallait créer soit un parc national, soit une réserve naturelle. Mais les communautés n'étaient pas d'accord avec cette idée parce que cela est une expropriation pour les communautés. Et alors, comprenez que déjà il y a une opposition des communautés locales par rapport à l'idée de créer un parc ou une réserve. Donc, il n'y a plus d'attente entre les autorités et les communautés. Maintenant, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Et pour relever ce défi, c'était en 2002 où il y a eu le Code des forestiers, une loi congolaise de l'utilisation des forêts, qui, dans son article 22, donne à la communauté l'opportunité d'obtenir une partie de son terroir ou l'entièreté pour développer les activités de son choix. Ainsi, Mbumutur a sauté sur cette opportunité. Un autre défi, c'est que au niveau même de l'organisation, pour avoir le document, c'est vraiment un long processus et c'est bloqué au niveau de l'État. Des fois, l'État demande aux communautés de l'argent pour qu'elles puissent l'accompagner dans les processus et dans l'obtention des documents. Et là, c'est les partenaires tels que j'ai cités ici qui sont en train et qui sont venus en appui aux communautés pour obtenir ces documents. Et notre défi, c'est que nous voulons organiser l'écotourisme, mais pour organiser l'écotourisme, il y a beaucoup de problèmes au niveau du pays et les problèmes des visas. Parce qu'on a créé, on est en train de gérer, mais s'il n'y a pas de retombées, donc la motivation des communautés pourrait tomber. Alors, l'écotourisme, c'est une activité source de revenus et pour l'organiser, il y a un problème de visa. Donc, tous ceux qui veulent venir ont des problèmes très sérieux pour avoir le visa. D'ailleurs, comme défi, nous avions voulu développer un partenariat transfrontalier avec le Congo-Brazzaville, où non loin d'Mbumutur, il y a les chimpanzés. Alors, l'accès à partir du Congo-Brazzaville au site est plus rapide, alors que chez nous, c'est un peu difficile. Mais pour que les touristes puissent passer du Congo-Brazzaville vers chez nous, les autorités ne l'ont pas voulu et cela pose un problème. Autre défi, c'est qu'au niveau des forêts communautaires créées, ces forêts communautaires sont reconnues par l'État, mais elles n'ont pas les statuts d'aires protégées. Et ce qui fait que c'est aussi un problème pour mobiliser les ressources. Donc, manque de statut, l'État congolais ne les reconnaissait pas comme étant des aires protégées ou des zones protégées et communautaires, parce que la forêt de Bonobo, cette forêt protégée, c'est une innovation pour la RDC. Une innovation parce que quand on parle de la foresterie communautaire, on voit l'exploitation des bois d'œuvre. Alors que Mbumutur n'exploite pas les bois d'œuvre, mais elle les protège, elle les conserve avec les communautés. Ce qui fait que c'est aussi un défi pour mobiliser des ressources. Merci.
Est-ce qu'il y a des situations, Valentin, où l'administration est un soutien pour Mbumutur? Est-ce que te vient en tête des situations où l'administration peut devenir un soutien et dans quelles conditions, si c'est le cas?
Oui, le premier soutien, c'est comme l'exemple que je venais de donner ici, où il y a eu un braconnier et qui a été arrêté. Là, l'État nous a vraiment aidés parce que l'État a pris la personne a été jugée, elle a été condamnée. Donc l'État nous vient en appui, surtout dans le cadre de l'observance de la loi. Quand quelqu'un marche contre la loi et nous le dénonçons, donc l'État prend en charge cette personne-là. Donc ce sont des appuis qui nous sont venus. Et aussi pour avoir certains documents, certains documents, l'État nous appuie, certains documents, nous les obtenons aussi. Donc c'était dans ce sens-là que l'État nous accompagne.
Merci beaucoup, Valentin. Martin, what are the main challenges with the administration in Ghana in the process you have in your work at the moment?
Thank you. So to add to my colleague, we have the challenges that we face with the government institutions happens to do with getting them to really devolve authority to the various community-based institutions or organizations. You realize you start the process and there's a change of government and they turn the process in, a new government, you have to follow up. So it's been like you go down, top, and that you are not having a clear-cut road to getting the devolution of authority to these creamers. Another challenge that we have is that you have the Forestry Commission, the FSD, that is the Forest Service Division, and the Wildlife Division issuing the permit, that is the permit to individuals to harvest timber in the community-owned forests. But they should give, when you give this permit, you have to give out copies of this permit to the community executives. But we realize that these permits do not end up at the community level. And when these community members question those who have these permits, they always say we have permits from the government, associations, and these are challenges that we face. And also, with respect to your first question, setting up the community-based organization, in our end, you cannot do without the traditional system. First of all, the communities have to understand the roles that they have to play, the benefit they are going to enjoy in the conserving the forest. And they also have their chieftaincy issues. So you have to also deal with the chieftaincy. We have the divisional chief, the sub-divisional chiefs, and the paramount chief. So all these channels have to agree to a one goal. Without this, it will be very difficult to have this community-based conservation setup. So you have to look at all angles within the community to agree to what they have to do. Thank you.
Andrea, do you want to complete about the issues with administration? I remember a discussion we had a few months ago and with something at the central level, or maybe not. Is there not something too about the, how to say that, but the fact that sometimes administration can be supportive, but in the same time there are other projects in the administration and that it can be complicated. It's not only one vision of the administration sometimes. Is there not this kind of issues too? I remember a discussion we had a few months ago, but maybe it's a mistake. About the fact that there is a vision for conservation, but there are other projects sometimes, and all of that is not an holistic global vision. I don't know if it's possible to have a word about that or not.
Yeah, I think overall, I'd say WAPCA, even though we're an NGO, non-government organisation, we do have a good relationship with the government, with the Wildlife Division. But as a government as a whole, it's very difficult when there is development coming into the country. And although the government in Ghana commits to certain pledges to do with deforestation and protecting the forests, when they are faced with large development proposals such as petroleum and other entities like that, then those pledges.
Of countries, it's sometimes difficult because there is a lot of different administration and there is a big lack of coordination sometimes that bring big issues. You can work with the wildlife conservation services, but there are other projects with other part of the administration. So it's in other contexts, I think it's an issue too. And I think Martin just answered to the first question. I think it's okay. And maybe for the second one about is there a network or something in terms of community of practice? It was that. And we try to work on that with PPI as we try to explain about connecting the people, connecting the initiative. Maybe, I don't know if Valentin, you want to talk about this network, about community conservation of great apes in Central Africa, so born in 2015. Network named Alliance pour la conservation communautaire des grands singes en Afrique centrale, dont fait partie Boumontour et qui a cet objectif, justement.
Oui, merci. Donc ça, c'est vraiment un aspect très important parce qu'on ne peut pas faire la conservation tout en état isolé. Il faut qu'il y ait un réseau. Et au niveau des grands singes, en Afrique centrale, il y a un réseau pour la conservation des grands singes, donc AGESAC en sigle. Et ce réseau regroupe les organisations du Cameroun, du Gabon, de la RDC, du Congo-Brazzaville, du Congo-Kinshasa. Et pour le moment, le réseau est en train de se développer. Il y a l'échange des expériences qui se fait entre les membres du réseau. Vous pouvez quitter la RDC pour aller chez donc une association sœur au Congo-Brazzaville ou au Gabon, voir ce qui se passe de l'autre côté et venir peut-être l'implémenter dans notre zone. Et par exemple, par rapport à ce réseau, Mbumutur, parce que la culture des patates douces est l'apanage de la région nord-est de la RDC, alors qu'au Congo-Brazzaville, dans la zone voisine, la culture des patates douces est réussie. Et suite aux échanges d'expériences, Mbumutur est allé s'acquérir de la façon dont on fait la culture de patates douces, non, de la pomme de terre, je m'excuse, de la pomme de terre dans cette zone. Et on est venu essayer cette culture chez nous et ça a marché. Et ce qui nous manque maintenant, c'est d'avoir les moyens pour essayer de développer cette culture parce que les premières tentatives ont montré une réussite. Donc, il y a un réseau qui permet aux membres d'échanger de l'expérience, un réseau qui permet aux membres actuellement de se mobiliser ensemble pour chercher des fonds dans des projets communs. Merci.
So yes, that's it. I don't know if there is any other question. Once again. Yes, of course.
This is my fourth question that I wanted to sneak into the three other questions. The gentleman from DRC, sorry, I've not gotten the name. Valentin?
Oui. Oui.
Yeah? Are you speaking to me? Oh, okay. You can hear me? Oh, all right. Huh? Okay. Okay, thank you. You talked about how people down in DRC value bonobo and see it as a human being. Is this something that was traditionally there, or did you have to convince them? And if you had to convince them, how did you manage? And also for Martin, oh God. Also for Martin, convincing the two, the communities from Ivory Coast and from Ghana, how did you manage to do that? Because let me give an example. In Kenya, there is a community, a landscape called Savo. It has a national park and people also live there. And what's now happening is the Somali community will come and pay. You will agree as a community, okay, we must protect, but then a Somali will come secretly to another member of the community and pay them an amount to bring in cattle, and then they will lie to them, I'll only bring 500 cows, but then they end up bringing 3,000 cows, and then they just leave, and of course you understand the pressure on the land. So how do you convince people to be united, and to get so angry when a bonobo is killed, for instance?
Ok, merci. Au niveau de la RDC, et là je parle particulièrement au niveau des Bolobos chez les Bateke. Donc, la loi coutumière, comme je le dis, c'est une loi coutumière, c'est-à-dire qu'elle date de longtemps. C'est une loi qui a existé avant que l'ONG soit là. C'est une loi coutumière dont on ne peut pas toucher aux bonobos. Les bonobos est un humain, c'est une loi qui date depuis des années. Nous-mêmes, nous n'étions pas là quand la loi existait. C'est ce qui fait qu'à l'époque où les bonobos vivaient avec les hommes dans le village, c'est à cette époque-là que lorsque les bonobos ont fui le village pour aller s'installer dans la forêt, que la loi a commencé. Et nous, qu'est-ce que l'on a fait? Donc nous, on n'est pas venu convaincre la communauté sur l'existence de cette loi, mais parce que la communauté a constaté que leur patrimoine, qui est les bonobos, est en train d'être menacé par le venin. Et pour ne pas être motivé à céder au venin de tuer les bonobos, nous, on a essayé de valoriser cette culture-là. On a essayé de sensibiliser les jeunes, parce que certes, qu'à un moment donné, il y a eu quelques personnes, quelques jeunes, qui commençaient à accompagner les étrangers à tuer les bonobos. Alors, il fallait revaloriser cette culture. Et nous, ce qu'on a fait, on a essayé de revaloriser la culture. Mais en revalorisant la culture, il se pose un problème. Le problème, c'est que vous pouvez revaloriser la culture, mais s'il n'y a pas d'alternative, c'est que la culture ne pourra pas persister. Et c'est ainsi qu'en se basant sur ces initiatives basées sur la nature, qui est la culture qui existait, nous, on a dit les bonobos, c'est un grand singe, il est endémique. Beaucoup de personnes cherchent à les voir, alors essayons de l'habituer à la présence humaine pour que le même bonobo, qui est protégé par la coutume, puisse être vu par les autres qui en désirent le voir. Et quand ils viendront voir les bonobos, ils paieront un peu d'argent et cet argent rentrera dans le développement des communautés locales. Et ainsi, les communautés locales seront encore plus motivées qu'avant pour continuer à protéger leurs bonobos et continuer à observer leurs coutumes. Donc nous, on a révalorisé la coutume qui existait pour qu'il y ait plus de motivation dans la conservation. Et c'est dans ce sens-là que nous encourageons, même pour les aires protégées, il y a des coutumes qui existent. Vous pouvez aller quelque part, il y a une coutume, parce que si chez nous c'est les bonobos, ailleurs ça peut être d'autres choses. Je me rappelle même dans une zone, dans les Grands Bandundu, où c'est le pangolin géant qui est protégé par la coutume. Et alors, ce sont des initiatives qu'il faut s'en acquérir pour essayer de créer des aires communautaires et valoriser les ressources, et ainsi ces espèces seront bien protégées.
Yes, I just allow myself to bring Kenneth, another partner, on board because the Bumontour example is very special because there is a long time tradition about this community protecting the bonobo because it used to be a human who went back to the forest. So it's kind of very natural for this community. They don't have to push anything. They just have to manage the fact that these people has this tradition. But I wanted to propose to Kenneth to testify because there is a project about the traditional bylaw in some contexts where you don't have always these traditional rules on the context about nature conservation. So I thought it was interesting for Kenneth to have a word about this different context.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm called Kenneth Starr. I work for an organization in Cameroon called Community Assistance in Development. We are presently working in the Ebo Forest landscape, and we are about to begin a project being sponsored by PPI on using traditional systems in conservation. We know from time immemorial, our local communities used to protect the forest. There were no-go zones. There were practices that they used to protect the forest. But with modernizations, most of these practices have died down. So this project is about reviving these traditional practices, making use of them, valorizing these practices, documenting them to help us in conservation. That's the long and short of it. So it's about bringing the community members together, bringing the elders from different areas to come together and look at what their ancestors used to do. There were animals that were not being killed then, like there were also animals that were not eaten then. There were sacred sites where community members could not cut down trees. It's about bringing back these practices to help us in conservation actions. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Kenneth. So it was interesting because it's a different context and it's about opening the floor for the people to discuss. It's just about that, in fact, and they will, of course, find some solutions. I don't know. We're ready if you have more questions. Come on. Yes. Yes, of course. But of course, Martin. Yeah.
With regards to the transborder system, the forest management, this is between the Ankasa Tano Krima and that of the partner Ivory Coast, FAIV. Now, the two forests is divided by the river Tanwe, and the distance from Ivory Coast, the city, to the forest is very far as compared to from the forest to Ghana. So for instance, if somebody enter the forest in Ivory Coast and harvest wood, it is very easy to transport them over to Ghana to sell than to transport them to the city of Ivory Coast. So, and also another thing is that most of the people who are living around the forest in Ivory Coast are 80% Ghanaians. And so they live in and out of these two areas. And so the Krima in Ghana side agree that no, we have to protect our own forest, but we also have to help the other country also protect their forest, because they've realized that it is the people, mainly the people of Ghana, who are doing the harvesting the wood in Ivory Coast. And so they all came together. And also they speak almost the same language. Even though it's two different countries, they speak the same language and they know themselves, because most of those people living around the Tanwe River in the Ivorian side are from Ghana. And so they came to, in agreement to protect these two forests. Thank you.
I would just add, if I may, about your question about how do you make communities be involved. If you're making anybody do anything, it's not going to last. There's not sustainability in that for any culture anywhere. I think we were very fortunate that the people that were around the forest came to WAPCA and said, we can see our forest disappearing. What can we do and can you help us? But even with that, you had to recognize the benefit that people can achieve by protecting the forest and thereby protecting anything that lives in it. What is the benefit to them? And it has to be something that is a true benefit. For example, if they are cocoa farmers, don't turn around to them and say, you know what would benefit you? Why don't you be a beekeeper? Well, I'm not a beekeeper, I'm a skilled cocoa farmer. So recognize what they already do and how can you make that better? How can you make it more beneficial? And it's really not about saying, no, don't do this, don't do that. It's about saying, no, don't do that, but do this instead, or do it here instead. So if they want to move their cattle, don't move the cattle into the forest, perhaps give an alternative, because everybody's, as much as we all would love to save forests and save animals and save plant species, we all need to survive, live, and eat. None of us are here for free. We're all getting paid. So, we all have that baseline need, and find that need and find how you can support that. And then that benefit sharing mechanism will make it much more sustainable, and hopefully that more cooperation and with the local people.
You have another one. Thanks a lot. Thanks. There are a few other PPE people in the room, and I see Roger, and thanks for staying with us, Roger. Eddie. And yeah, if you want to say anything, we have 2 minutes yet, and anyway, you're welcome. And if anyone else in the room has a question, we are very happy to answer too. Roger, yes, with pleasure. So Roger used to be a partner of PPE with his NGO, CEW, for very long, and we worked together in Cameroon for 3-4 years. And you can, yeah, the microphone is coming.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Professor Roger Ngoufo. I'm professor at University of Yaoundé, and also director of Cameroon Environmental Watch, which is a national NGO. And so I want to confirm that my organization was supported by the PPE, and by that time we were trying to support a council to gazette a forest in Cameroon. And through the support of PPE, we also obtained another support from the European Union. So after PPE supported us, we also gained another support from the European Union to push the procedure of gazetting the area, which is more than 14,000 hectares. And we gazetted for a local council, and today these forests belong completely to them, because in Cameroon you have a community forest, you have a council forest, and it's two different status. Community forest is just management by local people. The forest doesn't belong to them, they just manage it. But for the council forest, it belongs to the local council. So when you try to let them obtain the forest, it will belong to them forever. So now we are trying to also support them to build a management plan. Okay, I will just stay to this. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Roger, pour le témoignage. Et well, as PPE is a big family, we bring on the table all the people, and including Roger, of course. And so Eddie is the representative of a Cameroonian NGO working on marine and coastal conservation, especially mammifères marins. And there is a link with community conservation too. So just before to finish, just 1 or 2 minutes for him to give his point of view about community conservation from Cameroon.
Ok, bonsoir tout le monde. Merci Thomas pour m'avoir passé la parole. Donc moi c'est Eddie Nanga, je suis le coordinateur de projet de l'African Marine Mammal Conservation Organization basée au Cameroun. Alors l'expérience que j'ai de la conservation à travers l'approche communautaire est très particulière parce que chez nous au Cameroun, AMCO a commencé ses travaux dans un lac, le plus grand lac du Cameroun qu'on appelle le lac Ossa. Et dans ce lac-là, il y a la présence d'un mammifère aquatique qu'on appelle le lamentin. Et le lamentin, laissez-moi vous dire qu'entre 2009 et 2012, on le mangeait beaucoup au lac Ossa. On le vendait même sur des plateaux. Et pourtant, c'est une espèce protégée de catégorie A au Cameroun, c'est-à-dire strictement interdite de consommer ou alors elle est protégée intégralement, autant pour moi. Alors avec notre projet PPI 2014, nous avons commencé à faire de la recherche sur le lamentin pour avoir un peu plus d'informations. Et les communautés se sont plaintes en disant qu'on ne fait que de la conservation pour les animaux sans toutefois impliquer la communauté. Et c'est là où nous sommes passés à l'étape suivante, c'était de faire de la recherche même avec la communauté. Et c'est là où AMCO a mis sur pied une application mobile qu'on appelle Sirène. Et grâce à cette application-là, nous avons formé des pêcheurs qui ont commencé à nous aider à collecter des informations sur le dit lamentin grâce à une application mobile. Et aussi, comme autre atout, ce que nous avons fait à la communauté, c'est que nous avons commencé à proposer des activités génératrices de revenus. C'est-à-dire en proposant des AGR aux communautés, elles ont commencé peu à peu à adhérer à nos idéaux de conserver le lamentin. Donc c'est une fois qu'on les a impliqués dans la science participative et qu'on a également commencé à proposer des alternatives à la pêche. Ce n'est qu'à ce moment que les communautés ont commencé à laisser peu à peu le braconnage du lamentin. Donc à ce jour, on ne vend plus le lamentin dans les communautés et on ne le vend plus dans les restaurants, même s'ils le font en cachette, mais ce n'est plus aussi flagrant qu'en 2012 ou en 2009, avant que le PPI ne nous aide avec notre premier financement. Voilà un peu l'expérience, la petite expérience que je voulais partager avec vous. Merci.
Okay, so it's 8, and I think we will close the session. Thanks to all of you for being here with us tonight, and thanks for the technician who worked the whole day and to prepare and everything. Thanks to all of you. Merci beaucoup. And yes, just to finish, we have a website with all the projects. If you want to know more about all these people, there are the contacts. The program is named Programme de Petite Initiative. There is, of course, a website, and on the website you can find the coordinates, les coordinates of all the organization, all the people. So do not hesitate. We will be very happy to discuss all together.